This is Audible.
Flamethrower. Iwo Jima Medal of Honor recipient and U.S. Marine Woody Williams and his controversial award, Japan's Holocaust and the Pacific War, by Brian Mark Rigg, and read by Brian Mark Rigg, from Fidelis Historia Press. And a note to the listener. Although I am fluent in German and English and have a working knowledge of Hebrew, I am not fluent in Japanese or Chinese. And so when I read proper names and nouns and events that I have used Chinese words for, I will sometimes not pronounce it correctly. But I will do my best with the transliteration that I have found in my research. Also, I'm probably a glutton for punishment to some degree because I have what today people call ADHD and dyslexia, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And when I was young, I had a severe speech impediment. So learning how to read one of my books for an audible version has been challenging to say the least. So if I make some mistakes throughout the reading of my book, I beg the listener for your tolerance and patience as I go down this new road of trying to find another avenue to disseminate the knowledge that I have found the last 5 years in the research into the Pacific War and Japan's Holocaust. I often, throughout the book, will start sections with quotes from people who I want to set the tone for the chapter. And for this book, I have 3 quotes in particular that I like to start with. There aren't any great men. There are just great challenges that ordinary men like you and me are forced by circumstances to meet. Fleet Admiral William Bull Halsey, Commander 3rd Fleet during World War II. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Edmund Burke, Anglo-Irish statesman and philosopher, and an observer of the French Revolution. Generally speaking, the errors in religion are dangerous. David Hume, Scottish Enlightenment philosopher. I like to begin this book with a poem that has meant an awful lot to me throughout my life. It is called If, and is written by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build 'em up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Note to reader. Goodness without knowledge is weak, yet knowledge without goodness is dangerous, and that both unified form the noblest character and lay the surest foundation of usefulness to mankind. John Phillips, founder of Phillips Exeter Academy, 1791. History is dangerous because the truth can be uncomfortable. War probably brings out this reality more than any other human activity, and World War II is replete with uncomfortable truths. Alexandra Ritchie. In war, truth is the first casualty. Aeschylus, 5th century BCE Greek tragedian. When I started this research into the Pacific War in World War II in 2015, I wanted to preserve both United States Marine Corps and United States history and honor one particular war hero from the Battle of Iwo Jima, United States Marine and Medal of Honor recipient Woody Williams. I also wanted to study General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, who commanded Iwo Jima and was reputed to be one of the toughest Imperial Japanese Army leaders any World War II Allied command encountered. But along the way, I uncovered troubling facts about both warriors that made me struggle with a different sort of battle that many scholars encounter: the pursuit of evidence against interest. Initially, I expected and wanted to present Woody without flaws and Kuribayashi as an ethical and ingenious leader. However, I discovered Woody's autobiographical reporting to have many discrepancies and that Kuribayashi committed horrible and often unmentioned atrocities. If I could have presented Woody without failings, there would have been joint Marine events with Woody accompanied by much fanfare. And if I could have written about Kuribayashi without his criminal past, the Japanese government and society most likely would have supported my work praising their hero, as they did when Clint Eastwood's film Letters from Iwo Jima came out in 2006, glorifying Kuribayashi. My mentors, United States Marine Corps Commandant General Charles C. Krulak, United States Marine Corps General Anthony C. Zinni, historian Richard Frank, historian and United States Marine Corps Colonel John T. Hoffman, and former Marine Corps Historical Division Director Charles P. Niemeyer, said it was troubling to read what I have documented, but they recognized the importance of my writing the truth about the facts my research had uncovered. If a historian fails to reveal material facts about an event or person, he will fail to do justice to history. And if he fails to report the truth, he will continue to distort history and ultimately leave the reader dissatisfied and irritate his intelligence. First, let me explain some of the controversies with Kuribayashi. His grandson, the prominent Japanese Liberal Democratic Party politician Yoshitaka Shindo, was interviewed for this book. Once he started to see I was uncovering his grandfather's criminal past, he tried to discredit me with some of my U.S. contacts and take back what he told me, apparently, in a moment of weakness during the interview I conducted with him in April 2018. Shindo even made a nuanced threat to the Iwo Jima American Association to close Iwo to American tourists in 2019 if its members did not force me to adhere to his demands. A clear violation of the 1968 agreement between the U.S. and Japan. I later learned I should not have been surprised by Shindo's behavior because he is not only a right-wing nationalist, but also a member of Nippon Kagi, a sort of Holocaust denial group that disavows Japan committed World War II atrocities. This book, and perhaps the potential political fallout, seems to have him worried. Shindo may have also taken offense when I challenged him on not doing enough to conduct DNA testing on the human remains found today on Iwo Jima, since there are hundreds of MIA, missing in action, Marines whose bones still must be in the battlefield. He is one of the most prominent Japanese politicians who supports Japan's efforts to gather the fallen and cremate them adhering to Japanese religious death rituals. When Iwo Jima American Association board member Bonnie Haynes was asked about why Shindo is not helping the Marine Corps find its dead, she replied, "He really doesn't care about our dead. Are you kidding yourself to think otherwise?" Shindo admitted no DNA testing is being done on the skeletons found and did not take kindly when I told him that this was wrong. Apparently, when bones are found on Iwo Jima, they are put together in a pile, set on fire, and offered up to Shinto gods. Unfortunately, there probably have been several Marines whose remains have been improperly burned along with the enemy they have battled. If Shindo was offended by these questions, that may also explain why he tried to hinder my research. Next, when conflicting information surfaced about Woody and the narrative of his heroic acts that led President Truman awarding him his Medal of Honor, he and his family attempted to prevent the publication of my book, first by threats and then by litigation. Woody tried to unconstitutionally silence me with prior restraint by filing a federal lawsuit against me. My attorneys responded to his intimidations thusly: "Your threats to tortiously interfere with Mr. Riggs' book contract are unlawful and violate the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution." Woody would be wise to adhere to Thomas Jefferson's mandate, which says, "Our liberty depends on freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost." Moreover, after 3 years of thousands of hours of detailed research, travel to Iwo Jima and other locations in order to write this book, Woody attempted to force me to sign an agreement that gave him censoring rights. And lastly, he also demanded to be personally, financially compensated for this story, rather than using some book proceeds to support his charitable organization, the Gold Star Families Memorial Foundation, which was something originally offered. Although we discussed the possibilities of sharing royalties, Woody's terms became unacceptable. Moreover, it became clear as I started to see problems with Woody's self-reporting that had I allowed him to have final say on this book, much misinformation would have been placed in this work, and I do not write such history. Due to Woody's behavior and his threats toward my publisher, Regnery Books, it declined to publish this book, fearing legal retribution. Although my editor, Alex Novak, wanted to continue with the work and loved my research, Regnery's staff said our marketing strategy was now quote-unquote shot to hell. A joint book tour with Woody would now never happen. I then took my manuscript to the University Press of Kansas, which has published 3 of my books. Although the university's legal department found nothing wrong with the scholarship, my factual assertions are backed by research, and I was documenting the story of Woody as a public figure. The press became uncomfortable with the idea of publishing a work which Woody had threatened litigation. Although my editor, Joyce Harrison, had communicated her commitment to publishing the book and had gathered positive readers' reports from prominent historians, Richard Frank, Charles Niemeyer, and John T. Hoffman, staff members put pressure on her to rescind their offer unless I redacted sections of my book. Rather than supporting my research in the freedom of speech, Kansas chose to avoid controversy. I then went to David Reich at Stackpole Books, an imprint of Rauman and Littlefield, and despite the problems with Woody, Reich decided to work with me on this book. But then, once again, Woody continued his legal bombardment against me, and his grandsons and his legal team continued to attack me and my now 3rd press. My findings were being fought over in a federal court, and the conflict between Woody and I made the rounds on web pages and in newspapers. When Woody directly threatened to take on Stackpole Books, Reich's boss, Judith Schnell, got nervous. She, like the University Press of Kansas, cowered, and instead of backing up the history, she wanted me to actually mislead the public and write a piece that would stop the legal action, i.e., not reveal the truth. As a historian, I could not do so. I then went to the self-publishing arm of Simon & Schuster called Archway. At first, they were very excited about publishing the book, and my director, Joseph Skaggs, pushed hard for the book. But then his boss, Billy Elliott, also got scared and decided while there is pending litigation that he did not want to expose his company to litigation, since Woody and his grandsons continued to threaten any entity that would support me publishing a work of history. As a result, through counsel with numerous authors and lawyers, I decided to set up my own publishing company, Fidelis Historia, in order to get this book out, and especially get it out for the 75th anniversary of the Battle of Iwo Jima, the 19th of February, 2020. In the end, I am thankful to Regnery, Kansas, Stackpole, Archway, Simon & Schuster, because they all help me go through the review process, the reader reports, and even copy editing. What normally a historian goes through to make a book kosher and presentable to the public, I got to go through 4 times. So, in effect, I must be thankful to all these presses for making this book one of my most reviewed and polished works I have ever done. In the end, my lawyer, Jeffrey Harper, and my mentor and world-famous Holocaust historian, Michael Barabbaum, express what countless others have echoed when telling me they are saddened that all these presses showed little courage in presenting historical truth. In order to deal with these legal minefields, I hired the prestigious law firms Winston & Strawn, LLP in Texas, and Nelson, Mullins, Riley, and Scarborough, LLP in West Virginia, and my lawyers, Jeffrey Harper, Stephen Stodgehill, and Tom Hancock, have successfully guided me in my pursuit to present an accurate and faithful historical story of World War II in the Far East. My counsel fully supports this book since it documents the truth. I have followed the mandate of my cantankerous Yale University professor, Henry Ashby Turner, Jr., when he gave me the following advice. Follow the evidence wherever it goes and present your conclusions based on empiricism. In the end, it has been a struggle to gather the truth and publish this book, but I feel this work has faithfully portrayed the Japanese and Marines whose stories are told here. One would think in the land of James Madison and Thomas Jefferson, who helped form, write, and give commentary on the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution guaranteeing the freedom of speech and the press, that such problems just described would neither exist today in America nor in Japan, where General of the Army Douglas MacArthur and his staff helped to embody the same values in shaping Japan's then new post-war government when it adopted its own constitution, which emulates our founding fathers' ethics. Ultimately, as Marine Corps historians Philip A. Crowell and Jeter A. Isley at Princeton University wrote, "History is of value only if it helps to solve pending and future problems. But if one does not reveal the unvarnished truth of those problems, because to do so might offend someone, then future problems cannot be solved. According to philosopher Theodor Adorno, in order to master the past, Aufarbeitung der Vergangenheit, one not only has to learn the facts, but also he must fight to know the facts despite those who would prefer to falsify or delete them." As one can see, this book has been written with much soul-searching, heartache, and many a sleepless night. I wrote with a burden on my shoulders. In due course, I returned to the Marine Corps code of honor, courage, and commitment, and I have relied on this code to present an honest history of all the battles and persons described within these pages. So it is both with great pleasure and honor, but also with much circumspection and sadness, that I present the following book to you, dear reader. I hope you will agree that it is better to deal with uncomfortable truths rather than beautiful lies if we want to learn from history to build a better society. Moreover, we should rise above threats to censor the truth. Thomas Jefferson said, "There is not a truth existing which I fear, or would wish unknown to the whole world." This work has followed Jefferson's mandate of facing the facts without fear. Due to the controversies within these pages, I went to numerous experts, both historical and military, to verify that what I was reading and discovering was correctly presented and analyzed. Consequently, this is the reason why I have requested of 3 of the most famous, celebrated Marine generals in the Corps history in Krulak, Gray, and Zinni to proofread and then write forewords for this book. I also requested of 2 of the most distinguished Marine Corps historians, Colonel John T. Hoffman and Lieutenant Colonel Robert Burrell, to read the work multiple times and review the documents to make sure I get this history right. And believe me, Hoffman and Burrell gave me detailed, lengthy, and tough feedback on different drafts. The reading knowledge, military experiences, and martial insights all these men brought to the work were invaluable. These men and their support showed they truly lived by the Marine Corps code of Semper Fidelis, always faithful. This book comprises, on the one hand, biographies of Woody Williams, several of his comrades, and General Kuribayashi, and on the other hand, pure history exploring Marine Corps combat, battlefield accounts, and analysis of and lessons from the Pacific War. The beginning chapters give the reader some historical background to understand the events and people explored later. After these chapters, the follow-on chapters largely flow chronologically, except for a few exceptions when historical background is yet again necessary to understand what is about to transpire. The preface, introduction, and Chapter 1 explore how this study began and provide information on World War II to supply the reader with enough material to appreciate the events explored throughout the book. Without introducing several of the characters, concepts, and events from World War II in these chapters, one could not understand many facts and narratives later investigated. In Chapter 2, since Woody has become one of the most famous enlisted Marines of World War II, his biography is used to explore other brave servicemen who otherwise would be lost to history. This is one of the first thoroughly researched biographies of an enlisted Marine from the Second World War. However, in conducting this study, it became apparent that using his biography would be more beneficial for the public in telling the stories of other Marines and larger issues of American history and World War II, rather than focusing on just one single man. As a result, in Chapter 2, Woody's upbringing is explored to tell the story of what was going on politically and sociologically in the world in the 1920s and 1930s to inform one of what had taken place for a few decades before the U.S. found itself at war in 1941. Chapters 3 through 4 delve into how the war's beginning was viewed by Americans, using Woody's life, yet again, to examine this issue. Moreover, these chapters discuss how Woody made it into the Corps, and then once there explore the larger issues of how the Marines trained and indoctrinated their men for war. Chapter 5 explains the enemy Woody and his fellow Marines would face during World War II. This lengthy chapter gives detailed evidence on Japan's radical society and military in order to help the reader understand the enemy America was fighting in the Pacific. Few Americans understand just how fanatical and grotesque the average Japanese soldier was back then. At the chapter's conclusion, one of the Marines' arch-enemy commanders, General Kuribayashi, is examined. None of the literature explored for this book, both in Japanese and English, investigates how horrible Kuribayashi was while stationed in China. Readers need to know that the commander the U.S. defeated on Iwo was one of the most notorious leaders the U.S. vanquished in World War II, akin to a Heydrich, Himmler, and even Hitler and their ilk. In short, Kuribayashi was a mass murderer, and Marines need to take special pride that they took down this villain. Chapters 6 through 8 help one understand Woody's deployment and why he was on the islands he first landed on. They help shape the reader's understanding of the strategy that transpired in the Pacific in order to defeat the Japanese, i.e., island hopping. Chapter 9 backtracks in time to help one appreciate the importance of Guam for Nimitz's strategy during World War II. It deals with the island's history to help the reader realize that this was American territory and that the Japanese brutalized U.S. nationals for almost 3 years, killing thousands of its population after taking it in December 1941 until the U.S. took it back in August 1944. Few in America know about Guam, its history, and that a battle took place there in 1944. As a result, providing information about this island in the context of World War II is critical to understand the significance it had for America during the war. Chapters 10 through 11 explain the importance of taking the Marianas by exploring the battles to come at Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. Amphibious warfare is studied because without it being developed by the Marine Corps, Assaults from the sea, as seen at Normandy, North Africa, Saipan, Guam, and at other battles, would have been virtually impossible, making the defeat of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan much harder to have accomplished. Chapters 12 through 15 explore the first phase of taking the Marianas, studying the battles of Saipan and Tinian, and the naval battle of the Philippine Sea, known as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. Since Woody's division, the 3rd Marine Division, or 3rd Mar Div, was a reserve outfit to be used in case things deteriorated on Saipan, and the taking of Saipan and Tinian were crucial in liberating Guam, where the division fought, these events are explored. Chapters 16 through 17 describe Guam's liberation. In these chapters, besides studying this conflict in detail, one starts to get a feel for the other brave men in Woody's unit. In the hope of somewhat replicating Band of Brothers, one learns what Woody and his fellow Marines had to do to take this island by exploring the brotherhood necessary for the unit to perform well. Also, one of the largest banzai attacks of the war happened on Guam, and since Woody's unit was in the middle of it, Chapter 17 describes a facet of Japanese warfare that is always shocking in its retelling. In exploring this battle, one will learn Guam was the key to fully securing the Marianas and setting up the platform for the atomic bombs. Chapter 19 explores global events leading up to the Battle of Iwo Jima. Moreover, it focuses on how both the American and Japanese prepared for and viewed the upcoming combat on this island. It looks at Woody's training and Nimitz's strategy behind wanting to seize Iwo Jima. Moreover, never-before-seen facts about Kuribayashi and his Iwo defense are detailed for the first time. Without this information, a true understanding of the battle in its entirety would be lost. Chapters 20 through 21 document the actual Iwo Jima battle during the first days of the invasion. This information is necessary to understand why Woody's 3rd Mar Div was deployed on Iwo, since many felt it would be only a floating reserve like at Saipan. In short, these chapters give in-depth information about the events leading up to Iwo, and then the battlefield dynamics once the swords were drawn. Chapter 22 chronicles Woody's Medal of Honor actions and what actually took place. Since Woody's Medal of Honor exploits are some of the vaguest and undocumented ones of any Medal of Honor recipient from Iwo analyzed for this study, a detailed report of what can be documented versus what was thought to have happened is necessary to follow the controversy that plagues Woody's Medal of Honor to this day. Chapters 23 through 25 examine the rest of the battle for Iwo after Woody's Medal of Honor acts, focusing on the 3rd Mar Div. In exploring this division, one learns about Major General Graves B. Erskine and his leadership. Moreover, one will grasp what it took to conquer this island to secure this forward Pacific base. These chapters further investigate the reasons for taking the island, and throughout these chapters, more controversial stories are scrutinized about Woody's behavior. Chapters 26 through 27 survey what happened to Woody after Iwo and how and why he received the Medal of Honor. Moreover, Chapter 27 gives an in-depth case study of how medals were conferred during World War II and how a chain of command arrived at awarding a Medal of Honor. Moreover, this chapter studies the numerous problems with Woody's Medal of Honor with never-before-seen documentation and analysis. Woody's Medal of Honor, shockingly, never received the endorsement of Fleet Marine Force Commander Lieutenant General Roy S. Geiger and his board, Pacific Fleet Commander Admiral Chester Nimitz and his board, or the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Alexander A. Vandergrift, due to the lack of evidence for Woody's supposed actions. And even more startling, Woody's platoon leader, 2nd Lieutenant Howard Chambers, refused to endorse Woody for the medal, the very Marine who supposedly witnessed everything Woody had done. This research shows that these men had reason to worry about the Medal of Honor going to Woody because it appears much of the information lower-level officers relied on to endorse Woody's Medal of Honor package actually came from Woody's own reporting about what he had done, which violates the regulations. This chapter also explores that Woody probably received the Medal of Honor due to political pressure and not because the Marine Corps felt he warranted it, which, in the end, as already mentioned, the Corps at its highest levels never supported his Medal of Honor. And most surprisingly, this work shows that Woody probably knows this and has done a lot throughout the years to prevent people from knowing what role he actually played, albeit unknowingly at the time, in he getting the highest medal this nation can bestow on a serviceman because of how he inflated his deeds in battle. Chapter 28 dissects the problems and issues surrounding the bestowing of valorous medals, especially during and after World War II. Several case studies are given to explore the issues surrounding Woody's Medal of Honor and why there are so many more quandaries with his compared to others. In analyzing this history of medal awarding, this study supports Commandant Krulak's assessment that Woody should not have received the Medal of Honor for the package that was put in for him in 1945. Chapter 29 concludes with what Woody did after the war and how the Medal of Honor changed his identity. Moreover, it shows how he dealt with his combat trauma and what helped him live a productive life. Last, the conclusion and afterward review the lessons learned from this research. These chapters explore both macro and micro level issues this book raises. On the macro level, it examines why America won the war and justifies the use of the atomic bombs in bringing down Hirohito's regime. They also explore how the U.S. evolved its strategy to win the war, why Hirohito decided to end the war and was not tried as a war criminal, and how the U.S. created a democracy in Japan and secured world peace. Moreover, these two chapters review Japan's crimes and Kuribayashi's behavior, and why the Japanese have not been truthful with their wartime past. On the micro level, Woody's life is investigated and the controversies detailed and analyzed as to why there are so many discrepancies about his narrative. At the conclusion's end, the book finishes with philosophical lessons this work presents of trying to answer the question of how we create a more ethical society. One may find the lengthy conclusion somewhat unorthodox, and he or she would be correct, as most conclusions are short and pithy. In contrast, it is felt necessary to write a long conclusion to try to tie the important lessons of this book together that explores strategic, operational, tactical, sociological, philosophical, and biographical information. As a result, it is hoped that this organizational tactic at the end of the book will help one understand more about two of the most pivotal events in world history, namely the Pacific War and Japan's mass murder. In the end, until now, no one has biographically explored a World War II enlisted Marine and his combat unit like in this book. Moreover, this is the first meticulous biography of Woody Williams, and in exploring his life, many never-before-seen facts, events, and people from the Pacific War will be presented. This book probably offers one of the most detailed descriptions of the Banzai on Guam, thorough assessment of how many Japanese civilians died on Saipan, described narrative of the brutal behavior of Japan on Guam, specified analysis for Japan's Holocaust, thorough description of General Kuribayashi's life as a military man and a list of his atrocities, documented assessment of Iwo's engineering community and its accomplishments, analyzed appraisal of the 3rd Mardiv's role on Iwo, described evaluation of General Erkson's part in developing amphibious warfare and his command of the 3rd Mardiv at Iwo Jima, comprehensive exploration of the men and departments involved with awarding Marine and Navy Medals of Honor for World War II servicemen, meticulous study of Marine Corps flamethrower tactics and usage during the Second World War, and last but not least, one of the most controversial Medal of Honor stories to come out of World War II. After reading this book, it is hoped the reader will develop a profound respect for what America and the Marine Corps did during World War II. Moreover, this study explores the lives of many Marines so that one may learn more about what is necessary to win when the U.S. sends its citizens into harm's way. And in the end, hopefully one will come away not only learning more about the Pacific War and Japan's Holocaust, but also with a renewed respect for the men and women who helped defeat one of the most treacherous and morally bankrupt regimes known to mankind, Imperial Japan. Preface. History, with its flickering lamp, stumbles along the trail of the past, trying to reconstruct its scenes, to revive its echoes, and kindle with pale gleams the passion of former days. Winston Churchill. Early morning on the 21st of March 2015, a group of United States World War II veterans gathered at the Outrigger Hotel in Tamarin, Guam. Many joked with their children and grandchildren who had accompanied them for this historic 70th commemoration of the Iwo Jima battle. Over 30 veterans with family members returned to this famous battlefield on Japanese soil. P-51 fighter pilot Jerry Yellen, B-29 flight engineer and former Japanese POW Fisk Hanley, water purification engineer Ed Graham, Marine Corps rifleman Darrell E. Lefty Lee, Medal of Honor recipient Herschel Woodrow Woody Williams, John R. Coltrane, Billy Griggs, James Jim Skinner, T. Fred Harvey, Leighton R. Wilhite, William Bill Passwark Sr., and John Lorillo, Company Commander Lawrence Snowden, Navajo Code Talker Samuel Tom Sam Holliday, Navy Corpsman Leo Tuck, Sailor and AA Gunner Harold Andrews, as well as Imperial Japanese Navy sailor Tsurugi Akakusa, and many others traveled back to the island and in time to recall events that shaped U.S. history and their lives. Over 400 people flew to Iwo on 3 United Airlines chartered planes. Many veterans moved slowly, often with help from a grandson or son nearby. A few were in wheelchairs. If these men were walking around any city today, people might pass them by paying little mind to someone's old granddad who had lived his life and was nearing the end. Few, if any, would know that these men, when in the bloom of youth, had gone to some of the most hellish places on earth to defend America and fight for her freedom. They became heroes when they fought courageously for their nation. When in their teens and 20s, they were strong, intrepid young warriors. Many were Marines, and they prided themselves on being an elite fighting force. They were an important part of what made the Marines legendary. Even now, these older men, when they get around each other or current Marines, will puff up their chest and bellow Semper Fi or Hurrah! They speak with pride of having served and still find it difficult to explain how they survived this battle. Most were returning to Iwo for the first time in 70 years with their last memories of this place filled with carnage, combat, and killing. Many lost buddies there, and a few had a son or grandson carrying their comrade's name. Some children were there, now in their 70s, paying respects at the place that had taken their fathers' lives, asking for answers to unanswerable questions, getting closer to accepting their losses. These children, themselves now older men and women, needed to see where their fathers had taken their last breaths. Other children were there whose fathers had survived but now were deceased. They just wanted to pay their respects and learn more about what their fathers had told them throughout their lives, like Laura Leppert, president of Daughters of World War II, whose father, George Broderick, fought in the 5th Marine Division, 5th MARDIV, and suffered wounds fighting on this island. Dressed in our Sunday best, we took our time boarding the airplanes. since there are still thousands of missing in action Imperial Japanese Army soldiers on the island. The Japanese treat the occasion as if attending a funeral requiring a strict dress code. My 12-year-old son Justin and I wore dark navy blue suits, dress shirts, and red and blue ties. But since we would be exploring the island, I also wore my black leather Marine Corps combat boots polished to a high gloss, as if I were undergoing an inspection. Veterans Jim Skinner wore a replica set of World War II Marine dungarees. Jerry Yellen wore his U.S. Army Air Corps officer outfit. John R. Coltrane wore his dress blues, and Navajo code talker Sam Holliday wore a blend of Marine Corps League and formal Navajo tribal gold and red uniform. Prior to this, we attended educational seminars and toured Guam's battlefield, where the inhabitants suffered through almost 3 years of Japanese occupation until the United States liberated them in July 1944. We visited Anderson U.S. Air Force Base, where some of the B-29 Superfortress bombing campaigns were launched against Japan that helped end the war. We met with the governor of Guam, Eddie Calvo, the Marine Corps Commandant and later chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Joseph Dunford, Air Force Commander of Anderson, Brigadier General Andrew Tooth, and Commander of the Joint Region of the Marianas, Rear Admiral Babetty Betty Bolivar. The return to Iwo Jima was a prospect that had most veterans sitting in quiet contemplation on takeoff. Once airborne, though, people rose from their seats and chatted with one another as if at a relaxed social gathering. Standard airplane etiquette flew out the windows. Even the flight attendants mingled with the crowd. As the planes flew over the Pacific Ocean, it was apparent why, during World War II, if a plane broke down and had to ditch, it and its crew were often lost to history. The Pacific Ocean covers over 30% of the Earth's surface, and that is a whole lot of ocean. You could drop the entire landmass of the Earth into the Pacific and still leave a vast sea, shroud to roll, in Herman Melville's words, as it rolled 5,000 years ago. We flew 6,000 miles from Los Angeles to Iwo Jima. During World War II, this distance had to be traversed by ship, and there was no straight line to anything, since a vessel had to go island to island for supplies. U.S. fleets had to sail 8,000 miles to get to Japan's doorstep, more than twice the distance from New York City to San Francisco. Few nations at the time had fleets with sufficient range to attempt such a crossing with multiple refuelings. What used to take months to travel, jet airplanes can now do in days, sometimes mere hours. The logistics were still daunting, requiring my son, Justin, and me to first travel from Dallas to Los Angeles, where we met the veterans with whom we would make this journey. The next day, after an airport fire department water cannon salute for the veterans soaked our airplane, we left Los Angeles Airport for Hawaii, then Guam, and subsequently flew across the seemingly interminable Pacific en route to Iwo Jima. The journey took days, 4 airplanes, and almost 20 hours of flight time. The day we flew to Iwo Jima, our plane circled the island a few times, and the anxious men pressed their faces against the windows, their memories flooding back as they looked at Mount Suribachi's rugged hump rising from the sea. The landing beach, where so many died, was still long, black, smooth, and steep. Sunken ships in shallow waters, pillboxes, and machine gun placements dotted the greenish-brown landscape. The men described sounds and smells as memories flooded back. Iwo's craggy landscape and rolling beaches were surrounded by dark seas and clear skies, wielding a scene worthy for a painter, a mystery of an unknown earth. We landed on Iwo Jima and slowly pulled up in line near the control tower that had the new name of the island, WW2, printed on its structure. According to some, the island was renamed because the Japanese did not like being reminded of their defeat, especially after Clint Eastwood's 2006 films about the battle. A large Japanese flag flew over the airport, and several military planes with the red circle on their fuselages lined the runway. It was the post-war flag of America's democratic ally, not the rising sun flag of the aggressive fascist empire of Japan that once flew over this island and much of the Pacific. Some veterans expressed their disgust that the U.S., due to Vietnam War politics, gave this land back to the Japanese in 1968. Veteran Jim Skinner said, "We spilt so much blood for this island, and Japan was such an evil nation, we should have never given it back. This is hallowed ground for America and for the Corps." Veterans around him nodded in agreement. As modern Marines who were there to be part of a joint military ceremony moved mobile stairways to our jets, most did not know that the airport was built over an underground network of tunnels and bunkers the Japanese had constructed during World War II, and that hundreds, if not thousands, of Japanese remains were still there, buried underneath the runways and airport buildings. We were walking on the dead. At least half of the Japanese force that fought at this battle is still buried on the island, along with the remains of 300 to 400 Marines who were never recovered. So every step we took on Iwo Jima would be on a graveyard. After disembarking, the ocean air and unmistakable sulfur fumes of the volcanic island entered our nostrils, reminding us of rotten eggs. The scent evoked the horrible memories of war for many of the veterans. Most talked of 1945. Their thoughts returned to a lost era. The last time their feet had crushed Iwo sand and ash, they were young men who had fought in one of history's bloodiest battles. They told my son Justin and me incredible stories, but one stood out. The veteran does not look impressive now, standing 5'4" with a bald, skeletal head and large arthritic hands. Yet he still has energetic movements and a strong gait. Often, a dark blue overseas cap rests on his head, denoting he is a Medal of Honor recipient, with that medal resting on his chest tied loosely around his neck by the sky blue ribbon with tiny white stars associated with that decoration. Adorned with such paraphernalia, he walks with his head high. It is not often one meets a person wearing a large upside-down gold 5-point star around his shoulders. His striking blue eyes sparkle when he gives those around him answers to their inquiries. His name is Woody Williams, and these days he is recognized as a brave warrior who earned the Medal of Honor. But few know the true story of this Marine. Learning about his life will help us explore some unknown facts and learn about other amazing men and stories of the Pacific War. Introduction. Background on World War II and Woody Williams. The more we prepare in peace, the less we suffer in war. Admiral Husband E. Kimmel. Si vis pacem, para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Background on World War II. In 1941, the world was embroiled in a war started by Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Imperial Japan. Hitler and Mussolini had taken over large portions of Europe and North Africa, while Hirohito had seized Manchuria, large portions of China, and other Asian lands. Great Britain, China, Australia, the Soviet Union, and other Allied countries fought for survival against these fascist regimes, and it was doubtful they would prevail. The American First Committee and other isolationists insisted the U.S. stay out of the conflict in the 1930s, blocked efforts to strengthen the armed forces, and obstructed aid. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR, proposed to bolster Great Britain's military. Isolationists criticized interventionists who said America was threatened. Many argued the U.S. needed to finish its recovery from the Great Depression, focus on its own economy, and not fight other nations' wars. They insisted that, so long as it did not pose a threat to the fascists, America could sit out the conflict. In early 1941, Britain was suffering bombings, was running out of money to pay for war materials on a cash-and-carry basis, and was pleading with FDR for help. Roosevelt responded with a proposal called Lend-Lease, meaning the U.S. would retool its factories from producing civilian goods to war material and become the arsenal of democracy. Republican Wendell Willkie, who had just lost to FDR in the presidential election, testified in favor of Lend-Lease. Yet on the other side of the fence, Medal of Honor recipient and aviator Charles Lindbergh, a leader of and spokesman for the American First Committee, testified against the bill, saying it was a foregone conclusion Germany would win the war regardless of America's efforts. He further claimed there was no difference between Nazi Germany and Great Britain as Americans believed, and that Roosevelt was a greater threat to America than Hitler. Despite these sentiments, Congress passed Lend-Lease over such opposition. When Japanese planes sank the U.S. gunboat USS Panay, killing 3 sailors and injuring 48 others, and 3 Standard Oil tankers, murdering evacuees from Nanking and passengers on the Yangtze River in 1937 during the Second Sino-Japanese War, the isolationists encouraged America to do nothing. Since the majority of Americans put pressure on officials desiring to avoid conflict after the World War I carnage, the government complied. Tokyo did apologize and claimed it did not know Panay was American, while at home Japanese politicians jeered at American weakness. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto indeed tearfully presented himself to the U.S. Embassy, offered an apology and a cash indemnity of $2.2 million, but he was threatened with assassination for doing so, and it appeared he was an exception to the rule since most in Japan welcomed the attack on the Americans. In defiance of their government, some military leaders had planned the attack in an attempt to draw America into war to remove the white man's presence from Asia, but it did not work. Military advisor to China, Colonel Joseph Vinegar Joe Stilwell, simply called the Japanese bastards, who knew full well what they were up to. He hated the Japanese for what they were doing to China, and the world for that matter, and called them arrogant, cynical, truculent, ruthless, brutal, stupid, treacherous, lying, unscrupulous, unmoral, unbalanced, and hysterical. Later, 25th United States Marine Corps Commandant Robert E. Cushman, Jr., who was a lieutenant in Shanghai when all this happened, supported Stilwell's assessment when he proclaimed, "The Japanese knocked off Panay and in effect told us to go to hell." Simultaneously to the assault on the Panay, Japanese planes and pilots and shore batteries attacked the British gunboats HMS Ladybird, HMS Bee, HMS Cricket, and HMS Scarab. The attack killed one and injured the commander and several sailors on Ladybird. Yet England, like the U.S., did not respond with violence. Not to be outdone by ground troops and air forces, the Japanese Navy dispatched its own gunboats, 17 ships in the 11th Battle Fleet, on the Yangtze River, hugging the city of Nanking to its north to prevent any attempt of Chinese citizens or troops from fleeing northwest. Japanese scholar Yutaka Yoshida wrote the Imperial Japanese Navy attacked small boats and even some people floating on doors of houses fleeing the city, either strafing them with machine gun fire or taking pot shots at them with small arms. Rather than a battle, this was more like a game of butchery. The U.S. and Britain eventually cut off shipments of raw materials to Japan due to these actions, but they stopped short of military retaliation. In April of 1940, the Nazi military attaché in Washington, Lieutenant General Friedrich von Boettiger, noted that Germans were shocked the U.S. took no military action against Japan for its aggression against America's friend Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the nationalist or democratic China, its economic disruption, and its military presence in China. But as historian Barbara Tuchman wrote about the Panay incident, when there is no will to war, war does not happen. Nevertheless, the Marines in China were thankful the U.S. did not declare war against Japan after the Panay because, as Second Lieutenant Cushman, Jr. declared, there were 15,000 of us and about 150,000 Japanese within hand grenade range. In other words, had America declared war, these U.S. servicemen stationed in China would have been slaughtered. Germans quietly subsidized and encouraged America's isolationist movement. Several strains of isolationists existed, and while many, such as the Communists, during the non-aggression pact between Hitler and Stalin from 1939 to 1941, or socialists wanted to avoid war, others started to support military buildup as Japan continued its war of aggression in the late 1930s, and while Hitler overran European democracies from 1938 to 1940. Even with this buildup and America's embargoes, the Japanese refused to change their policies and explained to their Nazi allies that, despite U.S. measures, they could continue to wage war in China unhindered for years. The support FDR needed to stop Japan and Germany only came when America was attacked. On the 7th of December, 1941, Imperial Japanese naval forces of 350 bombers, torpedo planes, and fighters made a surprise attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet in Hawaii, sinking 4 battleships, destroying hundreds of planes on the ground, killing 2,403 Americans, and wounding an additional 1,100. Japanese forces also attacked the U.S. possessions of the Philippines, Guam and Wake Island, British Malaya and Burma, and the Dutch East Indies. Great Britain, the Netherlands, Australia, and America were now at war with Japan, whether they liked it or not. Germany declared war on the U.S. on the 11th of December 1941, and Hitler exclaimed, "Now it's impossible for us to lose the war. We now have an ally in Japan who has never been vanquished in 3,000 years." German Navy Commander-in-Chief Admiral Erich Raeder telegrammed Imperial Japanese Navy Minister Admiral Shigetaro Shimada congratulating Japan and pledged support. In 6 months, Japan conquered an area larger than the European theater of war. The Allies saw disaster pile onto disaster, and the Japanese seemed untouchable. The tiny people of Japan were inflicting gigantic humiliation and defeats on Allied forces everywhere. Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy Combined Fleet, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, predicted he could run wild in the Pacific for 6 months after the surprise attack, but he could not foresee what would happen thereafter. For the time being, though, the 5'3" tall admiral could stand elevated over the many enemies his navy devastated. Other Japanese officers expressed to the Nazi naval attaché in Tokyo, Rear Admiral Paul Winokur, that war would last just a few months until the empire actually would prevail. World events seemed to support the expectations of these officers. In 1942, victory seemed remote for the Allies. Much would have to be done to defeat Japan. This book describes many courageous Americans who liberated the world from totalitarian aggressors, specifically focusing on the U.S. Marine Corps, which played a crucial role in the Pacific War. This book analyzes Medal of Honor recipient Herschel Woodrow "Woody" Williams and his actions during the conflict. Before exploring Woody's life, it is important to understand facts about the Medal of Honor, because without it, most would never have heard of him. The Medal of Honor. The Medal of Honor is the highest U.S. military decoration for valor. The medal recognizes individual gallantry at the risk of life above and beyond the call of duty. In the majority of cases, the President presents the Medal of Honor to the recipient. Since Congress created it in 1861, fewer than 3,500 servicemen out of 45 million who have served during wartime have received it. During World War II, 464 Medals of Honor were awarded, 266 of them posthumously. Those who receive the Medal of Honor join a fraternity of heroes that each service memorializes. Where Woody fought and earned the Medal of Honor. Woody was in the reserve division for the Battle of Saipan and fought in 2 major Pacific battles, Guam in the Mariana Islands and Iwo Jima in the Volcano Islands or Bonin Islands. Both battles will be explored, putting them in context of the war and how their conquest played a role in defeating Japan. Many unknown facts about Iwo will be examined because this was one of the most important Pacific battles. Before the war, Iwo Jima, part of the Tokyo Prefecture, was an obscure, sparsely populated volcanic island located in the vast Pacific, a hunk of rock that Americans and most others had no reason to care about, much less visit. It was a sulfur mining community housing a few hundred families who inhabited and quarried the island. All of that changed in World War II when it became a Japanese military base. It was here in 1945 that some of the best led and prepared Japanese servicemen clashed with some of America's finest Marines. 70 years ago, Iwo became one of the most written about battles of World War II. It was a stepping stone on the road to mainland Japan and was the first piece of Japanese territory attacked by America. With time, the memory of this conflict has faded. Today, through film, many might recognize the name of Iwo Jima, but have only a vague knowledge of its location or what happened there to make it famous. For the 30 veterans who returned to the island in 2015, this battle was the most horrific experience of their lives. The harrowing events of their first trip to Iwo were seared into their memories. They knew the taste of adrenaline, fear, and courage that only battle can make one experience. They understood that the saying, "war is hell," was not an exaggeration, but a sincere attempt to describe combat. These men knew what it was like to push oneself to the limit of endurance and then further. They witnessed the loss of friends, shot or blown up. Casualty figures were not abstract numbers, but men they knew. In fact, many were casualties themselves. They could not forget the sight and sound of wounded men crying out for corpsmen or the smells of death. They knew what it was like to be gripped by anxiety and to fight on. As already mentioned, one veteran who returned to Iwo in 2015 was Woody Williams. Back then, his buddies called him Willie. Others called him Zippo Head or Hot Head because of his temper. He returned to Iwo as the last living Medal of Honor recipient from that battle and World War II Marine Medal of Honor holder. Of the 27 men who received this medal during Iwo Jima, the most in any U.S. battle, only 13 made it off the island alive. It is remarkable Woody survived doing all he did there and returned to civilian life living into his 90s. Background on Woody Williams. Never a big, strong guy, according to Woody, he did not initially pass the physical to get into the Marines in the spring of 1942. However, eventually the Marines lowered their standards, according to Woody, and he was accepted. As a Marine, Woody was part of the reserve for Operation Forager at the Battle of Saipan and fought to liberate Guam, surviving one of the largest banzais, suicidal mass wave of charging Japanese, of the war. On Iwo, he continued fighting for weeks after he earned the Medal of Honor, while his company continued to suffer high casualties. Later in life, Woody survived a heart attack in 1985, lip cancer in 2003, and colon cancer twice in 2005 and 2012. To eradicate the colon cancer, surgeons removed 10 inches of intestine the first time and a baseball-sized tumor the second time. Describing what the doctors took out, Woody exclaimed, "And they didn't even pay me for it." At 96, he has defied the odds of living past the 76.4 years life expectancy of a Caucasian male. Woody is alert and often greets others with a ready smile and a sunny disposition. To show how active and strong Woody is, in February 2017, I made a research trip to West Virginia to spend time with him. He drove the 40 miles from his town, Ona, to Charleston Yeager Airport to pick me up in his Marine Corps stickered Cadillac DeVille. Along the way, the plastic ground effect or spoiler under the car's front bumper got partially dislodged, and the left side was dragging on the road, making noise. As we pulled into his driveway, he first got out, walked up the small hill his house is built on, urinated on the yard facing away from me, and then came back and said he was going to fix his car. That night, not having the proper tools to repair it, Woody drove his automobile on his car lifts in his shop, took a chainsaw in hand, and then proceeded to cut the dangling hard plastic off the car's front. Presto! He fixed the problem and could drive without noise. As recent as the 4th of February 2018, he walked to the middle of the field with a strong gait and happy grin to toss the coin to start Super Bowl 52. And on the 11th of November 2019, he was one of 5 grand marshals for the Veterans Day Parade in New York City, and welcomed his role with energetic waves, smiles, and numerous handshakes. President Trump even publicly mentioned him at the opening of the event. He likes the fame, and compared to many Medal of Honor recipients, has handled it well. Furthermore, to some extent, he deserves the attention for the service he gave to his country. He looks at each day as a blessing. The primary thing that helps him live such a vigorous life, having overcome hardship, death, and cancer, is the remembrance that he survived Iwo Jima. Everything after that was gravy. Woody's list of military accomplishments is impressive. A nation depends on men like him when it sends its citizens into battle to defend its freedom. Iwo was one of the most important battles the U.S. experienced, and having valiant Marines like Woody meant the difference between victory and defeat. His story is one of many, and it was not easy for most to become skillful and determined warriors killing enemy combatants. But many thousands had to do so, and Woody's story is theirs as well. Collecting material about Woody. I have spent hours with Woody and other veterans discussing their combat experiences. I walked Guam and Iwo Jima's battlefields with Woody in 2015 and 2018. On Guam, we stood on the beach where he landed and explored the ridge where he fended off the Banzai in July 1944. On Iwo, we explored the island and I walked the area where he took out pillboxes in February 1945. Historian of Guam's Pacific Battlefield National Park, James Olkey Farley, led me around these battlefields and offered insightful historical context on what we saw. To understand Woody, I explored his roots, visiting him in his home state of West Virginia, where he grew up, talking to his acquaintances. In October 2017, we also journeyed to the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego, where Woody completed boot camp on the 21st of August 1943 and became a Marine. And to verify what Woody and others told me, and to document the historical events they took part in, I traveled to 18 major archives, museums, and research centers throughout China, Japan, Guam, Germany, and the United States and reviewed tens of thousands of documents. I hope this account will help military historians and Marine Corps enthusiasts understand more about the Pacific War and better appreciate the achievements of those who fought there, especially at Iwo, where America sacrificed so much. Some were recognized with various medals, while the heroism of most is known only to God. Woody often says that he is just the caretaker of the medal, and that it represents those real heroes who never returned. In World War II, it can be said, echoing Admiral Chester Nimitz, that uncommon valor was a common virtue for most Marines. Chapter 1. A Nation Rises Up. Events before and at the beginning of war. Do not stand by idly while your neighbor's blood is being shed. Talmud, Jewish Oral Bible. It is difficult today to understand the significance of Iwo Jima for the U.S. in 1945. After suffering the humiliation at Pearl Harbor, Americans were shocked, fearful, and angry. Before the 7th of December, military and government leaders recognized the threat of a Japanese attack somewhere, perhaps in the Philippines where General MacArthur was preparing a defensive force. Manila was only 628 miles from Japanese-held Taiwan and 1,846 miles from Yokohama and Tokyo Bay. Pearl Harbor is 4,000 miles from Yokohama, and the possibility of a surprise attack occurring at such a distance was regarded as remote. After the devastating attack, though, stunned Americans asked, where would the Japanese strike next? Public images of the Japanese changed from little yellow men who were no match for Western countries to fearsome warriors. Could Americans stop them? Would the Japanese Empire try to conquer California? Despite the initial losses, there were steely confidence and determination among America's military and civilian leaders to defeat the enemy. Admiral William Bull Halsey said after Pearl, "Before we're through with them, the Japanese language will be spoken only in hell." Across the ocean, Japanese commanders rejoiced at their victories and gave parties and toasts to their success. The Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, Koichi Kido, Hirohito's closest advisor, felt foreboding at the surprise attack, but on his way to the palace the morning when the Pacific War began, he bowed toward the sun and offered a prayer to the gods. He felt awe and reverence that their deities had given them initial victories, and he hoped the recent actions would lead Japan into a glorious future. Nearby, NHK, Japanese Broadcasting Corporation, set up hundreds of loudspeakers throughout the capital and blared news of the surprise attack against the Americans. People stopped in their tracks, startled. Then, as martial music blared out, many began clapping as if it were a ball game. The Japanese embraced war. On the 7th of December 1941, the years-long political battle President Franklin D. Roosevelt had fought against isolationists like the American First Group ended with the attack on Pearl Harbor. The U.S. was fully in the war after the day that will live in infamy. From 1939 to 1941, isolationists like Charles A. Lindbergh, Socialist Norman Thomas, Colonel Robert McCormick of the Chicago Tribune, Senators Burton Wheeler of Montana and William A. Borah of Idaho, and many others were determined to keep America out of the war and opposed helping those already at war like Great Britain, France, and China. They also blocked efforts to increase American forces. Isolationist efforts kept the armed forces small, under-equipped, and weak so as to pose no threat to the aggressors, Hitler, Mussolini, and Hirohito, who were armed to the teeth. As war raged across Asia and Europe, isolationists responded to the growing danger with indifference and the belief the U.S. could stay out of the war by showing a desire for peace and non-involvement. Marine Corps chaplain Rabbi Roland Gittleson believed the U.S.'s most reliable defenses were Captain Atlantic and Corporal Pacific. Many felt protected by Fortress America. Ignoring the greed, cruelty, and bloodlust of German, Italian, and Japanese militarism, as well as Soviet aggression in the Baltic states and Finland, isolationists insisted no one would attack America so long as it posed no threat. Admiral Yamamoto's fleet blew that argument sky high when his carrier plane sank several American ships at Pearl Harbor. Soon thereafter, Hitler and Mussolini declared war against the U.S. Hitler thundered to the Reichstag, "We will always strike first." Der Führer then called Roosevelt mad and claimed he incited war, then falsifies the causes, then odiously wraps himself in a cloak of Christian hypocrisy, and slowly but surely leads mankind to war, not without calling God to witness the honesty of his attack. The fact that the Japanese government, which has been negotiating for years with this man, has at last become tired of being mocked by him in such an unworthy way, fills us all, the German people, and I think all other decent people in the world, with deep satisfaction. Under these circumstances brought about by President Roosevelt, Germany too considers herself to be at war with the United States as from today. Later on that day, the 11th of December, Germany, Italy, and Japan signed yet another tripartite pact, affirming their unshakable determination not to lay down arms until the U.S. and England were soundly defeated. Suddenly, Americans, regardless of political affiliation, realized there was no place to hide in the modern world. All faced a global war now. A 3rd Marine Division, MARDIV, report noted, Pearl Harbor woke us up to the realization that we have been playing the part of the ostrich with our head in the sand for years. The 4,000 miles it took the Japanese fleet to attack Pearl Harbor only required a few weeks, and it made Americans unite behind FDR to seek revenge and become aware of the full extent of the Axis threat to their well-being and lead them to end the long retreat from responsibility. This realization led to a renewed gusto for freedom and an urge to fight the ever-present evil. Suddenly supporting allies in the fight had relevance. On the day of the Pearl Harbor attack, Secretary of State Cordell Hull received Japanese ambassadors Saburo Kurusu and Kishisaburo Namuro and refused to shake their hands. They handed Hull a note prepared by their government concerning future good relations between the two powers with the instruction that it was supposed to be given at 1 p.m. It was then 2:20 p.m. Reeling from the deception and surprise attack, Hull looked over the formal and polite document and, losing his patience, asserted, "In all my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was more crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions. Infamous falsehoods and distortions on a scale so huge that I never imagined until today that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them." The ambassadors tried to say something in response, but Hull hushed them and dismissed them with a curt nod toward the door. As they left his office, he muttered, "Scoundrels and pissants." A few days later, Roosevelt addressed Americans on the 9th of December via radio, setting the tone. "We are now in this war. We are all in it, all the way. Every single man, woman, and child is a partner in the most tremendous undertaking of our American history. We must share together the bad news and the good news, the defeats and the victories, the changing fortunes of war." As Americans rushed to recruiting stations, the Roosevelt administration met with industrial leaders to plan a massive shift to put the economy on a war footing. They formulated long-term plans for war on multiple fronts, which predominantly required ships. Quickly, America achieved naval supremacy over its enemies soon after the war started, with its shipyards working around the clock. Former commander of naval operations, Admiral William D. Leahy, feeling this was going to happen, said on the 7th of December 1941, "The war formally declared today will, in my certain opinion, result in the destruction of Japan as a first-class sea power, regardless of how much time and treasure are required to accomplish that." Unfortunately, Leahy's prophetic proclamations would take more treasure and blood than most could imagine. But the will and desire was there to destroy that Japanese naval power, and Leahy's predictions would slowly but surely start coming true, especially with America's shipbuilding program. For instance, the U.S. Navy went from having 352 vessels in 1942 to 8,800 by 1945, training a vastly enlarged force to support and man them. If one includes all the smaller boats, like the landing crafts classified as Higgins boats and Amtraks, then the vessels the U.S. produced comes to 88,000. The Navy had a special place in FDR's heart. In 1913, President Woodrow Wilson had appointed then 31-year-old Roosevelt the Navy's Assistant Secretary. Roosevelt oversaw its mobilization in World War I. He became acquainted with Pacific War admirals King, Nimitz, Halsey, Leahy, Spruance, Turner, and Fletcher as young officers. When World War II started, FDR recalled Admiral Ernst J. King to run the Navy and selected Admiral Chester Nimitz to command the Pacific Fleet. Former Chief of Naval Operations and former Ambassador to Vichy, France, Admiral William Leahy, was reinstated and effectively became the first chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He, in particular, had developed an excellent relationship with FDR. FDR set up a map room in the White House based on Churchill's and tracked events via regular meetings with Admiral Leahy and his Army Chief of Staff, General George C. Marshall. The armed forces went from around 500,000 at the start of 1941 to 12 million by 1945. By 1946, over 16.3 million had served or were in uniform. the U.S. put 1/6 of its male population in uniform. Soon after the disaster in Hawaii, the U.S. deployed the Navy, conducting raids in the Marshall Islands, February 1942, and at the battles of the Coral Sea, May 1942, and Midway Island, June 1942. The Marshall Islands raids destroyed several buildings and supplies on the islands and damaged and sank some ships. Coral Sea was considered a draw, but America took the fight to the enemy off of Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands. In fact, when Yamamoto brought his fleet back 6 months later to secure control of the Pacific by taking Midway and destroying the aircraft carriers which had escaped damage at Pearl Harbor, it was the U.S. Navy's Pacific Fleet, under the command of Admirals Nimitz, Frank Fletcher, and Raymond Spruance, which surprised and defeated the Japanese. American pilots sank 4 fleet carriers and 1 heavy cruiser, while losing only a fleet carrier and a destroyer. The Battle of Midway crippled the Japanese fleet. Yamamoto recognized the turning of the war, saying, "Our one great hope for a negotiated peace was lost with this defeat." Although Yamamoto was an operational genius, he ultimately failed his nation strategically. So upon entering the war, the U.S. hit back, and hit back hard. After Midway, the long, hard slog across the Pacific began. The U.S. seized the initiative, taking the fight to the Japanese, beginning with the Doolittle raid that bombed Tokyo in April 1942 and the invasion of Guadalcanal in August 1942. Everywhere the U.S. went, after the fall of the Philippines, it won. But these were hard-won victories against a formidable enemy. There was hatred enough for both the Nazis and Japanese, but Americans' animosity toward the Japanese was visceral. Hitler's Germany was indeed more dangerous at the beginning, but for Americans in general, Japan was the more despised antagonist. In contrast to the American public's ignorance of Hitler's extermination of the Jews, which began in earnest in 1941, American news media had reported Japanese atrocities in Asia since 1931. Once Japan made itself an enemy, Americans became hyper-focused on defeating this antagonist they had for years viewed with loathing. It is also important not to overlook that Japan attacked Americans on American soil, while the Nazis had only occasionally sunk a few ships far from the U.S. mainland. Yamamoto was right to think after Midway that it was just a matter of time before the Americans could gain the ultimate victory. However, there would be much combat, suffering, and death before the U.S. obtained that victory. Chapter 2. Growing Up in West Virginia. To remember is to create links between past and present, between past and future. To remember is to affirm man's faith in humanity and to convey meaning to our fleeting endeavors. Holocaust survivor and writer Elie Wiesel. Woody was a farm boy from central West Virginia, a haven for independent thinkers. Since before the Civil War, the state's economy had depended on coal mining. When Virginia seceded from the Union in 1861, a loyalist government formed in the western part of the state. Defying the Confederate Army to subdue this rebellion within a rebellion, West Virginia became a state in 1863. In later years, Woody's state boasted leaders in the women's suffrage and prohibition movements, a pioneer of rock and roll, and a woman whose decoration of war graves inspired Memorial Day. It was a state of strong-willed people. Some of Woody's ancestors have lived in West Virginia or Virginia for 6 generations from the early 1700s. And although his family did not have a strong military tradition, his great-great-great-grandfather, George Jacob Helsley Jr., fought in the Revolutionary War. Woody was born to a modest family of dairy farmers on the 2nd of October, 1923, in a tiny town called Quiet Dell, 5 years after the War to End All Wars, World War I. It was the roaring 1920s, a time of peace and prosperity throughout America. He was born prematurely, weighing only 3 pounds, according to him, so the doctor and family members doubted he would live. Woody said, "I was so tiny my mother was either very tired since she had given birth to so many, or my father had run out of juice." Customary in the early 20th century, No doctor was present at Woody's humble birth. His mother had already given birth many times and was no stranger to labor pains and delivery, so a neighborhood midwife sufficed. Born prematurely, he faced many obstacles, including an absence of vital prerequisites like oxygen and heat needed to sustain a new, fragile life. There were no incubators for premature babies, although he was often placed in his father's shoebox next to the wood-burning stove to keep warm. Children born too early back then usually died. But West Virginia Hill country people were resourceful, and by chance, Woody was born under a lucky star. For weeks, many wondered if he would pull through those long fall nights. Yet, after several months, he put on weight and remarkably survived. Although Woody has given numerous interviews that he was 3 pounds at birth, this is highly unlikely because that meant he had been barely 30 weeks in the womb. Normal, healthy gestation requires 39 to 40 weeks. According to former Air Force medical doctor David Alkeck, Woody is probably incorrect he was so small. Babies weighing that much, especially in the 1920s, died. Even babies today who are that small have a difficult time surviving and would have to spend at least 1 month in the ICU to have a fighting chance, Dr. Alkeck said. Certificate registered nurse anesthetist Ann R. Mandel, who is also a labor and delivery and surgical ICU nurse, declares there's no way he was 3 pounds and survived back in 1923. He would have been 10 weeks premature at that weight and around 16 inches long. The only way you could feed a child that premature was through tubes because they don't suckle, and they didn't have that technology back then to do so. And the lungs were very underdeveloped at this stage and would have needed help with the aid of machines, which they didn't have back then either. Remember, President Kennedy's premature son, Patrick Bouvier Kennedy, was born at 34 weeks and weighed 4 pounds and 10 ounces at birth, and he died 2 days later of haline membrane disease, and that was in the 1960s. If truth be told, Woody was most likely at least 36 weeks in the womb and probably over 5 pounds at birth. Still fragile, but capable of pulling through at that time in West Virginia. Either the story his family gave him or the folklore he has developed himself is, according to Nurse Mandel, highly unlikely. Woody spent his childhood in a rural area of the Mountain State. His family made a modest living in good times. That changed when Woody entered elementary school. The October 1929 stock market crash led to the Great Depression and failure of thousands of businesses. It was the most devastating economic blow the nation ever suffered. Unemployment was as high as 1 in 4, numbering 12 million in 1932. Within a few years of the crash, federal tax revenues dropped by more than half, and military programs got slashed. The U.S. Navy, for example, stopped the construction of 2 aircraft carriers, 3 cruisers, 1 destroyer, and 6 submarines, putting over 5,000 industrial workers on the street. Government response was initially ineffective, and there was no safety net for the average citizen. Private charities were overwhelmed. The Depression spread to Europe and became a worldwide catastrophe. In Germany, the Depression compounded the economic hangover from World War I and helped Hitler take power as Chancellor in 1933. The presidential election of Franklin D. Roosevelt, who also took office in 1933, brought hope to Americans in a torrent of government programs to restore confidence in banks and markets, reopen factories, rebuild the economy, and get people back to work. He inspired a nation with his speech on the 4th of March 1933 when he took the oath of office, saying, "First of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror." Roosevelt helped the nation cope with pain and gave confidence that the future would be better than the current present. Woody's youth was not unique. He was a country boy from the farmland at a time before heavy mechanization, when a high percentage of Americans were farmers. His family worked hard and lived off the land. Yet farm life laid the foundation for a strong work ethic, a healthy body, and a patriotic spirit. The Williams family certainly knew misfortune and hardship. No stranger to heartache, Woody's mother likely prepared herself for the tragic words she had often heard, "Your baby did not make it." According to Woody, out of the 11 children to whom his mother gave birth, Woody says 6 died. In earlier statements, he has sometimes said only 4 or 5. He claims they died of complications during childbirth or the Spanish flu epidemic of 1918 and 1919. Freshly dug graves were a daily sight in most American towns as the country and world struggled with the outbreak. Most societies were unsuccessful in containing this pestilence that would claim 50 million lives. So when Woody was born on the 2nd of October 1923, he was born into a family that had seen much sadness. Nevertheless, Woody says his mother and father were strong and never seemed to get dispirited. Woody's full name is Herschel Woodrow Williams. His first name came from Dr. Herschel Yost, who visited his mother to check on him 3 days after Woody's birth, and his middle name came from the U.S. president his father admired, Woodrow Wilson. Woody's mother called him Herschel, but everyone else called him Woody. As a boy, Woody rose with the sun and worked all day. The family's dairy farm had 36 head of cattle, all of which had to be milked, fed, and cared for daily. Without electricity on the farm, all work was done by hand. Milk and butter had to be delivered on a route to customers. Their ice box could only hold a little food. Someone had to drive to the ice house in town, pick up a block, and lash it to the bumper of the Ford Model T or Model A pickup truck to carry it home. Flat tires frequently happened because the roads were unimproved and rough. Their car always carried a spare tire and inner tube with a pump and jack. Being without electricity meant they did not have time-saving devices like a washing machine, dryer, or iron. As with all mothers of this time, Woody spent hours each day washing, wringing, and hanging out clothes. They were fortunate to have a spring up the hill from their house so they could have fresh water carried down to the house by pipe instead of having to carry the water in buckets. Woody was born before television and during the advent of radio stations. As radio spread in the 1920s, it became popular entertainment for homes with electricity. For those without it, the best they could do was listen on a little crystal radio set with headphones or a wind-up record player. Sometimes Woody hooked up the radio to a car battery to listen to it. Quietdale was so small it did not have a church. For those things, people went to Fairmont with its population of 23,000. Woody walked a mile to the elementary schoolhouse. By high school, since it was in Fairmont 7 miles away, Woody occasionally caught a ride in the morning as milk was being delivered. But as he got older, he had to hitchhike or walk back home in the afternoon. He used gas lamps to do his homework. In Woody's day, parents rarely talked about feelings. Few remembered their parents hugging them, telling them they loved them, or putting resources into education. Children were taught the family had to work together to get food on the table, and that was their main focus. Today, many American parents feel their children need therapy to be normal, but on the farm, the best therapy was to work with animals, fight Mother Nature's harsh realities, and be thankful they had a roof over their heads. Many did not have the luxury to worry about how they felt. The goal was to raise and grow food, and if the family had excess, they would sell it at market or to a neighbor. Money was used to buy seeds, farm equipment, or tools, clothes, and other items the family could not grow or make themselves. To supplement their meat, Woody's brothers hunted rabbits, squirrels, and groundhogs with a 12-gauge shotgun. Woody was content in this environment, especially considering that the bucolic was all that he knew. He did not give the morrow much thought, rising each day focused on chores. Long, hot summers and cold, harsh winters taught Woody and his siblings to live in nature and adapt to its surroundings. Everyone paid attention to the weather because it indicated how to manage the animals and crops, as their survival meant one's own survival. Life was one of paying attention to others' needs as well as the maintenance of equipment and the workable land. Time had to be made for school and church, but labor consumed people's efforts. Woody settled into a routine, and when one chore was done, there was always another. Canning vegetables, feeding hogs, repairing the barn, and so on. Back then, the man of the house had a crucial role in the heavy work like planting, weeding, and harvesting crops, tending animals, mending fences, and repairing the barn and other buildings. As a consequence, on the 5th of December 1934, when Woody was 11 years old, the family suffered great tragedy when his father, Lloyd Dennis, died of a heart attack at the age of 46. He absolutely worked himself to death, Woody said. Life was upended for Woody with his father suddenly gone because Lloyd always awakened everyone and assigned the chores. Woody was young and does not remember the family staying grief-stricken. His mother, Lorena, felt distraught when it happened, but she and the children were accustomed to life's hardships. Lloyd was buried in the E.T. Vincent graveyard next to 3 of his deceased children. The remaining family members undertook more responsibilities to ensure their survival. Woody learned early that those you love can and will die right before your eyes. However, instead of being paralyzed by it, he learned to move forward with life. Such events taught people to live in the moment, prepare for the future, and not waste time looking back. Harsh as it was a lesson that would serve Woody well a short 9 years down the road. Running a dairy farm and raising 5 kids was toilsome. Now the same chores had to be done without their father. Fortunately, the boys in the family were old enough to do the milking, churning butter, feeding cattle, and mucking out the barn. Unlike many families during the Great Depression, Woody's family did not go hungry. Milk, cream, and butter were dietary staples and always in demand, and the Williams family grew their own food. West Virginia never suffered from drought like Oklahoma and other states did during the Dust Bowl. The economy improved after the government's New Deal began in 1933, but it was a gradual improvement that occasionally backtracked from year to year, not a sudden return to boom times. Woody developed a profound respect for his mother, Lorena. Everybody called her Rennie, who endured the family's trials with dignity. She never complained, even when distressed, but presented a strong face and did not retreat into a cocoon of sadness. Although not well educated, she kept detailed account records of the farm and made sure their home was orderly. She educated herself by reading McGuffey's Readers, a series of graded primers commonly used for elementary school from 1st to 6th grades. Rennie made sure the family worked as a unit and ate the evening meal together. During these meals, Woody remembered 2 things his mother emphasized. Don't lose your temper, and never use foul language. Even today, Woody rarely curses and dislikes seeing it in print or hearing it, although he spent years in the Corps and the Veterans Administration, the VA, where profanity was commonplace. However, Woody did curse like a sailor when he was a Marine. Woody and his siblings obtained an education despite their hardships, and they walked to the schoolhouse both ways in the snow. Sometimes the kids walked a mile to and from school barefoot during the summer. In the winter, they always had shoes on. They had a basic understanding of math, history, government, and English by the time they became teenagers, something becoming widespread in their generation, even in West Virginian rural areas. One of the most fundamental principles instilled in Woody's generation was the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," or "Thou shalt not commit murder." Exodus 20, verse 13, and Deuteronomy 5, verse 17. Many called to serve their country worried if they were violating God's law when they did so. Was it right to fire at enemy soldiers, sink an enemy ship, or shoot down an enemy plane? Were they permitted to support others who did the killing? Did it depend on whether the enemy soldier had tried or was at that instant trying to kill you or your friends? If killing in self-defense or in defense of others was not prohibited, what were the limits of defensive action? Some of the 10 Commandments had long been a cornerstone of law in most civilized Western nations, and these issues were highlighted in the 1941 film Sergeant York, starring Gary Cooper. Woody described the dilemma. "We were raised with the belief that you didn't kill others, period. Then we were taken into boot camp and taught to kill. Our drill instructors taught us in order to win the war and survive, we had to bring overwhelming violence to the enemy and believe in the truism, kill or be killed. Then later, when we did kill, we had a hard time reconciling this with how our mothers and churches raised us. Regardless of how effective we were on the battlefield, I feel most of my brother Marines never got over having to slaughter the Japanese. In some respects, the typical Marine was at a disadvantage because he comes from a civilization in which the taking of life is prohibited and unacceptable. Boys of the 1920s and 1930s were indeed raised in an environment that taught them physical toughness, but in learning how to quote-unquote man up when defending yourself in a fight or argument, they also were taught to always value other human beings. This lesson was given by their parents, teacher, or clergy, reading verses or stories from the Bible that included the Golden Rule, the Good Samaritan, the Prodigal Son, the Sermon on the Mount, and others. Woody talks about the upbringing of American boys during this time that included a high regard for human life. This sentiment, plus the horror that the carnage of World War I had failed to bring lasting peace to the world, gave rise to the isolationist movement in the United States. Americans retreated even deeper within their country, searching for an isolationist policy that would spare them the agony of another great war. Issues about how and why a military should be used globally were often discussed among U.S. leaders at this time. When Woody talks about the necessity of a strong military and willingness to use it, he struggles with the teachings of his youth that held that everyone is made in God's image. Genesis 1, verse 27. Such conflicts continue to plague Woody as he reflects on his upbringing, military career, and the U.S.'s role in world affairs. But philosophy and morality were rarely discussed at Woody's home. As in most rural homes, the environment was rudimentary, leading to little discussion about larger philosophical issues. Unlike today, with television, radio, and constant blog feeds raising issues of genocide, murder, war, and politics hourly, life in the 1930s focused on family, earning a living, and recovering from the Great Depression. Issues about how and why one should kill only became a heated debate when the U.S. entered the war full throttle in December 1941. Woody's home had no plumbing, electricity, radios, televisions, or locks. The first commercial AM radio station, KDKA in Pittsburgh, didn't begin broadcasting until 1920. It was popular, boosting the sales of radios and the openings of radio stations across the country. The use of many inventions, light bulbs, electric irons, washing machines, electric fans, and movie projectors, were only for those with electricity. During summer, they opened their windows at night due to the lack of air conditioning, and during winter, they heated each bed with a brick from the fireplace. Adapting to the weather was something they, as most of their ancestors, had done, and they knew they could acclimate to the weather. Woody was conditioned as a boy to accept and adjust to this environment. Farm life toughens people. Places they were sent during the war tested their ability to adapt under extreme conditions, and having such upbringings helped them adjust to the different meteorological conditions they would experience. During long winter nights in the 1920s in West Virginia, they used oil lamps. In the 1930s, they used gas lights. However, Mama Williams only used them if necessary. They used an outhouse for the toilet, and since they did not have the luxury of toilet paper, they used plants, newspapers, or Sears Roebuck catalogs to wipe themselves. When the hole in the ground filled, they dug another nearby and moved the outhouse covering over it, and then covered the old hole with dirt. They bathed once a week in a tub of water that all siblings shared, with water heated in the fireplace. Woody does not remember smelling bad. However, he realizes current American society would find it unbecoming. People were accustomed to washing their hands and faces. Most did not floss or brush their teeth, but since food was organic, Woody claims their teeth did not decay as much as children's do today because of the modern consumption of sugar. In fact, Woody owned his first toothbrush at the age of 19 when the Marines issued him one. When the family had a bad tooth, they pulled it out with a string tied to a door or used iron pliers to take it out. They were primitively self-reliant compared to today's standards. News traveled slowly during those days when Woody worked the farm. There was a relatively wealthy uncle living nearby who owned a radio, whom Woody visited. It and the newspaper provided the news. However, the family did not spend much time thinking about politics and world affairs. They worked to survive. Besides the harsh realities of living off the land without a father, Woody coped with an older brother who he felt was a bully and downright mean. Lloyd Dennis Williams Jr., June, was 6 years older than Woody and picked on his siblings. After June bullied Woody one day, Woody hid in the barn and grabbed a singletree, long piece of wood for attaching a horse to a wagon, and waited behind the door for his brother. June had been harsh that day, and Woody was scared June would hurt him. If he came in that barn, I was going to hit him as hard as I could with the singletree. Fortunately for both of us, he didn't come in. However, once when June was drunk, Woody snuck up from behind and hammered him across the head with a long, big stick of wood. Woody thought he had killed June at first. Woody took advantage of the opportunity and enacted his revenge. Usually, though, Woody avoided June like the plague and spent time with another older brother, Gerald, who was Woody's best friend. Not all of Woody's life was hard. He found the timeless comforts of coming of age, swimming in rivers or lakes with his friends, and playing cowboys and Indians or baseball. As a teenager, he often went to the dance halls on the weekend with local girls. This was a place the boys showed off their strength to prove who was the toughest. Almost every night there was a fight outside the dance hall. When this happened, somebody would yell, "Fight!" and we would all exit to watch who was going to fisticuff it with each other, Woody said. This was especially true if someone was called a liar or a son of a bitch. If that happened, Woody said, then those were fighting words. When asked if he fought much, Woody said, "Yes, I had my fair share. However, I usually stayed away from fighting and remained reserved in most situations." Although he says he was shy, he liked the ladies and the occasional drink. Woody would enjoy singing, "Up in Lehigh Valley, me and a gal named Sue, a pimpin' for a whorehouse, and a damn good one too." There was a local girl he and his brothers nicknamed Mule, and she was the village slut, having sex with many of the local boys, including his brother June. When asked if she taught him about the birds and the bees, Woody gave a sly smile, but then answered no. He enjoyed performing musically for others, learned how to play the guitar, and sang the songs "Don't Fence Me In," made famous by Bing Crosby in 1943, "The Yellow Rose of Texas," "John Henry," and "Lonesome Valley." Such fun was rare, but a welcome break from the chores in school. Today, courses like Outward Bound teach survival skills and make kids tougher. But during Woody's childhood, every year was a survival course. Regardless, amidst the hard work, he learned to enjoy the sounds of birds, shapes of the clouds, clashes of thunderstorms, and the taste of well water. It was a life that seemed more real when viewed today behind the wall of electrical devices, cars, and heavily lit homes. His goals were modest. He wanted to be a cowboy like his heroes, movie stars Ken Maynard, Tom Mix, and Hoot Gibson. Sometimes his extracurricular activities turned dangerous. As a 15-year-old, he was thrown from a convertible after it hit a telephone pole, and his momentum carried him through a thorny hedge and dumped him in the neighbor's yard. He had a damaged shoulder, cuts, and a thorn broken off next to his spine. A drunk driver and passengers did not help the situation. Before the war, Woody's guardian angel was already hard at work. By age 15, Woody's older brother had become unbearable. Since June ran the homestead and was difficult, Woody couldn't take living on the farm any longer, so he left. He worked on other farms, earning 10 cents a day and having a place to sleep and board. "I learned early in life that one had to be responsible for their own lives, and with enough will and grit, they could do what was to be done." From an early age, Woody knew how to live off the land, dress an animal, eat everything on his plate, work to help family members, and most importantly, know that if one did not do his part, others suffered. There was no I in Woody's upbringing, and this conditioning is why Woody can claim he is one of the greatest American generations. Unlike today, it was a generation not of entitlement, but one of discipline and toughness. Many suffered during the Great Depression of the 1930s. From the beginning of his presidency in 1933, Roosevelt persuaded Congress to enact the New Deal programs to jumpstart the economy. But as the economy revived, many still struggled, and some just hoped to survive the next day. Events that erupted on the world stage in the 1930s were beyond most people's imaginations. Authoritarian, aggressive, and militaristic regimes ruled in Japan, Germany, Italy, and the USSR, threatening once again to unleash the dogs of war. America entered World War I with the Allies in 1917 for the last year and a half of the conflict. While American involvement in World War I had been decisive, it affected only the last part of the war and was small as far as society was concerned compared to the impact on European belligerents. World War II, in contrast, was a massive struggle for Americans and Western civilization, which dominated society and was everyone's daily focus. For many Americans, before Pearl Harbor, the world beyond their borders was something distant, and it did not involve or threaten them. They were spectators watching other less fortunate countries hash out their differences. They echoed the sentiment of many who did not want to get involved with other nations' problems. They saw no need to look for trouble in distant lands when there was plenty of hardships at home. Japanese mistreatment of people in China and Germany's takeover of one European country after the other did not create enough concern by the average American to force the U.S. government to get involved militarily. So it seemed there was not a power on earth to stop the world across the oceans from spiraling out of control by 1941. Friendly democracies, including Austria, Czechoslovakia, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France, were threatened, invaded, and conquered by Nazi Germany. The British Expeditionary Force barely escaped annihilation at Dunkirk as it was pursued relentlessly by the Wehrmacht. Yet Woody doesn't remember learning about these conflicts as they happened. Some isolationists realized in 1939 and 1940 that the U.S. was going to have to fight Hitler, and they changed their views, except communists, whose views were directed in Moscow and reversed from hating to liking to hating the Nazis again between 1939 and 1941. But that change was not as fast as Great Britain, France, Canada, Austria, and others in the free world would have liked until Pearl Harbor. The America of December 1941, which was suddenly in a global war, had endured a lot in the preceding decades. The Depression conditioned many to focus locally in order to survive daily hardships. The massive Dust Bowl drought ravaged America's farms and ranches, as illustrated in John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, and taught many how to live on very little. Roosevelt worked diligently to revitalize America with New Deal infrastructure and social welfare programs that helped to rebuild the U.S.'s economy. But it was a slow process. Recovery from the Great Depression would not completely materialize until the outbreak of war, when mobilization of the war economy forced a rapid uptick in industrial production that brought back employment. One of the New Deal programs for which Woody enlisted in July 1940 was the Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCC, in which more than 3 million served from 1933 until 1941. His older brother June had left the farm by then and served in the CCC and had motivated Woody to join because the pay was good. Also, Woody was tired of working on other people's farms and knew the money was better in the CCC. Reserve Army officers were put in charge of CCC camps, and military discipline was enforced. This organization provided Woody an escape, since it seems he was headed down the wrong path. In a 1956 interview Woody gave, journalist George Lawless wrote, "His reckless behavior and young devil-may-care attitude made him a thorn in the side of authorities. He quit high school in his freshman year, and school officials breathed a sigh of relief." Woody even admitted he was headed for a reform school. His life was not going in the right direction. He was going to be an uneducated young man with little prospects except working on his family's farm. Not wanting to go back to school, Woody decided to join the CCC. Woody was first sent to Morgantown, West Virginia, where he entered a camp, was issued a uniform and work clothes, and indoctrinated about discipline and expectations. Soon thereafter, he worked at Cooper's Rock State Park, West Virginia, running a small jackhammer, drilling holes in rocks so the rocks could be blasted loose and used to build walls. He laid stone walls around cliffs to keep people from falling into gullies. Once he broke up the rock, demolition men blew up parts of the cliff to get the form they wanted. In October 1941, he, along with 200 other men, was transferred north and built jack fences in Whitehall, Montana, along government property. In the Rocky Mountain Forest, they cut down pine trees to make posts and fences. Woody explained, the jack fence required 2 posts notched to fit together and forming an upside-down V so that 5 strands of barbed wire could be nailed to each side to keep animals from being able to go through it or over it. The fence was about 8 feet tall. They built miles of fences, working from morning until nightfall, supervised by military personnel and civilians skilled as woodsmen. Cutting long posts by hand from down trees, hauling them onto trucks, unloading them, and then using them to build fences was back-breaking work. But for these young men, the hard labor was inadvertently conditioning them for the military that most would join with the outbreak of the war. Woody also drove a 2-ton dump truck, hauling dirt and coal, and learned auto mechanics. While in the CCC, he was doing his best to find a better-paying job to send money home, and the CCC made sure its men did help their families. Out of the eventual $30 he earned each month, he was required to send half home. This helped his mother run the farm. Even giving up some of his pay, he still felt rich. Historian Robert A. Devine wrote CCC members contributed both to their family's income and to the nation's welfare. The CCC was designed to get idle young men off street corners and teach them job skills and a work ethic by getting them involved in shoring up the nation's natural environment. These men planted millions of trees, released fish in lakes and rivers, and built thousands of miles of channels and roads. This organization indirectly prepared some 3 million boys, many of whom would flood into the armed services for war when it came. The U.S. Army considered the CC experience valuable and made many in the program non-commissioned officers when the wartime draft began. The CCC taught them the value of teamwork, physical fitness, and loyalty. While in the CCC, Woody's world changed in December 1941 as most Americans were forced to look beyond their borders and engage totalitarian regimes in war. Chapter 3. Destiny Hangs by a Slender Thread. General Holland M. Howland Mad Smith. It is easier to start a war than to end one. Japanese Ambassador Saburo Kurusu. One weekend in Montana, while cleaning their barracks on the 7th of December 1941, Woody and his CCC comrades were challenged to look globally when Japan's secret attack forced people to consider America's geopolitical role. The isolationist movement disappeared and the Japanese instantly became the most hated enemy in American history. Montana's Senator Burton K. Wheeler, an isolationist, changed immediately. The only thing to do now is to lick the hell out of the Japanese, he said. The Japanese gave the average American a cause he could understand and believed to be worth fighting for. The sense of surprise, disbelief, and disgust at the sneak attack was genuine. Following Germany and Italy's declarations of war against America on the 11th of December, came others from Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria. Historian Gerhard Weinberg notes, the whole world was indeed now aflame. Americans flocked to recruiting stations, although most could not have found Japan and Germany on a map. Woody recalls that most CCC colleagues did not even know the location of Hawaii. Even well-informed Americans did not know where Pearl Harbor was. Admiral Yamamoto, who planned the attack, hoped the destruction of much of the Pacific Fleet would discourage America from intervening in Asia, causing her to sue for peace and leave Japan to rule the Far East. Japan deeply resented the white race ruling Asians. For instance, the Pan-Buddhist organization known as the Myo Kai issued the following proclamation. Revering the imperial policy of preserving the Orient, the subjects of Imperial Japan bear the humanitarian destiny of 1 billion people of color, the Asians. We believe it is time to effect a major change in the course of human history, which has been centered on Caucasians. Also, Japanese leaders felt they were better placed strategically than the U.S. or Europe to fight the rise of communism in Asia, and wanted a free hand in attacking these forces. As Japanese Prime Minister Fumimaro Konoe said in 1938, the new order has for its foundation a tripartite relationship of mutual aid and coordination between Japan, Manchukuo, and China in political, economic, cultural, and other fields. Its object is to secure international justice, to perfect the joint defense against communism, and to create a new culture and realize a close economic cohesion, stabilization of East Asia. The empire's leaders often use flowery words to conceal aggressive, militaristic behavior hiding behind a mask of liberation. In reality, the Japanese were not seeking to end imperialism in Asia. They were simply determined to take the place of the Europeans and Americans as masters. When Marine Lieutenant Colonel Graves Erskine was stationed in Beijing from 1935 to 1937, he had several meetings with Lieutenant General Kenji Dohara, called the Lawrence of Manchuria, since he was instrumental in the 18th of September 1931 invasion of Manchuria. Japan had detonated a bomb at the South Manchurian Railway Mutkin incident and used that ruse to attack and conquer China and establish Manchukuo. One day Erskine asked Dohara, "Just what are you doing over here in China?" Dohara answered, "I think, old lady, China sick old lady. I speak in parable about China. She do not need Uncle Sam, but what she need is Dr. Japan." That doctor was not there to heal and help, but to find ways to keep the old lady so sick that she would be a slave and unable to offer resistance. Ironically, Dohara was an opium addict and the mastermind of the Chinese drug trade, which kept some of the old lady China sick on opium. The League of Nations pointed out in 1937 that 90% of all illicit drugs in the world, primarily cocaine and opium, were of Japanese origin, supplied specifically by the Imperial Japanese Army and its government. Besides controlling the drug market, Japan also wanted a buffer state, that was China, between it and the Soviet Union, which Japan felt it would eventually have to fight. Japan's policies in former white colonial areas, now under men like Dohara and Hirohito, according to historian Saburo Inaga, were even more atrocious than those of the former governing countries. Japanese felt slighted at not being allowed to control China and elsewhere to the extent of European powers after World War I, and were upset the major powers had blocked a clause against racism in the Treaty of Versailles. Prime Minister of Japan, General Hideki Tojo, believed Americans had no stomach to fight and would back down at the first confrontation with its forces. Many Japanese, due to propaganda, believed that if they fought the Americans, they would prevail because as a democracy, Americans cannot unite for a common purpose. One blow against them, and they'll fall to pieces. Clearly, history has since shown that the Japanese underestimated both the strength of the American character and how swiftly and effectively the U.S. would respond to an attack on its democracy. America would not make peace from a position of weakness. More importantly, forcing the entry of the U.S. into the war ensured the survival of the beleaguered United Kingdom, as well as the defeat of Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and other Axis powers. When Winston Churchill received news of the Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor, he exclaimed, "As of that time, the Allies had won the war. It may take time, but with the U.S. on England's side, they would defeat Hitler and Mussolini and grind Japan to powder." Japan created the opposite response it had intended. America would not leave Asia to Japan and would never ignore an attack on her sovereignty. When war erupted, Woody was confounded. Many CCC comrades joined the army, but he did not want that service. He stayed on with the CCC until March 1942, when he requested his discharge. He returned home thinking he would go to war right away, but to his surprise, he was not drafted. Since he did not volunteer for service after he left the CCC, a friend convinced Woody to work with him in a factory. When he returned to Quietdale, besides helping his mother, Woody also took a hot and dangerous job in a steel mill in Sharon, Pennsylvania, manufacturing anchor chains. After 3 months there, he started having sharp chest pains and spitting up horrible stuff and blood. When the foreman refused to give him a different job, he quit and returned to Fairmont to drive taxis for the Kahn Transportation Company. Woody had not received a driver's license yet, but a friend somehow got him one, and he officially became a chauffeur. Besides driving people around, he also delivered Western Union telegrams. As America deployed its forces, the U.S. lost servicemen killed in action. The understaffed military notified families by sending Western Union telegrams. Woody had the unenviable job of delivering those telegrams to distraught families. To compound his discomfort, Woody was required to knock on the door, wait for someone to answer, hand them the telegram, and wait for a family member to sign for it. Often people read the telegram to know what they were signing. Most, upon learning their loved one had died, broke down. Several looked at a lovely young lady, Ruby Meredith, missed her bus home to Meadowdale and flagged Woody to drive her home. He found her attractive, but they only exchanged a few pleasantries. He probably was not as outgoing with her because he was currently dating Eleanor Genevieve Piles. Woody was also somewhat bashful, so he sometimes did not strike up conversations with strangers easily. But her curly auburn hair, full lips, beautiful brown eyes, and slim figure caught his attention. He dropped her off, sorry that he would probably not see her again. A few weeks later, however, she needed a ride again. This time, he invited her to sit in the front seat, and they talked the whole way to her home. Soon thereafter, he probably broke up with Eleanor and focused on Ruby. And this was probably why, since Eleanor was either divorced and or still married and had a young son. Thereafter, Woody and Ruby started to date and fell deeply in love. Either in late 1941 or in the spring of 1942, Woody explains he showed up at the Marine Corps recruiting station, but was told he had a problem. One had to be 5'8" to join, but he claims he was 5'6". He often fibbed and said he was 5'6", when in reality he was 5'5" and 1/4 inches. He was upset when the recruiter rejected him. Although 18, he still was not drafted yet. He could have gone to another service, but he had his heart set on the Marines. However, it seems his understanding of the requirements was incorrect. Prior to Pearl Harbor, the standard for the military was to be at least 5'5", so he was tall enough to serve. If he avoided volunteering, then he probably wanted to avoid the service as long as he could and wait for his call-up. This discrepancy of how Woody remembers entering the Corps is reconciled by historian John T. Hoffman. I suspect Woody is trying to provide reasons that were beyond his control why he waited so long to enlist, when the reality is probably something else. I'd be willing to bet he joined when he was drafted. No records exist of him volunteering, and the only document we have about Woody's manner of enlistment is his registration draft card from the 30th of June 1942. In his card, one sees Woody struggled with his height again, fibbing this time by 2 inches by writing 5'7". Furthermore, it appears Woody's height also should not have been a problem by looking at other Marines' enlistment files. In August 1942, later Medal of Honor recipient Jack Lucas was accepted in the Marine Corps with the same height Woody had, 5'5" and 1/4 inches. And in September 1942, another later Medal of Honor recipient, Tony Stein, was accepted in the Corps with the height Woody had been telling people he had, namely 5'6". And Don Graves, Iwo Jima veteran and fellow flamethrower operator, was accepted in the Marine Corps in August 1942 and was even shorter than Woody by 1/4 inches, standing at a flat 5'5", 65 inches. Grays even claimed there were a few guys in his unit shorter than him, like Robert C. Phillip in Woody's regiment, who stood 5'4" and 1/2 inches. Woody states that a few months later, after he had been rejected by the Corps, the Marines changed their height requirement and he rushed to the recruiting office to volunteer. Woody sarcastically said that finally the Corps would take little runts like me. Influenced by Marines he had met as a child, he did not want to serve in any other service. According to Hoffman and the registration card, Woody was, however, drafted and did not volunteer. Yet once drafted, he picked the Corps. So why did Woody wait so long to enter the military? According to Hoffman, those who waited like Woody probably were hoping they wouldn't have to go at all. Woody's service record supports the fact that he enlisted at the local board number 2 at Fairmont, West Virginia, after his draft card was pulled. According to Hoffman, compiling this information with the executive order that put an end to voluntary enlistments by December 1942, except for 17-year-olds, the more reliable info on height requirements, I'd say Woody was drafted. At the time, Woody thought he was called up to protect his nation from invasion. After Pearl Harbor, he worried that Japan would invade the mainland, and many felt Hitler might come knocking on America's door after all of Europe fell to him. Had I been told then, Woody said, that I was going to be deployed halfway around the world to fight on bizarre islands, I wouldn't have been as anxious to go. I just wanted to protect my country. That Japan would soon hit our shores was something many feared. The seemingly unstoppable Japanese military had taken Guam, Wake Island, the Philippines, the Dutch East Indies, Malaya, Burma, French Indochina, parts of China, and much of Asia with incredible speed, and appeared poised to take Hawaii before invading the mainland. On a personal note, when my grandmother, Leona Rigg, nee Parr, in Philadelphia, heard about the Pearl Harbor attack, she became hysterical, talking incessantly about the Japanese killing Americans on our soil. My grandfather, Mark Rigg, sarcastically told her, "Leona, calm down. I'm sure they won't be here for a few more weeks." My grandmother was not alone, though. In neighborhoods all across the country, people stepped out of their homes and looked skyward, as if expecting a fleet of Japanese planes to appear suddenly overhead. Radio reports and newspaper articles added to the hysteria, documenting air raids over American cities. Nonetheless, Leona and many of her fellow citizens had good reason to worry. The Nazis sought to gain favor with Latin American countries to give the German military a stepping stone to invade America, and in particular made headway with Argentine fascist leaders. Hitler's henchmen even devised plans for invading the U.S. Meanwhile, Japanese submarines shelled the California coast in February and Oregon in June 1942. If they could sink the U.S. Pacific Fleet in 2 smaller attacks, what could they do if they decided to attack the West Coast in force, which did not have the full complement of battleships to protect it? For many Americans, fear for both the nations and themselves was well-founded. Chapter 4. Joining the Marine Corps. War makes heavy demands on the soldier's strength and nerves. For this reason, make heavy demands on your men. United States Marine Corps Training Doctrine. We must lust for battle. Our object in life must be to kill. We must scheme and plan night and day to kill. General Leslie J. McNair, Director of U.S. Ground Forces Training Program, 1942. President Ronald Reagan said, "Many people live their whole lives wondering if they made a difference in this world. Marines don't have that problem." Woody's mother was unhappy he was entering the Marines, although, being 19 and a half years old, he was past the draft age. In some reports, he claims he joined when he was 18, but the records do not bear this out. She wanted him to remain on the farm, but Woody was on the road to becoming a leatherneck, as Marines were often called. After he was drafted, he was granted his request to join the Marines and left in May of 1943 for the Marine Corps Recruit Depot, MCRD, in San Diego. The documents note he was 65.25 inches tall, 5 foot 5 and 1/4 inches, and weighed 165 pounds at enlistment, although Woody continued to fudge his height, claiming he was 5 foot 6. According to the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, Woody's body mass index, BMI, showed he was overweight, nearly tipping the scale towards obese. When asked about how plump Woody was, he replied, "It was all that good farm cooking Mom did." It seems this weight also bothered him, like his height, and he later would also fib about it, telling journalists that he was actually 135 pounds when he started with the Corps. Soon, though, regardless of his weight, Woody's new lifestyle with the Corps would transform him from an average, portly citizen to a hardened, combat-capable Marine. Because he lived east of the Mississippi River, he normally would have been assigned to boot camp at Parris Island, South Carolina, but Parris Island was at capacity, so Woody reported to San Diego. He was what Parris Island recruits jokingly referred to as Hollywood Marine, not only because of the geographic location of San Diego to Tinseltown, but also because Marines there actually often made war movies as part of their training. Before going, Woody and future Marines took the following oath: "I will bear true faith and allegiance to the United States of America, that I will serve them honestly and faithfully against all their enemies whomsoever, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to the rules and articles for the government of the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps of the United States." Woody and fellow recruits left on the 27th of May, 1943, with the rank of private after taking their oaths, having, in short, put their lives in hock to the most fearsome and hazardous of the country's armed forces. Woody traveled by train with 6 other West Virginia boys that picked up recruits from various stops across the nation during a 5-day transit to the Golden State. Along the way, Woody admired America's vastness and wondered if he would make the grade to become a Marine. He pondered on the test he would face, not only in the Marines, but also against the enemy. The day he stepped off the train near downtown San Diego was the first time he had seen an ocean. A bus took the recruits from the train station to Marine Corps Recruit Depot, where there was a welcoming party. A master sergeant standing over 6 feet tall and weighing 250 pounds yelled for them to get off the bus. "He scared the living daylights out of me. I thought he was going to eat me alive," Woody said. As they rushed off the bus, a group who had just finished the grueling months of boot camp shouted the traditional Marine Corps Recruit Depot greeting, "You'll be sorry." At the end processing, Woody and the others were told that in the civilian world, they had freedom to do what they liked. Sergeant Lawrence Henry Pepin further explained, "All of this was and always will be due to our great American way of living and our democratic form of government, of which we will allow no other foreign sources to interfere. However, of that moment, they belonged to the Corps and would learn how to kill and carry out orders efficiently and obediently, and would have to sacrifice their individuality to survive both in the Corps and war." Pepin taught them how to address their instructors and what they should eat. He even instructed them to tell their parents not to send them candy, cookies, or gum because sweets will make you sick. A platoon sergeant in perfectly pressed khaki slacks, shirt, and khaki tie, along with a campaign hat resembling the hat Smokey Bear favored, barked orders. This was their drill instructor, D.I., the man who would spend almost every waking hour with Woody and the platoon for the next 4 months. It was his job to turn civilians into Marines who would fight, accomplish their mission, and survive to return home when their work was done. He exclaimed, "If any of you idiots think you don't need to follow my orders, just step right out here and I'll beat your ass right now. Your soul may belong to Jesus, but your ass belongs to me and the Marines. You people are recruits. You are not Marines." Recruits were even more often called shitbirds and boots by their DIs than recruits. With a booming voice, the platoon sergeant ordered the recruits to line up in formation. They were taught how to stand at attention. Stand up straight. Keep your heels together, toes at a 45-degree angle, your arms by your side, your thumbs along the seam of your trousers, shoulders back, and eyes straight ahead. Don't look at me. No talking in ranks unless I ask you a question. Most had never been ordered around like that or stood in formation. Woody, on the other hand, had plenty of experience with military formalities from his CCC days, giving him an edge over others. There was no time to waste. Marines were needed for war. Everywhere they went, they marched in formation at a fast pace, quick time, with a DI counting cadence, or jogged double time at a precise number of steps per minute. As soon as he got to the Marine Corps recruit depot, Woody's platoon was taken to get their immunizations. Walking single file, medical personnel inserted syringes in both arms simultaneously. No one knew where they might be deployed after boot camp, and the variety of inoculations would protect them from a number of illnesses. Eyes and teeth were also thoroughly examined. On average, 30% of a platoon got glasses. For many, the first and or best they had ever had, and 80% received some form of dental repair and cleaning. At one stop, they were issued their uniform, including dungarees, caps or covers, semi-high top shoes or boondockers, socks, underwear or skivvies, and web belts with brass buckles that were required to be kept highly polished. And there was a duffel bag or sea bag. Their helmets were called Iron Kelly or Tin Can Derby, and every recruit was given a boot camp haircut. It took less than a minute in the barber chair for a burr cut to about 1/8 of an inch. Recruits arrived at Marine Corps Recruit Depot San Diego from all backgrounds, social classes, ethnic groups, religions, and parts of the country, from big cities, small towns, and rural areas. They looked and talked differently. Their ages ranged from 17 to mid-30s. Some had a high school education or less, and others had started or finished college. There were bachelors and family men. Some were physically fit, and others needed exercise, which the Corps provided in abundance. Their attitudes towards authority in each other varied widely. What united them was a righteous anger at fascist warmongers who had started a war, and a determination to do whatever was needed to protect their country. For them to work and fight together at the highest level of efficiency, radical reshaping had to occur, and with the nation at war, this had to be accomplished quickly. The first 2 weeks, the DIs tore down the recruits' civilian facades so that they could build them back up into Marines. They converted boys into men by destroying the identity they brought with them. They spoke in the third person and did away with I, my, or me. If a trainee wanted something, he asked, "This recruit requests to go to the head." Or when admonished, the answer would be, "This recruit was wrong. This recruit will do better." Speaking this way broke down the individuals, the egoectomy, in order to build them into a collective group called Marines. They had to learn to talk like Marines using the right vocabulary. For instance, a rumor was called scuttlebutt, because that was the name of the water fountain or container on old ships of the British Navy where people met and thus rumors spread. Gossiping was shooting the breeze. Information was dope. News was the scoop or the word. Straightening up was square away. And manipulating people was called working one's bolt. The Marines had nicknames for the other services, referring to the U.S. Army soldiers as dog faces and Army Air Force pilots as doggies or airedales, while sailors were swabbies or squids. Because Marines often fought from ships or were sent by ships to secure beachheads and facilities ashore for the Navy, it was vital Marines and sailors spoke the same language. Recruits did not have walls in their barracks, they had bulkheads. They did not have stairs, they had ladders. They did not mop the floor, they swabbed the deck. Upstairs became topside. The bathroom or latrine was called the head, the nautical term for a toilet. They learned standardized names for letters from A to Z and ways to say numbers so that soldiers, sailors, pilots, and Marines could communicate clearly and quickly via a bad radio connection or in an environment filled with explosions, gunfire, and yelling. Companies, which are subdivisions in a battalion, were designated by letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on. As such, companies were verbalized as Abel, Baker, Charlie, Dog, Easy, Fox, and George companies. If they did not learn to communicate with the same terms as sailors with whom they worked, confusion could result, and confusion on a ship can get people killed, and quickly. They never, ever referred to their weapon as a gun. It was a rifle. When someone called it a gun, the DI often had that person march around the barracks yelling, "This is my rifle," and then hold up his M1 rifle, and then grab his genitalia with his other hand and yell, "And this is my gun. This is for fighting," he would bark, holding up the M1 again, "and this is for fun," and then grab himself again. This happened to Woody, so he had to run between two barracks for several minutes, nude, holding himself and his rifle while yelling out the ditty. After that, I never called my rifle a gun again, Woody explained. They jogged, hiked, ran obstacle courses, went through bayonet drills on dummies, learned hand-to-hand combat with K-bar knives, practiced throwing live grenades, performed gas mask drills, and did calisthenics together. When not otherwise occupied, they marched, and marched. Their beds or racks had to be made exactly as instructed, and the barracks kept spotless. DIs performed white glove inspections so that the recruits would clean so well nothing could be found wrong. Shoes and boots had to be cleaned and cared for, and brass polished until it gleamed. The DIs yelled at recruits face to face and demanded they do things better and faster, repeating tasks until they got them right. Anything else was unacceptable. Day started with a bugle calling reveille before the sun rose and ended late at night. Every evening when Woody's head hit the pillow, he immediately fell asleep. The first 2 weeks, they wore their own footwear because they did not have enough boots in supply. The endless marching tore up shoes, and Woody had holes in each one. For days, he put cardboard in his shoes, protecting his feet as best he could from the marching. Adjusting to barracks life took time, including the lack of privacy, using the restroom, and showering in the open. Getting used to different personalities also took time. Food was nourishing and plentiful, and on average, 3,300 calorie diet per day was consumed by each recruit, which was fortunate, as they burned hundreds of calories doing the things they did. But they were always rushed in and out of the dining and chow hall and were always hungry. One day, during rare downtime, Woody climbed into his bunk and fell asleep. Another Williams in his platoon decided to play a joke. While he was asleep, he tied Woody's shoelaces around the bed springs. When the DI ran in and yelled for the recruits to form up outside, Woody could not get up. As a result, the DI punished him. Woody was furious with the other Williams from Tennessee. So later, after hours, he challenged him to a fight. "I was going to show him I was tougher," Woody said. They started to slug each other, and the platoon watched. When the DI noticed this, he stopped the fight, gave them boxing gloves, and then told them to beat the hell out of each other. Woody tried to match, if not beat, the other Marine, but after he was knocked down several times, he gave up. That cleared the air, and both Williams boys became friends. Marines are a unique breed. They strive to be an elite fighting force superior to the other services. It is a state of mind, and as Lieutenant General Victor H. Krulak said, among Marines there is a fierce loyalty to the Corps that persists long after the uniform is in mothballs. Woven through the sense of belonging like a steel thread is an elitist spirit. Marines are convinced that, being few in number, they are selective, better, and above all, different. There is a reason that is not bravado, but in the crusted reality of training of the mind and body during boot camp that creates this identity. From the Corps' inception on the 10th of November 1775, Marines have taken pride in their accomplishments and appearance, including their distinctive uniforms. Woody admits the dress blues sold him on the Marines besides the tall tales the Marines in his hometown told him. By 1941, the Marines had proven themselves to be one of the best fighting organizations in history as a result of defeating the Barbary pirates at Tripoli, Libya in 1804, the Mexicans at Montezuma, Mexico in 1846, and the Germans at Belleau Wood, France in 1918. The making of a Marine starts in a 3-month course known as boot camp. In World War II, it sometimes was truncated to between 7 to 10 weeks, although Woody attended it between May and August of 1943. Starting with his train ride, his training extended from the 26th of March to the 21st of August. The normal day during this training required rising at 5 a.m., 0500, followed by drilling on the parade ground, running the obstacle course, training with weapons, practicing small unit tactics, prepping uniforms, conducting physical fitness, and then finally turning off the lights at 10 p.m., or 2200, only to repeat the whole cycle the next day. Woody's typical boot camp day illustrates the metamorphosis of becoming a Marine. Reveille sounded at 0500, pronounced 0500. The military uses a 24-hour clock to avoid confusion and miscommunication between 8 a.m., 0800, and 8 p.m., 2000. Everyone in the barracks scrambled out of his bunk at 0500, ran to the head, shaved, made his bed, dressed, and then assembled in formation outside. Hundreds of recruits filled the parade ground. In Woody's day, they went by platoons of 63 each with 6 squads. At boot camp, everything is done with the recruit's assigned platoon. Once a platoon completed roll call, verifying all present and accounted for, it marched to chow hall for breakfast at 0615. After breakfast, the platoon returned to the barracks to study weapons, history, or small unit tactics, and then mustered at the obstacle course to run through it. They crawled under barbed wire for many yards in sand pits, participated in pugil stick brawling to learn bayonet fighting, carried each other to practice the firemen carry, or ran through the sand. They did this with intimidating, demanding DI circling them loudly, barking orders like vicious dogs. To complicate it for those not accustomed to working as a team, the platoon performed together or was punished. If someone did not do an obstacle correctly, the group was disciplined with extra push-ups, holding their weapons out at arm's length, doing squats for several minutes, or leg lifts for what seemed like an eternity. It was imperative that all help each other and that no one cheat. If there was cheating, the violator would bring down God's wrath upon himself and his comrades. Collective responsibility was drilled into everyone. If a recruit should faint from exhaustion during a forced march, the rest of the unit was trained to run in circles around the body while he was tended to until he came to. Everyone was disciplined to look out for everyone and everything. Rules ran the gamut, from how to handle a weapon to how to process trash. One day, Woody violated one of these. Thinking no one looking, Woody threw his cigarette butt on the ground. It was a huge violation to litter, and one of his DIs saw him. As a result, he pulled Woody into an office and gave him a needle and a line of thread, explaining, "Look, recruit, you violated a rule here. As a result, you must get me 100 cigarette butts and bring them back to me on this thread, or I'll make your life a living hell. Dismissed." Woody now, in addition to everything else he had to do, had to collect butts during the few minutes of spare time he had. They had paper sheets and bags of tobacco to roll their cigarettes in back then, called blanket and freckles. Woody told his buddies to give him their butts once they finished smoking. Everyone smoked then, and cigarettes were part of every sea ration kit. For days, Woody circulated with what looked like a Christmas popcorn garland, begging people to help him out. He stalked people smoking and asked them for their butts. He knew if he did not succeed, he would be thrashed with extra fire watch at night, push-ups, or holding his rifle at arm's length until his muscles burned. Within the allotted time, he succeeded in stringing the 100 butts and displayed the garland to his DI. The DI inspected every butt, and when he found one that had some tobacco still in it, he ripped it from the string and told Woody to go back and bring him butts. "I said to bring the butts in, not butts with tobacco." So Woody once again scavenged the grounds for butts and asked his buddies for their finished cigarettes. And before putting them on the string, he removed every tobacco shaving. He finished this mundane punishment and never again threw a butt on the ground. Paying attention to details was important, and doing these exercises conditioned men to be situationally aware and obey orders. After 1.5 years of being at war, some of the non-commissioned officers, NCOs, training Woody and fellow recruits had seen battle at Tulagi, WW2, Tanamboga, and Guadalcanal and Macon Island. They knew what Woody and his soon-to-be fellow Marines would face and returned to the States to teach recruits lessons they had learned about enemy tactics, weaknesses, and strengths. This policy of rotating men out of combat to instruct recruits improved the capabilities of U.S. warriors. Recruits were told that Japanese soldiers were tough adversaries, but that American servicemen could defeat them. They were taught that the hatred the Japanese had for them was more intense than they could imagine. Journalist Christopher Hitchens called the Japanese Zen-obedient zombies bent on world domination, who viewed their country's membership of the Nazi-fascist Axis as a manifestation of liberation theology. Their DIs told them that most Japanese viewed Americans' kindness and sense of fairness as an exploitable weakness. Feigning surrender or asking for medical help once overrun and wounded, they would pull out a grenade and kill themselves and the Americans nearby. Japanese booby-trapped everything, including attaching blocks of TNT to cases of Scotch whiskey and even filling coconuts with powder charges. They rigged their wounded and dead with explosives. English-speaking soldiers dressed up like Marines and called for help, only to kill the corpsman once he arrived. As a result, Marines and GIs became reluctant to take prisoners, preferring to shoot first and ask questions later about the suicide bomber. The enemy seemed surreal and otherworldly. The battle-hardened commanding general on Guadalcanal, and later the 18th United States Marine Corps Commandant, Alexander Archer Vandergriff, remarked he had never heard or read about this kind of fighting. Although the DIs described this Japanese behavior until the Marines experienced it in battle, they could not comprehend it. The prospect of fighting a nation of 73 million who were willing to die for a religious and patriotic cause was frightening. The prospect of a nation with one of the most modern and sophisticated engineering and military communities in the world bringing its might and fanatical resolve against the U.S. was terrifying. To bring down Japan, boot camp conditioned men to know how to kill their enemies. The DI's job was daunting, turning Roosevelt's war policy into action. NCOs got recruits physically fit and knowledgeable of the Corps, no small task, and conditioned them to wanting to kill their enemies. The majority of Marines fought with Nimitz's forces in the Central Pacific and had to conquer numerous islands to secure the stepping stones to reach Nippon's shores. This was a huge undertaking. Besides training recruits to fight as a unit and operate various weapons effectively, the military had to condition men unlike they had been raised to be peaceful, law-abiding members of a free society. In a democratic, civil society, attacking and killing strangers was unacceptable and, if not in self-defense, criminal. Schools, the Boy Scouts, and churches of pre-war America had prepared the nation's youth to be productive citizens, good family members, and ethical people. The armed forces had mere months to prepare the recruits, volunteers, and draftees to survive and succeed in a radically different environment. Marines in 1943 instructed men how to deal with an enemy whose ideals were the polar opposite of what they had been taught. In America, people valued a free press, liberty, and independent thinking. In Japan, these values were dangerous weaknesses the government suppressed. The vast majority of Americans adhered to a code of humane treatment of enemy civilians and POWs. The Japanese government had signed the 1929 Geneva Convention concerning the treatment of POWs, but never ratified it because of strong opposition from the Japanese military. To the Japanese, people not part of their nation and racial group had no rights or value except as colonial subjects or slaves. As for POWs, they were beneath contempt for Japan's military, and it degraded, beat, and killed them. After surrendering to the Japanese at Wake Island, several prisoners were taken from the ship's hold and brought top deck. The Navy lieutenant in charge, Toshio Saito, announced that because the Marines had inflicted so much death on the Japanese, they were to be executed. The Japanese beheaded and mutilated the Americans and then dumped them overboard. At least here, the Japanese killed them before throwing them into the sea. After Singapore fell, in one of the many rounds of butchery, the Japanese murdered 6,000 Chinese, often tying their hands behind their backs before throwing them off a ship into the ocean. There were isolated cases of crucifixion, displaying Japan's mockery of Christianity. Hearing of such events, Marines were warned never to surrender. The Marines had to retrain the recruits to view their enemy as brutal aggressors who deserved death. The enemy, if given an inch of kindness, would repay it with a mile of treachery. During training, DIs yelled, "If you show weakness, the Japanese will cut off your head and shit down your neck. Understand?" In response, the men shouted, "Sir, yes, sir." Or, "If you don't kill your enemy, he'll kill you. He wants to cut off your head and show it to the emperor as a trophy. Don't give him that pleasure." "Sir, yes, sir." Never give up. If you stick together and support one another, you'll win. If you don't support one another, you'll die. Although the Japanese took prisoners, including those who surrendered in the Philippines, Guam, and Wake Island, Japan treated them cruelly. Imperial Japanese Army soldier Hino Ashihi observed, "As I watch large numbers of the surrendered soldiers, I feel like I am watching filthy water running from the sewage of a nation which derives from impure origins and has lost its pride of race." On the Bataan Death March, a Japanese guard tried to get a POW's wedding band. When it would not come off, the Japanese took a machete, cut off the hand, and mutilated the severed hand to get the ring. While bleeding profusely, the prisoner was forced to march on. In shock, he took another 50 steps before collapsing. Guards then ran him through with bayonets. Trucks passing by marching POWs contained sword-wielding Japanese soldiers who yelled, "Duck!" and then swiped at the column, decapitating Americans who did not stoop quick enough. Sentries made Filipinos bury an American POW alive. A fellow American, horrified, saw a hand feebly, hopelessly, claw in the air above the ground. Around 37% of POWs died under the Japanese. Many POWs were worked to death as laborers. Some Japanese even ate some of the POWs, believing they would gain strength from devouring parts of their livers. Men under Iwo Jima's commanding general, Kuribayashi, conducted such rituals. Future President George H.W. Bush nearly met this fate as a pilot who crash-landed in the ocean near Chichijima under Kuribayashi's command. Unlike other airmen who went down in this area and were murdered, Bush was rescued in the nick of time by the submarine USS Finback. Americans who would have liked to have taken Japanese prisoners, the question rarely had the opportunity. The majority of Japanese who quit fighting were unable to fight or were dead. Woody's instructors cautioned, "They'll kill all of you if they can, right after they cut off your balls and shove them down your throat. Understand?" "Sir, yes, sir." Such speech was not hyperbolic. Marines on Guadalcanal were horrified to find comrades taken alive by the Japanese, murdered, and holding their own decapitated heads with their severed penises in their mouths on the paths to greet the subsequent waves of attacking Marines. One unlucky soul, who had this barbaric ritual of having his severed members stuffed in his mouth done to him, actually was not dead, but only unconscious, when the Japanese took down his pants and sawed off his penis and testicles with a knife. They then shoved his bloody manhood into his mouth and left. When he came to, some fellow Americans had retaken his position. Spewing out his own penis and testicles, with blood and his own sperm running down his face and chin, he begged for his countrymen to kill him. It is unknown what happened to him. Nonetheless, instead of causing Americans to flee in terror, such acts strengthened their determination to avenge their comrades. From August 1942 until February 1943, Marines at Guadalcanal fought thousands of tough, clever, well-armed, and relentless Japanese infantry supported by Imperial Japanese naval forces and air squadrons, and they had to kill tens of thousands to win. It was America's first major victory over the Japanese on land. After reports leaked of the treatment of those taken prisoner after the fall of the Philippines in 1942, when the Japanese executed 15,000 prisoners, Americans learned they should not expect humane treatment if they surrendered. Marine Major General Vandergrift, commanding the 1st Mar-Div on Guadalcanal, told his men, "This will be no Bataan." The knowledge of Japanese cruelty against POWs, including beheading, burying alive, torturing, beating, and enslaving them, changed the way Americans conducted war. In fact, Japanese fanaticism made Marines more zealous. Soon after being taken prisoner by the Japanese in the Philippines, most American POWs admitted they would have never surrendered had they known the fate in store for them. In one account, the Japanese herded 150 U.S. Bataan soldiers, sailors, and Marine POWs in an air raid shelter on Puerto Princesa Prison on Palawan Island, doused them with gasoline, and then burned them alive. Vandergrift told his Marines they were to never, ever surrender. Some Americans felt shame many were taken prisoners by inferior forces, such as our allied British comrades at Singapore, when they greatly outnumbered the attacking armies. Upon hearing Allied claims of Japanese atrocities, the spokesman for Tokyo Radio stated, "If American and British leaders are so ready to raise a hue and a cry over the maltreatment of their war prisoners, why don't they teach their men to stand up and fight to the finish? The way the Americans threw up their hands at Corregidor, and the way the British gave up at Singapore, on the hills of loud-mouth assertions that they would fight to the finish, surely shows the men must have carried on their backs a pretty wide streak of yellow." At Guadalcanal, there would be no streaks of yellow, and Vandergrift would do his best to make sure the Japanese did not have opportunities to commit such atrocities again. Under horrific conditions, including repeated ground assaults, heavy Navy gunfire, bombing, and strafing attacks by enemy planes and facing limited resupply, Vandergrift led his men to victory at Guadalcanal, killing 23,000 Japanese and seizing the island for an airbase protecting the lifeline to Australia and New Zealand. Vandergrift received the Medal of Honor, a Navy Cross, and a Distinguished Service Medal for his heroic leadership on Guadalcanal, and he and many others disseminated the lessons they learned in 1942 and 1943 to future boot camp classes like Woody's. Woody's DIs conditioned the Marines to fight effectively as a unit under adverse conditions against a formidable enemy. This physical and psychological education began while the Marines ran through obstacle courses and conducted field exercises and drill. After exercises, Woody's platoon was covered in dirt, sand, and sweat, with every muscle screaming in agony. They returned to the barracks, showered, put on a new set of clean dungarees, mustered at the parade grounds, and marched off to the chow hall at 1200. Posters everywhere declared, "Remember December the 7th." The training manual given to recruits during Woody's time went further than this generic battle cry, saying in fighting the enemies of democracy, the Corps today has one battle cry. It is not remember Pearl Harbor, but remember Wake Island. At this battle in December 1941, the Marines held out heroically, receiving praise from Roosevelt for defending the garrison against overwhelming superiority of enemy air, sea, and land attacks. These units are commended for devotion to duty and splendid conduct at battle stations under the most adverse conditions. Almost 500 Marines and a few sailors on the island killed over 650 Japanese, sank 2 destroyers, and held off the Imperial Japanese Navy from the 8th of December until the 23rd of December, when the Americans surrendered. Woody's instructors also instilled that they must kill the attackers who killed their brothers at Wake and get the land once held by Marines back to the U.S. Woody's learning booklet noted, "The Marines will not rest until the crumbled and burning walls of Tokyo echo that cry, 'Remember Wake Island,' as victorious Marines sweep through the city with bayonet and grenade." Woody and his buddies were told of the battles of Tulagi, Guadalcanal, and Tarawa, and how their brothers had won glory for the Corps being the first to fight yet again. The report sounds like a high school football pep talk, but since most recruits were teenagers, this language spoke to their sensibilities. "You men have been called upon by our country to take part in ending this, history's greatest catastrophe, World War II. You men should feel quite proud that you were selected to do your part in our Corps, and I'm sure that you will do your part faithfully, and that you will do your utmost to uphold the traditions and the glorious spirit which has been left by those men who have fallen in battle so far in this World War II. I'm sure that when you get over there and see the small wooden crosses designating those who have already fallen, that their fighting has not been in vain, and that you will carry on for them." This lesson emphasized the importance to Woody and his comrades of the struggle they faced. It imparted the responsibility they had to build upon the sacrifice already given in the lost lives of those who had gone before them. As Marines, their goal was simple: end this war quickly. Woody's instructors gave them a proper way to behave, telling them such platitudes: "Don't be a continual griper. Remember this little phrase, 'I complained because I had no shoes until I met a man who had no feet.' Or, 'The very foundation of good breeding is courtesy. Courtesy is culture. It is the sense of consideration for others.' Or, 'The greatest are the humblest, and conceit is the essence of ignorance.'" All were encouraged to read good books. Devote 2 or 3 hours a week to good books, and within 3 or 4 years you will have gained a liberal education. During boot camp, they received lessons in humanities, philosophy, and psychology. For many who had not finished high school like Woody, this was the best, albeit elementary, education received in their lives. Throughout recruit training, besides getting in shape and learning the Corps' creeds, Woody learned arithmetic, general orders, insignia, combat signals, first aid, chemical warfare, nomenclature of weapons, rifle rules, close order drill, hand grenade use, scouting and patrolling, manners and etiquette, Chinese and Japanese insignias, jungle warfare, and swimming, just to name a few. They were graded and were told he who is best educated is most useful. The men received lectures on sex education and venereal diseases. The teacher, combat veteran from Guadalcanal and Tulagi, Purple Heart recipient, a medal received when one was wounded or died in combat, scout sniper and drill instructor, Sergeant Pepin, gave a heavy dose of morality, saying if they contracted a disease and later gave it to a woman, their wife, whom they loved, then they could be harming her health later if they were irresponsible with their sexual exploits now. Sergeant Pepin said, doctors claim that 80% of the operations for removal of ovaries and other organs are due to a husband having had gonorrhea at some previous time. A case of gonorrhea may thus cause untold trouble for an innocent woman. A detailed description was given of the diseases one could contract from prostitutes and women who were quote-unquote unclean. Pepin continued, it is to be realized that you are young and human, and being human you may occasionally fall from grace. Therefore you must take the proper precautions to prevent serious consequences if you do happen to slip sometimes. There are certain things which will assist in preventing venereal disease. First, if by any chance you should be playing around with a woman that you think is producing only for you, remember that the woman who is producing for you is apt to be producing for someone else when you are not around. Therefore, take precautions, the same as you would if you were playing around with a whore. The best precaution is the use of the condom, commonly known as a rubber. Pepin then described how to clean the penis properly with soap and Sanitube medical cream. He gave a parting shot explaining this information was given not to be abused. Do not think that these preventive precautions have been told you in order to indulge your lives without restraining. Stay away from free and easy women. Stick to decent ones. Statistics show that all women who are easy contract venereal disease sometime or other. In some localities, 90% of these women already have venereal disease in some form. Pepin was overly obsessed with talking about sex, but since he was a closet homosexual, maybe talking about erotic matters in front of many good-looking young men allowed him some inner satisfaction, or maybe because he could not openly be gay, he was sexually frustrated, and this expressed itself with him talking about sex more. Or maybe he was just a typical young male struggling like everyone else with sexual desire and biochemical inputs. Nonetheless, many of the lessons he was trying to get across were indeed important. Since these men were going to train or travel for months without having a woman's comfort, it was imperative the Corps instruct them so that when they finally did have access to women on leave, they did it responsibly. More importantly, this information was useful sociologically, because it would be the first time many received sex education, having come from rural and conservative backgrounds. They showed us movies with pictures of what these diseases look like on men's bodies, Woody said. Moreover, they showed us what diseases like genital warts and syphilis and other diseases on women look like, and I wasn't about to stick my pecker in any of those, Woody claimed. Those instructions made a huge impression. The Corps was interested in this matter to ensure that when called upon, Marines could fight without an itch in their pants or a burning when they pissed. The 4th Marines in Shanghai, a unit of over 1,000 men, had a venereal disease rate of 35% in 1940. So the Corps needed to educate its men on these issues. But even with such education, boys will often be boys, and the 3rd Mardiv correspondent, Sergeant Frederick K. Dick Dashiell, wrote that even on Hawaii, there are regular houses of prostitution, or were until recently. These were licensed, and you could see sailors mostly lined up a block away waiting entrance. Kind of a sickly sight, like buying passion over the counter. After morning classes and noon chow, Woody and his platoon practiced close order drill marching on the parade ground and did classroom work on weapons, history, and tactics. They would also take their dirty clothes, wash them by hand, and hang them out to dry. Every Kwanzaa hut where they were bivouacked had a wood-burning stove that had to be cleaned out to be used that evening to keep warm. At 1700, they gathered for the evening meal, then returned to the barracks to clean weapons, organize equipment, iron clothes, and get ready for the next day. Everywhere they went, they carried their rifles. At 2200, taps sounded, lights turned off, and everyone went to bed except for a few who would post watch for 2 hours and then be relieved by 2 or 3 others at 2400. They cycled through the platoon every night, and everyone took a turn at standing watch over the unit. Woody was taught that Marines were better than other services, being one of the first body of fighting troops organized in the United States. The report claimed Marines were better than all the services in rifle and athletic tournaments, holding all world records with the rifle. It has a glorious tradition of never having surrendered. In no fight, when in action under the order of its own officer, has it retreated or given up an inch of ground. From the Revolutionary War to this day, its services have been glorious. Its history is such that it is recognized by both the people of this country and abroad as among the crack troops of the world. While this bravado instilled pride in the organization, and although the report did cite notable battles like Belleau Wood for its claims, it was also clearly false. Although rarely do Marines retreat or surrender. It happened at Wake Island, Guam, and the Philippines, just to name a few in World War II. The report's author would have been wise to adhere to what historian Alan Millett later wrote, "In the continual struggle to match performance with elitist rhetoric, in the daily challenge to separate organizational mythology from relevant military doctrine, the Corps must understand its own past without excessive self-congratulation." However, in Woody's time, most lessons were packed full of bravado and self-congratulation. This type of pedagogic methodology might not have been full of critical analysis, but it sure helped with the self-esteem and confidence for these Marine recruits. Woody described fellow Marines as simple boys from the heartland who really did not understand what they were getting into. They wanted to serve their nation and hated the Japanese for harming America. Many had a difficult time harmonizing their peacetime values with the warrior ethos necessary to fight the Japanese. Marines would have to fight on the beaches, on hot desolate islands, on rocky atolls, rugged shores, on hills and open fields and in dense jungles against entrenched troops, and since Japanese never surrendered, they had to kill or incapacitate them with the most effective means. Bullets, flamethrowers, grenades, mortars, artillery, and sometimes knives in hand-to-hand combat. Some recruits would not make it through the 7 to 10 weeks of boot camp's constant physical activity and mental strain. When a DI doubted a recruit could handle combat, he would be tough with him. If a recruit did not become resilient, he would suffer. The DIs were not yelling, criticizing, and pressuring the recruits for fun. DIs and the officers who supervised them focused on turning recruits into strong, capable Marines who would be reliable in combat. Being too soft on recruits produced weaker Marines, more likely to become casualties or die in combat, causing injury or death to other Marines. Recruits learned about discipline and obedience in an atmosphere of constant apprehension and fear, of constant challenge to physical capabilities and mental stress. Often DIs disciplined the recruits who needed it the most, i.e. the weak and the defiant. Occasionally, this led to a recruit killing himself because he couldn't comprehend or endure the mind-boggling physical and mental pressures. Woody took boot camp in stride, kept his mouth shut, and did what he was told. So his instructors left him alone, according to him. He felt boot camp was easier than working a farm because at boot camp they got Sunday mornings off to go to church, which was encouraged. Sergeant Pepin wrote, "Remember that there are no atheists in foxholes. God doesn't want you to wait until you are over there to get close to Him. No, He wants you all the time. Remember, a strong mind is a clean mind, and a clean mind is through the love of God." Ironically, for 6 days during the week at boot camp, Marines were conditioned to kill. Then on Sunday, they worshiped listening to sermons about God's love and how they should respect their fellow man. Religion played a powerful role in the U.S. and in Japan. Both nations believed God or the gods were on their side. Both believed the heavenly host supported them, and this gave their service meaning. For Americans, this belief gave them confidence they were moral, and if they died, they would enter God's heavenly halls. However, Americans did not want to die for religious beliefs. The beliefs just reinforced the conviction that if they died, they would inherit salvation. Conversely, the Japanese believed the gods would reward them if they died in battle, and it was the highest calling to search out death. Americans had a Judeo-Christian religious ethic that supported the goal of preserving a serviceman's life whenever possible, while the Japanese had a Shinto religious ethic that glorified death in the emperor's service. For Woody, religion did not play a role in his life, and he did not believe in the Judaic-Christian version of God, but he was not an atheist. He felt there was a higher power, prayed to that force, and felt it protected him. Uninvolved in any church activities growing up, he claimed, "You only know what you're taught, and we weren't taught anything about God." His mother kept a large Bible in which family, whatever that meant. As a result, throughout boot camp, he attended Catholic Mass every Sunday, although he had no clue what was said since the services were in Latin. Although Woody had no penchant for learning a new religion, he did take up an affinity for another new concept, riflery. The high point of boot camp was a 3 weeks spent on the rifle range, with every minute devoted to studying, cleaning, disassembling, and assembling, and firing their rifles. No matter what military occupational specialty to which a Marine is eventually assigned, every Marine is first and foremost a rifleman. Marines could replace warped machine gun barrels in the dark because they had done it 1,000 times blindfolded. On the last day at the range, the recruits fired for record. They aimed at targets and did all they could not to get Maggie's drawers, meaning a red flag indicating a missed shot. All earned a classification as a marksman, sharpshooter, or expert to be displayed in a badge on their uniforms, with expert being the highest classification. They were indoctrinated with never point a rifle at anything you don't intend to shoot. Check your rifle each time you pick it up to be sure it isn't loaded. Many accidents have occurred with unloaded rifles, quote unquote. They cleaned the rifle daily, treated it gently, never used it as a leaning post, avoided touching the steel, and always placed it in bed every night with oil. In other words, they were taught to view their rifle like a lover and trusted friend, as illustrated in the Marine Corps Rifle Creed. "This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. My rifle without me is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless. I must fire my rifle true. I must shoot straighter than my enemy who is trying to kill me. I must shoot him before he shoots me. I will. My rifle and myself know that what counts in this war is not the rounds we fire, the noise of our burst, nor the smoke we make. We know that it is the hits that count. We will hit. My rifle is human, even as I, because it is my life. Thus I will learn it as a brother. I will learn its weaknesses, its strengths, its parts, its accessories, its sights, and its barrel. I will ever guard it against the ravages of weather and damage, as I will guard my legs, my arms, my eyes, and my heart against damage. I will keep my rifle clean and ready, even as I am clean and ready. We will become part of each other. We will. Before God I swear this creed. My rifle and I are the defenders of my country. We are the masters of our enemy. We are the saviors of my life. So be it, until victory is America's and there is no enemy but peace." Woody remembered this creed and said they learned it by heart, were tested on it, and believed its tenets. They knew it like Christians know the Lord's Prayer. They were told, in World War I, the Germans were astonished at the Marines' ability to shoot so deadly at ranges of 600 and 1,000 yards. "You men must keep up the tradition of the Corps and its men before you, who have made it so by their expert shooting and fighting. To be a 100% Marine, you may obtain 75% of it by being a master of your rifle." Boot camp taught Woody that if you master your rifle, you will master your enemy. This was not hyperbolic. By boot camp's conclusion, a Marine knew the ins and outs of his air-cooled and gas-operated M1. He knew the barrel was 24 inches long with 2.5 turns inside. The chamber pressure was 51,000 pounds per square inch, and the muzzle velocity was 2,680 feet per second. Having completed boot camp, the recruits had visibly changed. The DIs had done their job. Unlike the raw, young recruits who arrived at Marine Corps Recruit Depot, many out of shape like Woody, and undisciplined boys in wrinkled dungaree uniforms, sloppy, marching out of step, unsure of themselves and ignorant of the organization that they had joined, a new group had emerged. At graduation parade there appeared squared-away young men who had earned the title Marine and the right to wear the eagle, globe, and anchor insignia of the Corps. Months of vigorous exercise outdoors had made them tan and fit. Their uniforms were neatly pressed and ironed with sharp creases in the trousers. Their covers were starched, uniforms pressed, and brass belt buckles gleamed. They held themselves proudly erect and marched in formation with their platoon and company, responding to each command with precision and quiet strength. In order to earn the title of Marine, Woody and his fellow leathernecks had just, on average, ran 90 miles, marched 250 miles, scampered 10 times through the obstacle course, completed 70 hours of calisthenics, swam 16 hours in the pool, and conducted 90 hours of field training. On average, every recruit in Woody's platoon lost 8 pounds of fat and gained 12 pounds of muscle. These were the measurable accomplishments. What was even more transformative was how these young men thought. They were now warriors with confidence that they could experience violence and bloodshed and still defeat their enemy. This confidence could not be measured, but it was definitely observed. Woody felt this change in his bones. He gained a deep respect for the Corps and was proud to be a Marine. Before boot camp, he had little knowledge about the Corps. Those he surrounded himself with gave him a sense of pride. They were the elite, and in many respects, Woody said, we were. This was not misplaced swagger. They had some of the hardest training to be had in the world at that time. It was a complete transformation of my thinking, Woody declared. As the booklet Woody studied noted, the question may arise, why is it that the Marines are always successful in whatever they undertake? The answer is discipline and pride in their organization, pride in their uniform and feeling that we can do anything. If necessary, we will do the impossible. The spirit that cultivates and the spirit which makes your organization outstanding is the spirit that never says it cannot be done. Even today, such learning and education give Woody pride, and most of the boys at Marine Corps Recruit Depot San Diego wholeheartedly bought into the belief they were indeed the best of the best. During training, Woody's focus was infantry. At first, he worried he would never measure up to the others who seemed smarter, bigger, and better than he. But by graduation, he felt as capable as most of his comrades. According to Woody, he graduated in the top 10 of his class. This did wonders for his self-esteem, and he then knew he could meet any challenge the war might bring. An NCO at boot camp explained, now you have become one of us, and we expect a willing obedience much more rigid and exact than you have ever encountered before. Almost 200 years of Marine traditions are now yours to add to. Marines win. Marines never retreat. That is what we demand, and you must give us the best you have. Woody had now earned the title of Marine, and as anyone who has gone through the Corps' crucible to earn it, he bears it with a pride unknown to most militaries and unfamiliar to other services. One could call the Marine Corps a cult. Recruits are imbued from the outset with the conviction that they are members of a select corps d'elite, that it is unthinkable for any Marine ever to let down another Marine in combat, and that failure to live up to the traditions of the Corps amounts virtually to treason. Observing this mode of thought carried into action has led more than one outsider to remark that these men seem to be fighting less for the United States than for the United States Marine Corps. Some believe the Corps is a way of life, and many Marines would agree with this sentiment. Woody's Boot Camp instructional manual echoes these beliefs. Spirit, We know it as Marine Corps spirit. It has made our Corps famous. It is that which makes a man always want to be at his best. It will carry him on to success and victory when everything else fails. It is not built on fear of correction or punishment. It is something in the man himself which will carry through when his leader has fallen and his friends and comrades are dropping by his side. It will carry him on alone, unafraid, until death. After Woody finished boot camp, he belonged to the Corps, and he had never been so proud in his entire life. He had been selected to be part of the chosen few. I felt like I was 12 feet tall and could whip anybody alive, Woody said. He would need to feel this way to fight the Japanese. Chapter 5, Section A. Background on the Japanese military. Brave soldiers and psychopathic rapists and killers. Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. Voltaire. A lesson from the Holocaust. Never stop telling the terrible stories. Chicago Tribune. Preamble. After entering a large museum in one of the world's most ancient cities, Nanking, the former Chinese Empire's capital, my 18-year-old daughter Sophia and I walked over a glass walkway, allowing us to look down 10 feet of earth and observe an ancient footpath. Lights highlighted the ground under the glass, while the room we were in was dark. To our right hung numerous photographs on a black wall showing Japanese slaughtering Chinese citizens in December 1937, revealed by individual lights, the types one sees on art museum paintings. Dead babies, severed heads, piles of bodies on Yangtze River banks, and helpless POWs were all documented there from camera shots taken by the perpetrators themselves, Imperial Japanese Army soldiers who had conquered Nanking. The photo collage documented an orgy of slaughter. Walking along the pathway, there was a rectangular centerpiece in the hall ringed by 3-foot walls. Many, on gazing over the lips of the precipice, shook their heads. Some put their hands together and offered prayers to the heavens. Others whispered to companions, "Bastards! I hate the Japanese. How can Japan deny this?" Or, "America should have dropped more bombs on the assholes." People here had eyes both grave and focused. The air trembled with their energy. My daughter, standing 5'11" with blonde hair and blue eyes, stood out in the crowd of mostly local Han Chinese. Everyone was silent except for those walking away from the centerpiece. Sophia looked over the wall first, and then she glanced at me with eyes wide and filled with sadness. In truth, I found myself upon the brink of an abyss, the melancholy valley containing thundering, unending wailings, to quote Dante. As I looked over, I beheld a mass grave. Many skulls showed signs of having either been crushed by a heavy object or shot by a bullet. Other skulls had been removed from their bodies, settling several feet away from the shoulders. Sophie and I did not know this crime scene was not even close to being the museum's biggest. One much larger awaited us in another building with hundreds of bodies there. Old ladies, POWs, and children, all of whom gave evidence the Japanese had killed them with guns, swords, and clubs. We walked on a massive, unplanned cemetery where everyone had met an untimely and murderous end. The Japanese had stained the world with blood, and jars of human remains mixed with the earth that had absorbed their flesh lined the exhibit. My daughter and I were visiting one of the largest crime scenes in history. Sophia was there because she is fluent in Chinese and was helping me conduct research. On this day, our journeys took us to the Memorial Hall of the Victims in Nanjing massacre by Japanese invaders in Nanking, China. I had been to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, Israel, the large Holocaust Memorial in Berlin, Germany, and the Nazi death camp Auschwitz in Krakow, Poland. But nothing had prepared me for this massive complex built to commemorate the rape of Nanking. All of the European sites just mentioned show evidence of mass murder, with Auschwitz being the most dramatic, with large rooms full of shoes, shaven female hair, and suitcases of the deceased. However, here we observed hundreds of skeletons, often with their empty black eye sockets staring at us as if pleading to never forget. The glooming air released their messages from their shattered bones, relying on the living to recount their stories. The sheer size of the extermination reminded me of Dante's phrase, "I should never have believed that death could have unmade so many souls." How could a apparently cultured, quote-unquote, civilization like Japan unleash soldiers who could do such horrible crimes? Background on Japan's criminal behavior. Japan under Hirohito from 1925 to 1945 produced horrors on the scale of Hitler's evils. Hirohito's and Hitler's rule shock most, especially those who have only known the democracies of today's Japan and Germany. World War II behavior of both countries was deplorable. For Japan, its legacy of 1927 to 1945 was one of atrocities, war crimes, and suicidal disgrace. Dating to the late 19th century, Japan was instilled with an emperor-centered ideology. This belief was used by the imperial army to validate its actions in the emperor's name and it as a special institution in the Japanese polity to unite its men for whatever campaign or political endeavor it happened to be focusing on. Such a focus by the Imperial Japanese Army allowed Hirohito to maintain more control over the military and by extension over his subjects and respect than the Nazi dictator. And the heavy focus on the emperor was fully supported by Shinto and Zen Bushido Buddhist doctrines. And these doctrines also made the Japanese feel superior and justified in murdering anyone not Japanese for the slightest of reasons. No one was permitted to question the imperial institution that permitted anything in the emperor's name. Unlike in Germany, which had known enough democracy and enlightened thinking for many to recognize the evil in Nazi rule, few in Japan ever questioned the emperor. He was always good, right, and infallible. No one tried to kill Hirohito during World War II, unlike some Germans who tried to kill Hitler. The Meiji Constitution had even declared the emperor sacred and inviolable and free from all worldly responsibilities. To anyone reading the Japanese press of the period, it could easily have appeared that the whole of Japanese life centered on the slightest whim of the emperor. Dire punishments threatened anyone who dared to suggest that everyone and everything in the imperial realm was not subject to his divine judgment. The superficially timid, bookish, and soft-spoken Hirohito was an absolute ruler. Hirohito, or the Showa Emperor, was Emperor Meiji's first grandson, born on the 29th of April 1901. At 11, he became the crown prince and received the ranks of Army Second Lieutenant and Navy Ensign. In 1926, he became emperor. The Japanese believed he was a god in human form, Arabitogami, and the nation's high Shinto priest. Zen Buddhist leaders believed Hirohito was the long-term protector of their religion and a gold wheel-turning king, Kanrin-jo. One of the four manifestations of the ideal Buddhist monarch are Chakravartin Raja. They believed Hirohito was a Tathagata, a fully enlightened being of the secular world. He was also head of the armed forces and a real war leader, exercising his constitutional prerogatives of supreme command, Daiginsuya. He stood 5'5", weighed 150 pounds, wore glasses, and carried a slight build. He did not look like a prototypical, bloodthirsty dictator. Moreover, he was a passive, sensitive man who enjoyed marine biology, studying fungi, and reading science books. Such subjects were unusual for a brutal dictator's curriculum. The emperor, as a source of law, transcended the Constitution, whose purpose was not to place limits on his powers, but the opposite, to protect him and provide a mechanism enabling him to exercise authority unimpeded by limits. In contrast to his demeanor, Hirohito often met with his commanders to dictate strategy. He ordered his men to commit acts in violation of laws and customs of war. Few World War II leaders had such control over the halls of power. He was land-driven, empire-hungry, resource-coveting, and indifferent to the suffering of conquered peoples and his own citizens. He seized more land, conquered more countries, and killed more people than the Nazi dictator. Like Hitler, Hirohito rarely allowed his forces to retreat. It became a hallmark for soldiers to fight in place until they died. Hirohito's armed forces accomplished some amazing feats, but the military was marred by rape, atrocities, suicidal banzais, and dramatic defeats. Hirohito ruled a Japan with an army run amok, led by fanatics whose blind devotion to the emperor encouraged barbaric behavior. To understand these facts, a short discourse on modern Japan is necessary. The homogeneous island nation of Japan had lived in self-imposed isolation as a feudal state ruled by shoguns, hereditary commanders-in-chief, from the samurai warrior class for 2.5 centuries before Commodore Matthew Perry and the United States Navy's black ships forced it in 1854 to open up to world trade, thereby shattering the closed-door policy of the Tokugawa government. Social upheaval followed Perry's arrival. The emperor had long been a cultural and religious figure, apart from and nominally superior to the warrior class. For centuries, the shoguns held power until the advent of Western influence. Some Japanese leaders had heard of the American and French revolutions and the expansion of colonial empires. But the Opium Wars of the 1840s and 1850s and the granting of extensive privileges for European powers in China shocked Japan's elite. To see China humiliated, to see its major ports occupied and administered by barbarians from the West made it obvious that a great shadow had begun to fall over East Asia, one that Japan could not escape. Japan then became hyper-focused on ensuring Western powers would not do to it what they did to China. In 1868, the Meiji Restoration returned Japan to imperial rule and later adopted a constitution for the nation. Mutsuhito took the name Meiji on becoming emperor in 1868. Unlike the U.S. Constitution, a group of elites drafted Japan's in secret and presented it to the people as a gift from the emperor. Meiji's constitution was done to impress the West, which Japan aspired to join, and prove it had modern institutions. It wanted respect from powerful countries, treatment as an equal, and protection from Western imperialism. Yet Japan's constitution was not meant to make her institutions viable or citizens' rights real. For instance, the Constitution guaranteed religious freedom, a provision of great interest in the West. But in practice, regulations, law, and social pressure suppress non-Japanese faiths. State Shinto observances, complete with priests, spirits, gods, shrines, and myths, could not be questioned and were exercises of civic duty. There were elections in which, at first, a small percentage of men could vote, but the military was not accountable to elected officials, answering only to the emperor. Although male suffrage increased before the war, the military remained beyond the voters' control of their elected officials. In fact, the army often controlled elections and law issuance. New institutions altered to suit Japan were imported from the West, but Japan's elite chose not to adopt Western liberal institutions. Japan strongly strove to secure independence from other nations to avoid the risk of becoming one of Europe's dominions. Following Europe's example, Japan started building its own empire by seizing Okinawa and other Ryukyu islands from China in 1871. In 1871 as well, Japan needed a new focus to develop national feeling, to inculcate patriotism, and transfer loyalties previously centered on family, region, or one's local lord to that of a national level like Europe was doing. Glorification of the emperor was the answer. The Constitution declared Japan had been ruled over and governed by a line of emperors unbroken for ages eternal, and the emperor symbolized the unity of the people. U non zettai. The nation suffered during the transition from a feudal state to a progressive society. It was plagued by civil wars, pitting the modern military against conventional-minded samurai who wanted to keep Japan traditional. Thousands died as Japan was dragged kicking and screaming into the modern age. The country underwent rapid industrialization and urbanization, during which time it created a large, modern conscript military answerable only to the emperor, considered a direct descendant of the sun goddess, Amaterasu Omikami, one of the most powerful Shinto gods. This was why their servicemen were called soldiers of the sun. The sun goddess's creeds and traditions stemmed from a pre-Bronze Age culture that supported the belief that they were the special objects of the divine, our solar system's star, the sun. The belief that the main physical celestial sphere that dominates the sky was the sole progenitor of the Japanese shows their conviction that Japan was the center of the universe and everything in life was arranged with them in mind. This pathetic solipsism created an extreme self-centeredness and self-regard that helped create, along with other fascist ideologies, a powerful and unforgiving citizenry, willing and able to commit some of the most grotesque atrocities any modern power has ever performed precisely because they believed they had divine permission to do so. Their delusions justified their goal to acquire and wield power over others. Their beliefs lent themselves to convictions that everyone non-Japanese was the God's unfavored children, and during the 20th century, they were the only modern nation still ruled by a God who, by the very justification for his infallibility and power, espoused totalitarian convictions supported by a state requiring all to worship him. These forms of arrogance and servility, both of which flow directly from the power of the passions, were evident throughout Japanese culture and defined their beliefs. To ensure these Shinto creeds took hold, between 1870 and 1884, 10,000 evangelists were employed in a massive campaign to promulgate this renewed focus on the emperor and sacred country in a Mormon-like operation. The emperor, in Shinto belief, was a divine intermediary between the people and the gods. From 1890 an imperial rescript, a tokuho, like a Catholic encyclical, required school children in assemblies to memorize and recite an oath to offer yourselves courageously to the state, quote unquote, and thus guard and maintain the prosperity of our imperial throne co-equal with heaven and earth, quote unquote. And it as well affirmed the emperor's teachings, decisions, and decrees as infallible. Shinto priests developed rites to pay homage to the rescript and the imperial photo in ceremonies. Every aspect of life took on a military coloring. Boys went off to school in army uniforms. Instructors often drilled the children, indoctrinating them with military values. Every day, boys would face a picture of the emperor and be asked, "What is your dearest ambition?" And then in unison, the boys would answer, "To die for the emperor." Seeing his school catch fire, a boy rushed in to save the emperor's photo, trying to prevent the flames from destroying God's image, but died in the blaze in doing so. Instead of viewing this act as a tragedy, it was held as a happy manifestation of love for the emperor. These pathetic martyrdoms swelled the hearts of the people rather than depressed them. Children were taught myths as truth, that the emperor discussed decisions with the Shinto gods in pitch-black darkness, and then after receiving wisdom from on high, declared it to the nation. Japanese faith had become nothing now but credulity and prejudices and absurd mysteries. This created unquestioned obedience to the emperor, as millions were intoxicated with such legends. The emperor was recast as a military figure who appeared in uniform and was owed incontestable loyalty. Admiral Kanji Kato, occupying all the major educational and command posts in the pre-war Navy, wrote in 1933, "Whence comes the strength of our army, that during the 3,000 years since the founding of our country has protected us and has not yielded an inch of land to the enemy? For generations the emperor has led our imperial forces. It is the pride of the imperial forces to submit to the emperor, around whom everything centers. The soldier dies for the emperor. When he is about to die, the last words that break forth from his lips are, 'Tenno Haika Banzai!' Our emperor lives 10,000 years. We die gladly. We are happy to float in his spiritual grace. Under the emperor's supreme command, there is no limit to our power." Everything in society took on a religious tent revival-like atmosphere. The military focused on the emperor as the foundation of our national strength to explain Japan's invincibility, equaled by no country in the world. Unquestioning allegiance to the emperor instilled during military training permeated into civilian life when soldiers left active duty. It was a vicious circle teaching totalitarian, xenophobic, and exclusionary virtues as being the highest form of behavior to unify the country, using Shinto beliefs as a foundation. Although many would also call themselves Zen Buddhist, to be Japanese was by default to also be Shintoist. State Shinto, the government's artificial construct, was purposely designed as a cult of national morality and patriotism, to which followers of all religions, Buddhists, Taoists, Christians, and Confucius, must subscribe. And these Shintoist beliefs created a fascist and imperialistic nation. By World War II, no Japanese dared question the emperor. Hirohito enjoyed maintaining his people in a condition of political tutelage and immaturity. The government's propaganda was grounded in elite religious teachings and created an exaggerated metaphysical and epistemological solipsism, making Japanese feel they were the best humanity had to offer, led by the best the gods could create, the emperor. As Japan modernized, these beliefs expressed themselves in armed aggression. Having one dominant sect did not lead to a culture of moral restraint, and thus Japan's society embraced violence as an acceptable means of achieving its theological mandate to rule the world. Thus, the political beliefs of Japan were not liberated from religion, but rather were theocratic and not subordinate to a secular state, like in the U.S. One would think Buddhism would have prevented Japan from becoming fascist, but that was not so. Zen Buddhism at this time also took on Shinto-like characteristics and made itself subservient to the emperor, nation, and military. Although today most Buddhists would call themselves pacifists, under fascist Japan, their beliefs inverted themselves. For Zen Buddhists, warfare and killing were described as manifestations of Buddhist compassion. Historian and Buddhist priest Brian Victoria continued, "The selflessness of Zen meant absolute and unquestioning submission to the will and dictates of the emperor, and the purpose of religion was to preserve the state and punish any country or person who dared interfere with its right of self-aggrandizement." As Japan continued to become more imperialistic and fascistic, it had its two major religions of Buddhism and Shintoism in its back pocket. Buddhism was indeed one, if not the only, organization capable of offering effective resistance to state policy, but instead, it offered its unquestioning loyalty. Zen Buddhism became fascist, claiming it was the best of all Buddhisms. It mandated for itself the following: Buddhism in India collapsed due to Indian culture. Buddhism in China collapsed because it ran directly contrary to the history and nature of the Chinese state, and was therefore only able to produce a few mountain temples. On the other hand, thanks to the rich cultivation Japanese Buddhism received on Japanese soil, it gradually developed into what Buddhist teachings was aiming toward. Many Japanese believed Japan was the only Buddhist country in existence because Buddhism didn't simply spread to Japan but was actually created there. And spreading Japanese Buddhism by the sword, killing unruly heathens, Jama-gido, was supported by Zen Buddhists. Quoting, "Discharging one's duty to the state on the battlefield is a religious act," they said. Buddhism doesn't merely approve of wars that are in accord with its values. It vigorously supports such wars to the point of being a war enthusiast, other Buddhist leaders said. And since Japanese religion, a synthesis of Shinto and Buddhist ideologies, was martial to its core, Bushido, the way of the warrior, it was just a matter of time before Japan's brainwashed legions swarmed out beyond the nation's borders to enact their God-given right, quote-unquote, to rule everyone. Eager to use the modernized military into which much effort and treasure had been expended, Japan conducted actions against China, Korea, and the Russian Empire, gaining territory in Manchuria, Korea, and Sakhalin. In the 1894 or 1895 First Sino-Japanese War, Japan crushed China and gained Taiwan, at that time called Formosa. As would be on display in World War II, the Japanese committed crimes everywhere. Some Imperial Japanese Army soldiers bayoneted children through their anuses and then held them up in the air for fun. Allying with Great Britain, Japan obtained a modern fleet at this time, which included European warships the British taught the Japanese to operate. Japan, with its military of leather-skinned dwarfs, quote-unquote, as the Russians called them, shocked the world in the Russo-Japanese War with a naval victory over the Tsar's navy at Tsushima, the strait between Japan and Korea in the Sea of Japan, in May 1905, in the first major sea battle with steam-powered vessels. With Krupp siege guns, the Japanese military also defeated Russia at its Port Arthur base on the Manchurian coast. It was the first modern victory of an Asian country over a Western power, boosting the confidence of Japanese militarists. The alliance with Britain in World War I gave Japan an opportunity to seize Germany's Eastern Empire, including islands in the Carolinas, Marshalls, and Northern Marianas, and concessions in northern China. Japan's new imperialistic totalitarian system at this time was paying huge dividends. This Japanese expansion worried the future chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Fleet Admiral William D. Leahy, and many in the United States Marine Corps. As a lieutenant commander and the navigator on the armed cruiser USS California, Leahy had a chance to visit Japan in 1910. Ever since Japan won its war against Russia in 1905, Leahy had been following its society and military, viewing it as a future enemy. Leahy would write after his time in country and after meeting many Imperial Japanese naval officers and even the victor at Tsushima, Admiral Hayachiro Togo himself, that Japan was ruled, quote-unquote, by a people with a high order of military talent and an intense nationalism. It will be a menace to our institutions. Having such exposure to Japan's militaristic and aggressive society influenced Leahy greatly in the 1930s and 1940s as he, more than any other officer in America, shaped the United States' strategic handling and diplomatic thought concerning the enemy of Japan. Many Marines, like Leahy, long before World War II started, also viewed Japan as America's nemesis and took action to make sure Japan was part of the United States Marine Corps' war doctrine, viewing this nation as a serious threat. After World War I, the brilliant and prophetic United States Marine Corps Major Earl H. Ellis thought about what country in the Pacific could challenge America and her democracy. He saw what was going on in Japan and quickly warned his superiors of the danger of a future war with the Empire of Japan, writing up a divinatory study entitled Advance Operations in Micronesia, 1920 to 1921. With the support of his superiors, Ellis spent years analyzing Japan, the Pacific, and Asia, and amphibious warfare to prepare for the possibility of future hostilities. His study and plans convinced some of those officers higher up his chain of command, like Commandant John Archer Lejeune, to focus on amphibious warfare for the Pacific, helping the Marine Corps prepare for World War II. In fact, his materials and study provided the framework for the American strategy for the Pacific War, adopted by the Joint Board of the Army and Navy in 1924 as the Orange Plan. He mysteriously died in 1923 on Japanese-held Palau, many thinking the Japanese government had sent an assassin to do away with the Marine Corps' Messiah who had seen correctly the future that Japan wanted and from which America needed to defend itself. Leahy and Ellis were right to fear the Japanese as their society turned more radical throughout the early 1900s. In 1905, an era of political violence commenced and even more fascist ideology appeared in Japan. A die-hard Shinto ideologist was a confidant of the Empress and lectured her son, Hirohito, who was acting as regent for his insane father. The lectures which influenced his thought were published as imperial edicts upon Hirohito's coronation in 1926, thereby guiding Japan's political climate, which focused mainly on military might. By the 1920s, Japan was the only state in Asia with a modern army, navy, and air force, in fact, among the best in the world. In 1922, it built the first aircraft carrier, Hoshu. In 1927, it deployed troops to northern China in Shandong province, and then started a full-scale war in 1931 in Manchuria, using it as its Lebensraum, a living space, sending hundreds of thousands of colonists there to populate it. It resigned from the League of Nations in March 1933 at about the same time as Nazi Germany did. Not content with these imperial conquests, in July 1937, Japan launched its war against China, taking over the equivalent of half the U.S. in landmass. It started with the Marco Polo Bridge incident outside Beijing on the 7th of July when Japanese and Chinese troops clashed with one another. Japan used this event to commence war primarily against Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces, the Kuomintang, with Hirohito's blessing, ordering his men to chastise Chink forces. Nationalist forces were Japan's main enemy on China's mainland. Trained and supplied by Germany from 1934 to 1938, and then the U.S. thereafter. Concurrently, China was undergoing a major civil war with Chiang Kai-shek's armies battling Mao Zedong's communist forces to the north, and both these groups fighting numerous warlords throughout the country. It was a civil war within a civil war, fighting in different forms the outside aggressor of Japan when they were not killing each other. China was a chaotic land, unable to expel the Japanese invaders, largely due to the nation's inability to unite in a common cause under one leader. Furthermore, Japan saw China's instability as a threat to her protection against communist Russia and the Allies, as well as an opportunity to take advantage of China's instability to seize territory and resources. In 1939, Prime Minister Hiranuma addressed the Japanese Legislative Assembly, the Diet, claiming he hoped the Chinese would cooperate with them, that is, become Japan's slaves. He continued, "As for those who fail to understand, we have no other alternative but to exterminate them." Japan conducted this war with such ruthlessness and brutality, it shocked the great powers of the day. Even Germany's Supreme Army Command in 1938, after observing Japan's combat, wrote that the Imperial Japanese Army's bravery, loyalty to the fatherland, and lack of fear for death baffled it and could not be measured with European sensibilities. That Japanese soldiers made the Nazi army stand back in awe for its brutality makes one take note of Imperial Japanese Army extremism, born from a fanatical nation at war. When the breakdown of their ritualistic and strict environment occurred as the Japanese invaded other countries, the collapse of the subliminal restraints against aggressive impulses happened with catastrophic consequences. Frustration pent up by the regimental rituals of social interaction within Japan exploded with savagery against enemies abroad. For decades, cadets were taught, above all, the ethics of the warrior, the cult of Bushido, which preached a fanatical dedication to fulfilling orders and destroying the enemy. By World War II, warrior codes had changed into religious death cults. Army regulations of 1912 first laid out the spirit warrior doctrine. The imperial rescript to servicemen required absolute, unthinking obedience to orders. Because officers had a direct connection to the emperor, their orders came with divine authority, making them infallible. Unlike U.S. servicemen, the Japanese had no concept of unlawful orders. The Imperial Japanese Army taught that to truly live, one must be willing to die for the emperor and nation. If death came, it should be welcomed. Fighter Ace Sub-Lieutenant Saburo Sakai claimed they lived by Hagakure, a popular Bushido text that said, "To live in such a way as to always be prepared to die." In short, more was expected of the Japanese soldier than any soldier of World War II. Their collective valor was on a scale never surpassed. One reason for this was that for decades, Japanese preached their Aryan-like myth. They, the Yamato race, the Sun Clan, were the sun goddess's children and better than everyone else. Pseudoscientist Hashimoto wrote, "There's no nation that can compare with our national blood solidarity, which makes possible a unification like ours with the empire in the center." The Japanese preached their master race theory in schools and the government for decades, brainwashing generations. State-run Shinto religion inundated society and preached the superiority of the Japanese as a race, Nihonjin, their divine mission in the world, and their supreme devotion to the emperor. Japan was pictured as an invincible nation. Schools taught that the imperial throne was as ancient as the very origins of heaven and earth. The state supported financially this intensely nationalistic cult, which produced the blind loyalty and devotion Japan's leaders required. Politician Nakajima Shikuhi claimed in 1940 it was their duty to control others since they were pure-blooded and had descended from the gods. The Greater East Asian War was thus no ordinary conflict, but rather a divine mission. Leaders like War Minister General Sadao Araki, from 1939 to 1940 in office, devoted themselves to the spiritual side of warfare, claiming the divine mission to rule made them superior and assured victory. Lieutenant Colonel Goru Sugimoto, a Buddhist philosopher, wrote the best-selling book Great Duty, Tagi, that recruits, officers, and school children all admired. In part, he wrote what many believed, combining Shinto, Buddhist, and fascist convictions into one ideology. He wrote, "The emperor is identical to the sun goddess Amaterasu. He is the only god of the universe. The many components of a country, including such things as its laws and constitution, its religion, ethics, learning, and art, are expedient means by which to promote unity with the emperor. Stop such foolishness as respecting Confucius, revering Christ, or believing in Buddha. Believe in the emperor, the embodiment of the supreme truth, the one God of the universe. Revere the emperor for all eternity. Imperial subjects should not seek their own personal salvation. Rather, their goal should be the expansion of imperial power. The imperial way is the fundamental principle for the guidance of the world. The emperor's way is what has been taught by all the saints. The wars of the empire are holy. They are Buddhist practice, Gaio of great compassion, Daijishin. Therefore, the imperial military must consist of holy officers and soldiers. Warriors who sacrifice their lives for the emperor will not die. They will live forever. Truly, they should be called gods and Buddhas for whom there is no life or death." Sugimoto preached a xenophobic, radical, religiously racist, Japanese-centric ideology that was common among Imperial Japanese Army personnel in particular and Nippon society in general. Sugimoto believed by surrendering oneself to the emperor, a soldier could secure salvation, eternal life, deification, and supreme teacherhood, especially if he died for the empire's expansion and preservation. As is often the case with religious gibberish, Sugimoto unknowingly illustrated the contradictions inherent in the dogma when he wrote that people should only believe in the emperor, not Buddha, but later pronounced they should aspire to become gods and Buddhas. He declared Hirohito the one true god of the universe, being equal to the sun goddess, although by definition, since Shinto ideology claims Amaterasu gave birth to Hirohito's line, the imperial household was in an inferior position actually. Yet apparently Sugimoto was convincing with his illogical arguments, something one often sees with charismatic men. When one reads Hitler's Mein Kampf or listens to his speeches, one also reads about pseudo-religious allusions and illogical concepts. Hitler claimed Jesus was an Aryan and a fighter against Jews who wanted the folk to rule all mankind. The world was rife with fanatical visions of what a future humanity should look like and what gods or religiously xenophobic beliefs a society should embrace. Sugimoto spent his life on campaigns for the emperor, entering the Imperial Japanese Army in 1921. When the Second Sino-Japanese War broke out, he died in battle on the 14th of September 1937 in Shanxi province. In his conviction, he became a god and Buddha, gazing toward the imperial throne as he took his last breath. The hyperbolic language, espousing the destiny of omnipresent rule, as embraced by leaders like Hashimoto, Shikuhi, Araki, and Sugimoto, buoyed the Japanese national concept, yet there was a yawning gap between their religious pretensions, their historical claims, and their elect status on the one hand, and the reality that they had only a fraction of the resources possessed by their enemies. As a tiny minority in the world of nations with an island land, poor in raw materials that had just gone through an industrial revolution, the Japanese lagged economically behind other inferior nations. Able, industrious, martial, and religious, Japanese felt frustrated by their manifest inability to solve their political problems and to control Asia. They were reliant on more powerful allied countries who could cut off commodities, especially oil, without notice, crippling their economy. Was there not something monstrously wrong with a nation and its religion of Shinto and Zen Buddhism that claimed its values, people, gods, and society were the best humanity had to offer, yet the world around them was disproving these claims, with the U.S., Britain, and Germany being far superior in empire building than the Nipponese? When exposed to the outside world, many Japanese developed Napoleon complexes and race-inferior hang-ups because men in Western nations were, on average, 5 to 6 inches taller than the average Japanese, and appeared to have the respect of non-white nations throughout the globe because they were white and more powerful. Superior Western technology in cities and in arms also played a role in Japanese feelings of inadequacy. Japanese must have wondered why, if they were the gods' chosen people, why then were they so much smaller and physically and technologically weaker than other ethnicities, especially Caucasians? Japan had a social structure that had a tendency to exclude and denigrate others, which is usually a sign of deep insecurities. Men of smaller stature can have the small man syndrome, which makes them prone to seek power, war, and conquest to make up for their physical shortcomings. Hitler at 5'8", Goebbels at 5'5", Mussolini at 5'7", and Stalin at 5'5", all had this syndrome. And most likely many small Japanese leaders did too, including specifically Hirohito, standing at 5'5", Tojo, standing at 5'4", and Yamamoto, standing at 5'3". Japanese culture was also fascinated with white people, fair-skinned people, and desired being like them. Worse still, even if there were individuals among the body politic who did not necessarily feel physically inferior with their height and pigmentation, the entire Western world depicted Japanese as little yellow men and monkeys, or as Rudyard Kipling claimed, little antinomies, rather than the future world leaders to which Japan aspired, irritating many Japanese diplomats, politicians, and flag officers. They hungered to be like the Europeans and Americans, who were more powerful physically, politically, and militarily, but they also despised them for their dominance in Asia and their ridicule for Asian races. If the Japanese were perfect, why did they feel these shortcomings, or why did the world view them as inferior? To what extent was the disjunction between Japanese aspiration and performance the responsibility of a fallacious religious analysis? The disconnect between their cult-like indoctrination and their personal views kept the Japanese world in a perpetual belligerence that would later erupt into a global conflict. In some ways, Japanese society, Shintoism, and Zen Buddhism were highly unstable and certainly self-destructive. Japanese history, myths, and religion had huge gaps and plenty of plagiarisms. It borrowed many of its beliefs from China and India, especially Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, and adopted the conviction in the divine origin of the emperor from the political theories of China's Chu kings from 1100 to 300 BCE. It took its system of writing using Chinese-derived characters, or ideographs, kanji, and much of its legal theory from China, and its ethnic origins were largely Mongolian, Chinese, and Korean. China and Korea were Japan's forebears genetically, culturally, spiritually, and linguistically. Like many cultures with fanatical beliefs about a nation's origins being pure, quote unquote, the Japanese exaggerated their beginnings and destiny. The more extreme Japan became in its mission to rule everyone and everywhere because they were superior, the more extraordinary, fanciful, mythical, and fallacious its claims became about its people and their role in the world. In 1934, Ruzan Shimizu, president of Nichiren Buddhist-affiliated Rizzo University, explained Japan's mission. The underlying principle of the spirit of Japan is the enlightenment of the world with truth. We must lead all nations of the world into righteousness and establish heaven on earth, where all men shall be Buddhist saints. This is the true ideal of the spirit of Japan. Zen master Sogaku Daiun Harada wrote in 1934, "The spirit of Japan is the great way of the Shinto gods. It is the substance of the universe, the essence of truth. The Japanese people are a chosen people whose mission is to control the world. Fascist politics should be implemented. All the people of this country should do Zen. This is to say, they should all awake to the great way of the gods. This is Mahayana Zen." Despite the logical inconsistencies of their efforts, the Japanese nonetheless strove to elucidate and ultimately create that new world order. Instead of using argument, education, and intelligence to convince the world of their superiority, the Japanese used brute force. In implementing this mission of ruling the world and training this superior race, the military became a key institution, brutalizing its men with abuse and draconian punishments, instilling belief in whatever the nation ordained. Leaders beat their subordinates, and they in turn harmed those under them. They were not allowed to question, criticize, or strike back against superiors. Fighter A. Sakai wrote, "We were automatons who obeyed without thinking." The practice of harsh discipline was known as Tekken Saisei, Iron Fist, and Ano Muchi, Whip of Love. The bully-like behavior took the form of blood, broken bones, and incredible humiliation for subordinates, and much worse for enemy soldiers and civilians. The loyalty Japan's leaders required was taught through militarism, racism, and unquestioning obedience by strict press censorship, religious indoctrination, and intimidation. This training created bizarre behavior. By way of illustration, when an Imperial Japanese Army officer made a slip of the tongue while reading an Emperor rescript to his troops, he fell on his sword. He made a mistake, and instead of people declaring this a pathetic display of loyalty, they praised him for it. Although the Japanese were taught they were exceptional, their military superiors treated them as inferior. As often the case with cultures that try to make their citizenry more than they are capable of becoming, Japan went to extremes to create an enemy and demonize him to keep control over its citizens, while trying to also make them feel superior at the same time. Japanese fascism preached that everything Japanese was superior and anything non-Japanese barbaric. Gaijin or Gaijin, or non-Japanese, were viewed as non-human. For decades, Japanese citizens have been indoctrinated with evidence that Japan's enemies, like Caucasians and Chinese, were inferior, even subhuman creatures for whom no respect was possible. Uno Shintaro, who beheaded prisoners, wrote, "We never really consider the Chinese humans. When you're winning, the losers look miserable. We concluded that the Yamato race was superior." George Orwell wrote that for centuries the Japanese preached a racial theory more extreme than the Nazis, claiming their own race to be divine and all others hereditarily inferior. James Young, a former Japanese prisoner, wrote an insightful 1940 book, Our Enemy, in which he supported Orwell's conclusions, writing about the Nanking Massacre. The Japanese duplicated all Nazi brutalities, exceeded them, and added a whole satanic range of their own peculiar cruelties. Japanese also disparaged foreign religions, viewing their adherents as heathens. This superiority dogma created an interesting dilemma for fascist Japan. It had to compete with its allies for the claim of genetic, eugenic, and cultural greatness. Germans claimed Aryan superiority, which by definition placed the Japanese in an inferior position. Yet Japan also had a master race theory, which put the Germans in a lower position. There can't be two chosen people. The Yamato race was not the Aryan race. These race theories were irreconcilable, or as a Japanese journalist noted, were like trying to mix oil and water. To get around this problem with their Asian ally, the Nazis devised a plan. Justifying the alliance with the Japanese, who fit into the Nazi category of Asiatic barbarians, and whom Hitler had degraded in Mein Kampf, called for a creative rationalization. Japanese translations edited these sections out of the Führer's work. Hitler's armament minister, Albert Speer, called Japan's and Germany's alliance, from the racist point of view, a dubious affair. Party members disapproved of the association with barbarian midgets, and the Japanese did not appreciate being called inferior non-Aryans, particularly because of the importance of the 1936 Anti-Comintern Pact, creating a unified front against communism. Hitler needed to ease the racial tensions both internally and externally. Consequently, Hitler officially labeled the Japanese honorary Aryans because they possessed Germanic qualities, calling them the Prussians of the East. Yet in private, he felt they posed a danger to whites. Interestingly, the Japanese continued to call Germans Gaijin, but the mental and verbal gymnastics seemed to allow Japan to save face and for Germany to justify its alliance with inferior humans. When the Tripartite Pact of the 27th of September 1940 was signed, Hitler gave a dig at the Japanese in the preamble that ultimately the stronger race, i.e. Aryans, will survive the current global conflict. In response, Prime Minister Konoye, Foreign Minister Matsuoka, and War Minister Tojo skirted the issue Hitler had raised, saying, if Japan should fail in her grand mission of spreading the imperial way, then she did not deserve to exist. In the end, these racist regimes demonized those not allied with them as inferior and viewed the other Axis nations as racially acceptable, at least in official documents for public consumption. And while Germany primarily focused on the Jews as being the worst of humanity, Japan labeled anything non-Japanese as unworthy of life and proved it with mass murder everywhere it conquered. Consequently, as a nation, the Japanese accepted killing the other and thought of world conquest as a given, thus removing any obstacles to committing atrocities. Japanese treated conquered peoples as expendable resources used for Japan's benefit without regard for their welfare, slaughtering millions. Thus, this study will call this slaughter Japan's Holocaust. Japan's culture conditioned citizens for mass slaughter. For example, in the 1930s in one school, a boy cried about dissecting a frog. His teacher hit him, asking, "Why are you crying about one lousy frog? When you grow up, you'll have to kill 100, 200 chinks." The government, military, and schools inculcated the populace with the message that Japan would rule everywhere, declaring Hakko Ichiu, 8 corners of the world under one roof. Their minds were stuffed with the martial dreams of grandeur and a political philosophy that was a pungent admixture of National Socialism, fascism, and medieval superstition. And claiming Hakko Ichiu showed that the Japanese wanted all to adhere to their beliefs about Hirohito and the Yamato race. Japan failed to realize that to force men to say they believe what they do not is vain, absurd, and without honor. However, most Japanese did not care that such measures they enforced on others were immoral, so they embraced a movement that imposed their will, culture, and religion on nations they ruled. Their Shinto and Buddhist beliefs embraced atrocities. Buddhists under Hirohito claim their belief does not reject the killing of masses of people that takes place in war, for it sees such warfare as an inevitable part of creating an ever stronger and more sublime compassion. Such was the reality of Japan's religious climate. Chapter 5, Section B. Japanese xenophobic and imperialistic goals in practice. From 1927 until mid-1942, Japan conquered areas throughout Asia and the Pacific and Indian Oceans in its reckless expansionist policy. Years prior to Pearl Harbor, Japan had embarked on a program of aggression, taking Formosa, Taiwan in 1898, Korea in 1910, German islands and concessions in China in World War I from 1914 to 1918, small parts of northern China in 1927, Manchuria, Manchukuo in 1931, and large sections of eastern China beginning in the fall of 1937. In September 1940, it allied with Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy in the Tripartite Pact. Hirohito wrote that these countries benefited Japan because they share the same institutions as ourselves. From defenseless Vichy France, Hirohito's Japan wrested control of Indochina in 1940 to 1941, edging closer to the Dutch East Indies oil reserves. In December 1941, emboldened by his territorial conquest, Hirohito, as the armed forces commander-in-chief, took his aggression to another level by going to war against Great Britain, the Netherlands, the United States, Australia, and New Zealand. The destruction of America's Pacific battleships left Japan virtually free to pursue the conquest of other Asian and Pacific islands. For months, America received only bad news from the sole front on which her troops were engaged, as Japan's military enjoyed one success after another. Not only was America's Pacific Fleet licking its wounds, but the British Navy also suffered a grievous loss when Japanese planes sank the battleship HMS Prince of Wales and battlecruiser HMS Repulse off Singapore's coast on the 10th of December, taking 840 sailors to the bottom of the sea. Churchill, now feeling what Roosevelt had a few days before, said, "In all the war I never received a more direct shock with the sinkings of the Prince of Wales and Repulse. As I turned over and twisted in bed, the full horror of the news sank in. There were no British or American ships in the Indian Ocean or the Pacific, except the American survivors of Pearl Harbor, who were hastening back to California. Across the vast expanse of waters, Japan was supreme, and we everywhere were weak and naked." While there were months of tremendous U.S. and Filipino heroism in defense of the Philippines and successful missions of the Flying Tigers, American fighter pilots provided to China, these were rare success stories in the early months of the war. America was unprepared for the conflict thrust upon her on both sides of the world, and at first the chances for an Allied victory seemed remote. During the first 6 months after the surprise attack on the U.S., Japan won a series of victories over unprepared British, Dutch, Australian, and American forces, giving it control over an enormous area newly acquired or already held, including the Philippines, Guam, Burma, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and the Dutch East Indies, Indonesia. Japanese victories extended into parts of Thailand, New Guinea, and numerous Pacific islands. With the invasion and occupation of these objectives, which were ripe for exploitation, Japan showed her true casus belli. Hirohito helped plan these aggressive acts and got caught up in the fever of territorial expansion and war. Japan dealt harshly with anybody who tried to resist its expansion. Often in the areas Japan took over, one witnessed the decapitated heads of those who had resisted Nippon's invasion. The Japs, quote-unquote, hung severed skulls from telephone poles, stuck them on fence lines, or placed them on roads for all to see what happened to those who refused their rule. A few weeks after Pearl Harbor, the Japanese were knocking on Australia's doors and bombing its northern city of Darwin, which had little defense because most of the country's troops were fighting Field Marshal Erwin Rommel's Afrika Korps in North Africa. In the early days of the war, the Japanese were an invincible force in the Pacific, moving swiftly and easily from victory to victory and island to island. Hirohito was one of the driving forces for Japan's aggression, and his empire dwarfed Hitler's in size. The rising sun was blinding, and anyone who looked at an atlas in 1942 concluded the Allies were losing everywhere and that the Japanese reigned supreme in Asia. It appeared that Japanese policies were also being blessed by the Shinto gods with their conquest. They had seized territories amounting to 1/7 of the Earth's circumference, 3 times larger than the U.S. and Europe combined, in developing their co-prosperity sphere, with their super race, quote-unquote, ruling 500 million people. Lieutenant General Kuribayashi's grandson, Yoshitaka Shindo, a politician in Japan's Liberal Democratic Party, a right-wing nationalistic conservative party actually, observed, "Just like America seized lands from the Indians and Mexicans, or ruling people like in Guam or in the Philippines, we were building a nation. It was our manifest destiny. It was our time to spread our borders. To prevent colonization of ourselves could only be done, we felt, by spreading our physical influence throughout Asia. Although the Japan of that time did this with the wrong means by killing people and without the freedom of speech and democracy. I tell you this to help you understand why the Japanese felt the way they did back then." Japanese Pacific War destroyed white colonial rule in Asia under the guise of Pan-Asianism. In reality, Japan was supreme ruler. The Western Pacific had become a Japanese lake. For months after Pearl Harbor, Prime Minister and General Hideki Tojo, appointed by Hirohito, could stand behind his declaration to citizens given on the 8th of December 1941. "The key to victory lies in faith in victory. For 2,600 years since it was founded, our empire has never known a defeat. This record alone is enough to produce a conviction in our ability to crush any enemy, no matter how strong. Let us pledge ourselves that we will never stain our glorious history, but will go forward." Tojo was not slowed by the facts that to crush America, he needed more aircraft carriers and field armies than he and his Axis allies had. The best he could hope for was to deter or convince the U.S. from further fighting in Asia and the Pacific, and that a Nazi regime would emerge victorious over Britain and the USSR, leaving America isolated and preoccupied with survival. In a twist of logic, once Tojo, Hirohito, and others started war, an irrational belief in victory became the strategy. Issues about securing victory were removed from most civilians' consciousness, and they felt pride at Japan's success at this time. The German naval attaché in Tokyo, Rear Admiral Paul Winokur, recounted how his contact, Captain Nakamura, depicted the war with the U.S. as ushering the empire into its greatest epic, and that both nations should work together to achieve victory. The risk of having to continue to be polite to the little blighters wrote, "How, they urged, could Japan expect Hitler to divide the spoils with them unless she had been actively associated in the spoliation?" Foreign Minister Yosuke Matsuoka verified Craiggie's observation, claiming, "When Germany wipes out the Soviet Union, we can't simply share in the spoils of victory unless we've done something. We must either shed our blood or embark on diplomacy, and it's better to shed blood." Japanese war hawks also wanted more dividends on the investment of 400,000 men it had sacrificed in China, an adventure proven to be a disaster, and secure their Asian gains by knocking the Americans back into the Western Hemisphere. Furthermore, the oil embargo the U.S. enforced in July-August 1941 against Japan could cripple the empire's economy, motivating it to attack America and seize the oil-rich Dutch East Indies. Regrettably, U.S. Secretary of State Cordell Hull at the same time told the Japanese, whom he despised for their false pretenses of politeness, smiles, bowing, and hissing, that if they wanted peace, they would have to abandon the tripartite pact and remove their troops from several areas in China. These demands, as well as the restrictions of the sale of petroleum to Japan, were unacceptable to Hirohito's government. While we don't know the most important motivation for the attack, some or all of these reasons prompted the Japanese to stealthily move an armada from Tokyo to Hawaii and smash the U.S. fleet on a Sunday morning when America's guard was down. The Japanese had failed to learn, according to military philosopher Karl von Clausewitz, that an enemy who violates a frontier will be made to pay a penalty in blood. It was already paying a high price in blood in China, fighting over a 2,800-mile front against 3 million Chinese troops, and now it dramatically increased that debt in blood by violating the Allies' frontiers. Just as Hitler was paying a high price for invading Russia while also trying to destroy England, now Japan left its rear unsecured while it opened a gigantic front to the east against one of the most powerful countries in the world. While Japan launched its attacks against the West, Chinese nationalists had completed training of another million of its troops to replenish the wall of steel and flesh, which had been checking and throwing back Japan's repeated attacks. If Japan could not defeat a ragtag group of Chinese soldiers with inferior weapons and supplies, how was it going to tackle the first world nations of the U.S., Great Britain, and her Commonwealth territories? Moreover, if they waged a war against China without just cause or cogent reason, why in the world open another front with the Allies with no definitive end goal defined or military means to destroy the newly created hostile forces? The irrational levels of action the Japanese government took its nation to were incomprehensible. Their fanaticism had blinded them to realpolitik. Nonetheless, the Japanese felt confident about the future. After Pearl Harbor, Hirohito issued the declaration of war as an imperial rescript. It blamed the U.S. and England for causing war by supporting China and undermining Japan's efforts to create an Asian co-prosperity sphere. In other words, the war started because the Allies had disturbed the peace in East Asia by spreading their unbridled ambition throughout the Orient. The emperor wanted peace, but the Allies forced him to strike first. Our empire, for its existence and self-defense, has no other recourse but to appeal to arms and to crush every obstacle in its path, Hirohito said. Soon, overwhelming military successes greeted Japan, thereby reinforcing its citizens' belief that they were God's chosen people. On the day of the attack, Hirohito wore his naval uniform and was in a splendid mood, gloating over the victories. Hirohito praised frontline units and sent rescripts to commanders, which carried far more honor and prestige than did presidential citation for American commanders. On the 12th of December, Hirohito thanked the gods for Japan's victories and asked for their protection as he led the nation in this time of national emergency. Instead of prosperity, Japan's conquest brought hardship, disease, starvation, slavery, and slaughter to enemy soldiers, prisoners, and civilians, as had already been proven with Japan's actions in Manchuria and China throughout the 1930s. Rape, brutality, and torture were encouraged and publicized, becoming common occurrences when a Japanese army was in control. This was illustrated with the Rape of Nanking, where from July 1937 to March 1938, the Japanese slaughtered around 300,000 Chinese and conducted a minimum of 20,000 rapes, fighting from Shanghai to Nanking. The majority of the slaughter happened after the Chinese army of 150,000, the Nanking garrison force, disintegrated under the better equipped and led Japanese by mid-December. The majority of Chinese soldiers had laid down their arms, approximately 90,000. 10,000 had died in battle defending Nanking, and 47,000 had escaped west. Many have asked why the Chinese did not fight more ferociously at Nanking. Chiang Kai-shek's men had fought bravely around Shanghai for months, inflicting thousands of casualties on the Imperial Japanese Army in protracted urban warfare. But when it retreated in November to Nanking, it was an exhausted force, and its leaders had not prepared the capital for defensive battle. The Chinese commander, General Xing He Tang, abandoned Nanking and the majority of his troops. He was ordered to leave Chiang Kai-shek, who along with his wife also had abandoned the city, but one would think he and the Generalismos would have looked out for their troops before leaving. Without effective leadership, the Chinese soldiers showed little initiative and caused much military confusion. The U.S. military advisor in China, Colonel Vinegar Joe Stilwell, observed that Chiang Kai-shek was an ignorant, illiterate peasant son of a bitch, and that the Chinese soldiers are excellent material wasted and betrayed by stupid leadership. As a result, the Chinese at Nanking were quickly defeated. Capturing so many prisoners of war, the Imperial Japanese Army resorted to wholesale butchery. Military correspondent Yukio Omata provided testimony to the POW executions. Those in the first row were beheaded. Those in the second row were forced to dump the severed bodies into the river before they themselves were beheaded. The killing went on non-stop from morning until night, but they were only able to kill 2,000 persons in this way. The next day, tired of killing in this fashion, they set up machine guns. 2 of them raked a crossfire at the lined-up prisoners. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Triggers were pulled. The prisoners fled into the water, but no one was able to make it to the other shore. It is estimated that out of the 300,000 murdered during the campaign from Shanghai to Nanking in the winter of 1937 to 1938, 80,000 to 90,000 were defenseless national Chinese POWs. It was a slaughter, a massacre. Although the one treaty the Japanese had signed and ratified, the Hague Convention of 1907, which forbade the killing of enemy soldiers who, having laid down their arms or having no longer means of defense, have surrendered at discretion, the Japanese ignored this accord and killed without remorse. Like with most moral codes, signed and unsigned, the Japanese ignored almost all manner of humane behavior while engaged in war. In fact, Imperial Japanese Army commander at Nanking, General Iwani Matsui, lacked any idea that the killing of POWs was a violation of international law and a grave crime against humanity. And while the killing of defenseless POWs took place under Matsui's 10th Army, rapes were occurring everywhere. Women beseeched their captives for mercy as a starving man would for food and drink, but that mercy rarely came. A graphic interview given by Imperial Japanese Army soldier Shiro Azuma, who committed such crimes, was very poignant. At first we used some kinky words like bai kankan. Bai means pussy, kankan means look. Bai kankan means let's see a woman open her legs. Chinese women didn't wear underpants. Instead, they wore trousers tied with a string. There was no belt. As we pulled the string, the buttocks was exposed. We bai kankan. We looked. After a while, we would say something like, "It's my turn to take a bath." and we took turns raping them. It would be all right if we only raped them. Well, I shouldn't say all right, but we always stabbed and killed them, because dead bodies don't talk. Yale University historian Jonathan Spence wrote that Nanking's period of terror and destruction ranks among the worst in modern warfare. It was a storm of violence and cruelty that has few parallels. Today, in the Chinese consciousness, it is as significant for them as Auschwitz is for Jews. The 200 miles between Shanghai and Nanking in the fall and winter of 1937 was a flotsam of rape and dead bodies, a literal carnival of death. Horrible executions and gratuitous murder were observed at Soochow, a midpoint between Shanghai and Nanking, and its devastation mirrored countless other towns. Wild dogs grew fat on the corpses throughout the city. Similar acts happened in cities surrounding Nanking, such as Mufushan, Wuhu, Nitang, Wuxi, and Suhao. And unlike in Nanking, there were no international safety zones to protect people from Imperial Japanese soldiers. The pattern of behavior, not only in China, but also in Pacific Island nations, demonstrates that these murders followed such a similar pattern over such a wide range of territory and covered such a long period of time, and so many were committed after protests had been registered by neutral nations that only positive orders from above, like from Tojo, Hirohito, Matsui, and Kuribayashi, made them possible. As a result of troops being sent to conquer Nanking without supplies, they had to source their own food. Nevertheless, in doing so, they did not have to destroy thousands of homesteads, but they did so anyway. Victims called the Imperial Japanese Army Huang Chun, an army of locusts. Japan used this campaign to create fear and submission. Civilians were massacred openly to entertain soldiers and encourage others to similar conduct. Sub-Lieutenants Tsuyoshi Noda and Toshiaki Mukai held a competition widely reported in newspapers about how many heads of civilians they had cut off. Japanese acted beyond the bounds of permitted aspirations. Manchester Guardian journalist Harold John Timperley summed up these crimes, writing, "Should anyone believe that the Japanese army is in this country, China, to make life better for the Chinese, then let him travel over the area between Shanghai and Nanking and witness the unbelievable destruction. This area 6 months ago was the most densely populated portion of the earth and prosperous section of China. Today the traveler will see only cities bombed and pillaged, towns and villages reduced to shambles, farms desolated. The livestock has been either killed or stolen, and every sort of destruction that a brutal army can inflict has been done. Countless numbers have been killed. Others have been maimed for life. Yet others are huddled in refugee camps, are hidden in mountain caves, afraid to return to their desolate farms, their empty shops, and ruined businesses. Those who would dare return are not permitted to do so by the war-mad Japanese army. It is shameful that the Japanese who control communication lines are proclaiming to the world that they are inviting Chinese back to their ancestral homes to live in peace and plenty." The audacity that Japan thought it could commit such atrocities without incurring the world's disdain showed it had a unique arrogance that it played by a different set of rules than the rest of humanity. The martial culture practiced in China, from which most of the Japanese troops came by the time they started fighting U.S. Marines like Woody, had hardened them into uncaring, unsympathetic, and indifferent men. Potent and dangerous combinations for warriors to have when heavily armed and directed to kill the enemy at all cost. Besides seizing more territory and resources for Japan, another Imperial Japanese Army reason for taking Nanking was that it was Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang's capital. Taking this city was not only a military victory, but also a triumph politically and psychologically, showing the world Japan waged a war of annihilation. For destroying and raping Nanking, Hirohito decorated his generals with numerous medals. Interestingly, within all ranks, Zen Buddhist monks and priests encouraged and fought with Imperial Japanese Army troops. Moreover, wherever they conquered, they exported their form of Buddhism and destroyed the Chinese Buddhism where they could. For instance, Imperial Japanese Army Buddhist monks invaded the Nanking Temple estates and preached their form of theology, extolling Japan's holy war and eradicating Chinese Buddhism, which it denounced as inferior and heretical. Nanking not only underwent a slaughter of its citizens, but a displacement of its culture as well. All these Nanking atrocities happened with the encouragement, approval, and knowledge of Japanese commanders. General Iwani Matsui, commander of the 10th Army, Lieutenant General Hisao Tani, 6th Division commander, Lieutenant General Kisago Nakajima, 16th Division commander, and Lieutenant General Prince Yasuhiko Asaka, Hirohito's 50-year-old granduncle and ultranationalist on the Supreme War Council. After battle started, Lieutenant General Nakajima lent his sword to help a subordinate fulfill such criminal orders. Takayami Kinshi visited me at noon today, the 13th of December. There happened to be 7 captives, so I asked him to try to behead them with my sword. I did not expect him to do such a good job. He cut off 2 heads. And as mentioned before, when Imperial Japanese Army soldiers were not executing Chinese men, they raped women everywhere. It became their obsession. For example, Chinese witnesses saw Japanese rape girls under 10 years of age and then slash them in half by sword. In some cases, the Japanese sliced open the vaginas of preteen girls to ravish them more effectively. Many girls died from internal bleeding. Australian journalist Temperley called the Japanese lust mad. In some cases, soldiers would enter a village, round up the men, escort them outside town, and place them under armed guard. Then Imperial Japanese Army soldiers took turns returning to the village where the women were and raped them. At one village, Chinese men sat on the side of the road trembling as they heard the screams from their wives, daughters, and sisters, but could do nothing about it. Nearby in Nanking, 2 husbands who ran back for their wives to save them were shot by their guards. Women were taken to Imperial Japanese Army camps and never heard of again. Often when the Imperial Japanese Army was in control of a Chinese city, women's screams echoed throughout the streets not only during the nights, but also during the days. The coordination and network that evolved within such platoons, companies, and battalions lay bare a diabolical military structure that aimed at ripping apart everything that holds a decent society together. Instead of winning Chinese hearts and minds in their pursuit of a greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere, the Japanese soldiers spawned guerrilla networks costing them more casualties, a generational hatred which would take decades or longer to repair. The breakdown of infrastructure that could have fed them and their horses. They were deep in enemy territory without adequate logistic support. The devastation of farms that could have helped them by stealing and eating the livestock. Without proper husbandry of animals, herds of cows, passels of hogs, and strings of ponies dwindle fast, something the Imperial Japanese Army was doing at an alarming rate. And a military environment lacking in training and repairing of weapons in order to prepare for the next battle, since the China War was far from being over. These activities are not the normal manifestations of a nation of the 20th century imbued with altruistic and humanitarian ideals of helpfulness toward a weaker neighboring people. They are the actions of a nation still steeped in the traditions and barbaric conceptions of a nationalistic aggrandizement. Japanese went beyond rape and sliced off women's breasts, cut open pregnant women's bellies, and decapitated the newborn infants in front of their bleeding mothers, killed small children, and buried people alive. As one Imperial Japanese soldier was raping a woman, her 5-month-old baby nearby started to wail. The man stopped, went to the child and smothered it, and then returned to the woman and finished raping her. After killing a nursing mother, soldiers failed to kill her small baby boy. He later was able to struggle up to his nude mother's breast to suck what milk remained in her breast, and was found glued to his mother's corpse by frozen cubes of milk, tears, and snot. It was, after all, in the dead of winter. Imperial Japanese Army soldiers castrated prisoners before using them for bayonet practice, or doused them with gasoline and then lit them afire. Soldiers impaled babies on bayonets and threw some into pots of boiling water. They hung people by their tongues on iron hooks, or buried them to their midsections and released dogs on them. One 80-year-old woman died when a soldier skewered her vulva with his bayonet. Other elderly women were lucky, quote unquote, and just got raped. Obviously, these accounts illustrate that Imperial Japanese Army soldiers were also sick, misogynistic gerontophiles. Some Nazis in the international safety zone, like John Raba, wrote Hitler to help stop these atrocities, calling the Imperial Japanese Army bestial machinery. He also wrote the Japanese embassy, along with others, for help detailing Imperial Japanese Army crimes. The embassy did nothing. Women were not the only sexual victims. Chinese men and teenage boys were often sodomized and abused too. Japanese hunted civilians like rabbits. Imperial Japanese Army soldier Hakudo Nakatomi wrote, "I beheaded people, starved them to death, burned them, and buried them alive, over 200 in all. It is terrible that I could turn into an animal and do these things. There are really no words to explain what I was doing. I was truly a devil." Uno Shitaro described cutting off heads as a sexual experience and felt refreshed after the killings, having first dragged the prisoner from the stockade, forced him to dig his grave, and then pushed him into a kneeling position by the hole to be his final resting place. Shintaro gripped his sword and swung down, hard, to sling the head from the body. Other soldiers took a baby from its mother, placed it on the ground, and hammered a nail through its forehead. In fact, the killings would have been more widespread had the expatriate community, led by Nazi Party member John Raba, who chaired the International Committee for the Nanking Safety Zone, along with help from Americans and Professors Minor Cyril Bates and Reverend Charles H. Riggs, not set up a precinct to protect civilians. Other Americans saving lives were Reverend John Magee of the American Church Mission and Professor Minnie Vautrin of Guilin College. These expatriates saved 200,000 from meeting the same fate as the 300,000 murdered by Matsui's forces by defending a Japanese free zone and using international relations and pressure to keep Imperial Japanese Army forces at bay. Although repeatedly badgered to provide them with women to rape, the expatriates refused to give in to the Imperial Japanese Army's soldiers' demands, although they could not protect everyone, and some were violated. Outside the zone, most Chinese suffered horribly. As mentioned, Nanking was not unique, as hundreds of cities suffered from Japanese barbarity. To the north, Beijing fell at the end of July 1937, and Boding, or Poting, collapsed to the Imperial Japanese Army on the 24th of September. After the city's capture, 30,000 troops burst out in a week's rampage of murder, rape, and pillage. Also, just as they would later burn down a third of Nanking City, they also burned Boding's main buildings and all the school books they could find in a week-long bonfire. They also set afire Hopi Medical College library and laboratory equipment. A decade's records of crop statistics at the Agricultural Institute, the basis of its program for improved farming methods, were also deliberately destroyed. Japan was making war on an entire society. Everywhere Japan attacked, it met with success. American military advisor Colonel Stilwell had to deal with Imperial Japanese Army officers and found them insufferable. Beijing, under the command of the arrogant little bastards, was hard to bear. Throughout Japanese-controlled lands, there were numerous cases of cannibalism of their enemies, even frying up entrails, penises, and testicles. Bestial acts were the sons of Japan's modus operandi. Many Japanese soldiers seemed to relish in their demonic exploits. No law could curb their reckless debauches, no ray of wisdom penetrate their blindness. Japan had produced a nation of Hannibal Lecters from the movie Silence of the Lambs. Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness could have described them. They were conquerors, and for that you want only brute force. Nothing to boast of when you have it, since your strength is just an accident arising from the weakness of others. They grabbed what they could get for the sake of what could be got. It was just robbery with violence, aggravated murder on a grand scale, and men going at it blind, as is very proper for those who tackle a darkness. The conquest of the earth, which mostly means the taking it away from those who have a different complexion or slightly flatter noses than ourselves, is not a pretty thing when you look into it too much. In taking over nations, the Japanese often encountered what they thought were weaker communities. Vast tracts of China were rural, and any armed resistance there depended on the U.S. and Soviet Union to provide it with supplies. But citizens of the Philippines and Guam had neither the training, weapons, nor infrastructure to repel the Japanese. Many occupied islands had communities of unsophisticated tribesmen, like in Papua New Guinea. As a result, Japan easily used brute force. Japanese conducted their robbery with violence with an unsatiated appetite. Often, initiations into the Imperial Japanese Army fraternity were to have officers behead and the enlisted men bayonet prisoners. The military turned men into murdering demons. It is difficult to fathom the darkness Japan had to overcome to do what it did. Looking at Japan's actions, it was not a pretty thing. One man could have stopped this, Hirohito. Instead, he, being knowledgeable about political and military affairs, participated in the making of national policy and issued the orders of the imperial headquarters to field commanders and admirals. He played an active role in shaping the barbaric Japanese war strategy. Japan committed mass murder, killing over 20 million people from 1931 through 1945. This gave it 15 years to exterminate inferior peoples. The National Museum of the Pacific War writes the Japanese slaughtered 22,617,242 people. Encyclopedia of Genocide notes that 15 million died in China from bombing, starvation, and disease that resulted from the Japanese terror campaign. China paid the highest price of any of the Allied nations in the war with Japan. Asia under the Japanese was a charnel house of atrocities, and Japan treated subjected people with bestialization. Historian Martin Morgan claims the number exceeds 40 million since cities vanished under Japanese control and mass graves are continually discovered today. Those Chinese suffering under Imperial Japanese Army rule said the Japanese had a motto, Sanko Sasaku, meaning kill all, burn all, destroy all. The suffering inflicted upon the victims of Japanese imperialism remains incalculable, but it is larger than what most have calculated. England's chief advisor during the post-war trials, Lord Russell of Liverpool, wrote, "The full extent of Japanese crimes will never be accurately known, but in China they will never be forgotten." It is difficult to find an obvious explanation for Japan's slaughter. Japan targeted Chinese for mass murder regardless of sex or age, and simply marked them out as victims to be dispensed without any justification except that they were poor, defenseless, and non-Japanese. Japan disputes the numbers it slaughtered. However, Japan knows how many it lost in the war, 3 million, but does not care to know the numbers other nations give of those who died under its rule. Whereas Japan expects all to believe it lost a certain number, it denies other nations who have made claims against it, telling China, Vietnam, the Philippines, Guam, etc., that they cannot calculate their dead. There may be problems with the documentation of the barbarism, but the summary assessment made by nations after World War II cannot be denied. Japan murdered millions. However, one must explore the reasons for the lack of documentation of Hirohito's Holocaust as for Hitler's genocide. Whereas the Nazis meticulously recorded how they processed death, the Japanese sloppily maintained records. One argument could be that they were so disinterested in the actions their soldiers committed and with documenting the murder of civilians to be totally unimportant, they just ignored the process. Moreover, the infrastructure of the societies Germany destroyed had government records on civilians. The Chinese system of documenting people was primitive, making it arduous to verify how many were living in an area before and after the war. Although there are holes in authenticating the extent of Nazi destruction, there are historians, especially German ones, who tenaciously ferret out the truth. In Japan, the government and much of its academic community avoids the past, and few are willing or courageous enough to document it. Japanese officials and many historians have systematically kept all mention of their atrocities out of the nation's history textbooks. Journalist Honda Katsuchi wrote, "Unlike the Germans and Italians, the Japanese have not made their own full accounting of their pre-war actions." Historian Saburo Inaga wrote that falsifying textbooks prohibits the completion of people's development as human beings. Unlike Germany, Japan has never atoned for its crimes by paying reparations, nor at the very least admitted its atrocities. In 1994, Justice Minister and former Army Chief of Staff Shigeto Nagano declared the rape of Nanking a fabrication and claimed that Japan during World War II was liberating Asian countries from Western colonial powers. This would be akin to a German politician saying Auschwitz did not happen and Hitler was liberating Russia from communism. Tokyo's Yushukan War Museum mentions nothing of the atrocities. It just writes that General Matsui in 1937 and 1938 controlled his men and warned them not to commit unlawful acts. It further claims he destroyed the Chinese at Nanking and then notes, "The Chinese soldiers disguised in civilian clothes were severely prosecuted." They were not prosecuted, they were slaughtered. Commenting on Japan's falsifications, historian Yuki Tanaka writes that this dishonorable behavior naturally hinders full recognition of responsibility for Japan's abhorrent military acts and the losses its Asian neighbors suffered as a result of war and colonialism. Holocaust survivor Primo Levi said, "Those who deny Auschwitz would be ready to remake it." And one could say Japanese leaders who falsify history and deny Hirohito's atrocities in state-produced textbooks are people who could once again remake Auschwitz. There are some who are honest with the past, including Japanese historians Kishi Tsunishi, Yoshiaki Yoshimi, Hirofumi Hayashi, Yutaka Yoshida, and Yuki Tanaka, to name some. But they represent a minority among Japanese political and academic leaders. There are a few brave souls in the government, but not many. For example, Japanese Consul General in Houston, Texas, Tetsuro Amano, said in January 2018 that Japan should never forget the victims of Hirohito's Japan and that apologies and economic activity should back up that remembrance. However, although there have been some reparations, they pale in comparison to Germany's. Although Japan slaughtered at least twice as many as the Nazis, Japan has paid a little over 1% of what Germany has. 1 billion compared to Deutschland's 90 billion. As a result, many claim Japanese are both morally and monetarily deficient to the Germans by comparison. Most Japanese have little knowledge about or remorse for Japan's atrocities, and with the political stonewalling since the war, it is unlikely they ever will. Although more died during the rape of Nanking and the rampage Japan conducted in China after Doolittle's raid than the Japanese who died from the atomic bombs, Hiroshima claimed 140,000 and Nagasaki 70,000. Some Japanese maintained the illusion of victimhood because they were bombed with nuclear weapons. A strange assertion, knowing they started the Pacific War. Some demand apologies from America for these attacks, while the Japanese only give half-hearted apologies to their victims. Such apologies are half-hearted because they are not backed up with reparations or explorations of these crimes in state-sponsored textbooks. As recent as 2018, after San Francisco erected a memorial honoring sex slaves, i.e. comfort women, abused by the Japanese military called the Column of Strength, the mayor of the Japanese sister city in Osaka, Hirofumi Yoshimura, cut ties and called the memorial Japan bashing. The previous mayor, Toru Hashimoto, first denied the existence of comfort women in 2013 and then revised his statement saying they existed but were necessary so soldiers could rest. The indifference of Yoshimura and Hashimoto is commonplace among Japanese political leaders. Even the knowledgeable Air Force officer and senior fellow at their National Institute for Defense Studies, Colonel Yukio Yasunaga, felt comfort women followed the Japanese armies in China and were paid for their services. All the talk today about them is political. Yoshinaga's sentiments are commonplace. Japan's World War II sex slaves, or comfort women, as they are euphemistically called, have rarely been acknowledged by Japan's government. Historians believe at least 200,000 women were abused. Since the average age of these slaves was 15, one could argue the Japanese were not only rapists, but pedophiles. Although often Imperial Japanese Army soldiers did not have to wait for teenager comfort women to become pedophiles, often raping young girls between the ages of 10 to 15, killing many due to internal hemorrhaging. In some of their rape brothels, the Japanese gave women girls a daily quota: 20 enlisted men in the morning, 2 NCOs in the afternoon, and the senior officers at night. Jean Ruth O'Hearn, a Dutch comfort woman, voiced what Japanese did to her, echoing what happened to thousands. During that time, the Japanese had abused me and humiliated me. They had ruined my young life. They had stripped me of everything: my self-esteem, my dignity, my freedom, my possessions, my family. When the World Heritage Foundation, UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, listed the rape of Nanking documents as part of humanity's heritage, Japan halted its funding for UNESCO in 2016 to a tune of $40 million. Since Japan is one of the biggest funders, this will hinder it. Moreover, unlike Germany, Japan never investigated nor worked with foreign nations to prosecute its war criminals. Whereas Germany condemns Hitler, Japan has never blamed Hirohito for leading his country into fascism, mass murder, and a disastrous war. Japan allowed him to hold his throne until 1989, when he, a fallen god and war criminal, died of cancer. For years he enjoyed a life of leisure, often playing rounds of golf in the post-war era blithely oblivious to his sordid wartime past. Since authority to act as the Japanese did derived from him, it represents an injustice he was never charged with crimes. The judges should have executed Hirohito. Woody says, "The man wasted 2 years of my life and was responsible for the misery and death of millions. You'd think there'd been some consequences for such behavior. What culture allows a mass murderer to get away with it?" In the 44 years after World War II, when Hirohito's rule continued, albeit without the power he had before and during the war, Hirohito never discussed the conflict publicly. His diary has still not been released. The wartime generation worshipped him, but when the war ended, the ex-god never accepted responsibility for Japan's crimes. Despite the fact that the war was fought under his command, he refused to accept responsibility for the acts which occurred during it in his holy name. Many in Japan today refuse to reject Hirohito. When asked to denounce Hirohito in 2018, Japanese Deputy Consul General for Houston, Ryuji Iwasaki, presenting a sphinx-like expression, refused. When the mayor of Nagasaki, Hideyoshi Motoshimo, claimed Hirohito was to blame for the war, a right-wing nationalist shot him in 1990. He fortunately survived. MacArthur left Hirohito as emperor after 1945 to secure the peace and to liberalize and democratize Japan. The Allies controlled the war trials, and the responsibility of not holding Hirohito accountable lay in MacArthur's hands. General Curtis LeMay explained MacArthur's position, saying the Allies left Hirohito alone because of his anti-communist posture and willingness to work with the U.S. during the Cold War, which President Truman saw as valuable. Personally, I would have strung the bastard up by his balls. Japan's recent commemorations of peace say nothing about its crimes. Every 15th of August, on Japan's anniversary of surrender, the nation recalls the war with a government-sponsored day commemorating the end of war. Although not a national holiday, Tokyo's Niho Budokan Hall, normally the site of concerts, professional wrestling matches, and martial art events, is used where national leaders and honored guests participate in ceremonies to mourn the war dead. In a sea of Japanese flags and chrysanthemum banners, leaders such as the Prime Minister, government and local officials, as well as family members of famous military dead, are among the VIP guests. The emperor reads a statement covered by the press, and then a moment of silence is observed. No apologies or regrets are offered to the millions who survived the depredations of the Japanese, and no one seems to consider anything to be amiss in that. Although apologies are demanded of the Japanese, they rarely comply. The disingenuous Hirohito lacked all consciousness of personal responsibility for what Japan had done, and never once admitted guilt for the war of aggression that cost so many lives. Yet Japan demands apologies from others. As recently as May 2016, when U.S. President Obama visited Hiroshima, Terumi Tanaka, Secretary General of Japan's Confederation of A-bomb and H-bomb sufferers, urged Obama to apologize to the victims, claiming the weapon inhumane and against international law. Tanaka attempted to convince the world to view the Japanese as World War II victims instead of the assailants which caused the use of the bombs in the first place. Historian John W. Dower writes about the Japanese today that a collective sense of Japanese victimization in that terrible war generally prevails over recollection of how grievously Imperial Japan victimized others. On the other side of the equation, some veteran groups advised Obama not to visit Hiroshima because it would be an implicit apology insulting U.S. veterans. Retired Rear Admiral Lloyd Joe Vassie, a World War II submarine officer, wrote, "Any presidential action or policy that even appears as an implicit apology for the use of the atomic bomb would be a gross insult to us and our valiant comrades who fought and sacrificed to win the war and bring us peace that liberated Asia. Obama made clear there would be no apology, but rather a reflection on the bomb's destructiveness and renewed commitment to avoid nuclear war. Obama's visit was followed by one of Japan's Prime Minister Abe to Pearl Harbor with an apology to the American spirits killed there. Although World War II events seem far behind us, in many ways they continue to shape mentalities in the contemporary world. Chapter 5, Section C. Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, one of Japan's most evil commanders. Many Japanese against whom Woody battled at Iwo were veterans of Japan's brutal criminal combat. One was Iwo Jima Garrison's commander, Lieutenant General Tadamichi Kuribayashi, who, had he survived the war, would have probably been charged with crimes against humanity and crimes against peace. In April 1939, he toured Manchuria and China as Divisional Chief of the Remount Administrative Section, Military Service Bureau of the War Ministry, gathering data about Imperial Japanese Army's logistics needs. He must have observed that the Manchurian operation was a mad carnival of debauchery carried out by gangs of ignorant bullies. Enemy combatants there were labeled bandits and almost universally exterminated when taken prisoner. Moreover, sometimes the bandits' villages also were liquidated, as evidenced by the Pingdingshan incident in September 1932, when Japanese troops machine-gunned and shot 3,000 civilians, including men, women, and children, because everyone was assumed to have supported the guerrillas. From September 1941 until June 1943, Kuribayashi served as the 23rd Army's Chief of Staff during the battle and occupation of Hong Kong, where atrocities happened. During the conflict and after conquering the city, the Japanese raped thousands. Over 10,000 Chinese and foreign women from the early teens to the 60s are reckoned to have been raped or gang-raped by the Japanese during the sack of Hong Kong. Catholic nuns were a special target for the Japanese soldiers. One tall, stately, 6-foot Australian nurse was raped repeatedly, but after the war she defiantly reported it didn't hurt that much since all the little buggers had small pricks. Was this nurse telling the truth or devising a story of defiance to help cope with her trauma? Either way, she was a victim of horrific behavior, and her flippant comments about Japanese manhood belie the fact many rape victims, even probably she herself, suffered psychic wounds. Some who survived these deplorable acts walked and talked like zombies afterwards, having suffered severe trauma. Others throughout China ended their own lives, while others went insane. Later at St. Stephen's College, 7 nurses were dragged, crying and writhing, to a room full of already butchered men, where Imperial Japanese Army soldiers held them down on top of a pile of dead, and then ripped off their garments and gang-raped them. After several finished raping a nurse, a few would step forward and bayonet her to death. Blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the halls as the men either thrusted their penises or their blades into the women. They would place the next victim on the burial mound next to her freshly killed colleague, and then one soldier after another would sexually violate her until someone made the decision she was no longer useful to fuck, quote-unquote, and would dispatch her to the undiscovered country. The gutters at the college ran with blood. One Jap, quote-unquote, later remarked these victims cried like a lot of pigs. One POW, a British lieutenant, asked a Japanese officer to see his wife, who was one of the nurses. Sadistically, the officer took the unsuspecting prisoner outside the building to a stack of bodies. Seeing his nude wife brutally violated, He tried to attack his captors, but they restrained him and threw him back into the storeroom where the other POWs were incarcerated. Returning to the cell, he broke down and started babbling to himself incoherently. Soon after these atrocities, the living POWs had to take over 100 bodies of their murdered comrades and nurses, pile them up outside in the courtyard, and then set them afire in a bonfire ordered by their captors. As the bodies burned, guards nearby laughed. After hostilities ceased in one area now controlled by the Japanese, a British businessman tried to have a dinner with his wife and teenage daughter when Imperial Japanese Army troops barged into his house, tied him to a chair, and then raped his wife in front of him and their child. Japan had produced a generation of men who were psychopathic. They had mental disorders and expressed abnormal and violent social behavior. Such were the men under Kuribayashi's command. Such was Kuribayashi, who never protested these crimes. These atrocities elicit the question, why did the Japanese rape so much? Psychologists offer one explanation for Japanese behavior of rape during World War II. For generations, Japan viewed women as inferior, a view not necessarily unique to their culture, though. However, societal norms during Hirohito's reign dictated women primarily raised children, and they often did so using corporal discipline. Boys growing up in Japan were taught to view women as weak, stupid, and emotional, and they subconsciously resented the fact the inferior half of society had to raise them. Ironically, Japan subjugated the half of its population responsible for raising 100% of the next generation. Rapist childhoods are typified by neglect, altering with harsh punishment and deprivation, which most Japanese children experienced. Also, rapists are likely to have been raised by a single parent, all of which many Japanese experienced because absentee fathers were common. Japanese were raised in a culture marked by despair, force, and violence, often witnessing their fathers physically abuse their mothers. They grew up steeped in the idea that physical aggression is acceptable and necessary. Throughout World War II, Japanese servicemen demonstrated an aggression toward women syndrome. When Japanese were released on foreign nations, their pent-up resentment against women expressed itself in violent forms. As they conquered foreign lands, they raped many women they encountered, viewing them as adversaries to be attacked and subdued. Japan spawned a nation of men who took their psychotic drive to conquer to a whole different level of diabolical. They were what psychologists Robert Prentke and Ann Burgess called enraged and sadistic rapists who hate their victims and want to humiliate and dominate women. They often made unusual and painful sexual demands, and many seemed to be acting out a bizarre fantasy. Frequently, they fatally injure their victims. The Japanese did this by the millions. In addition to Kuribayashi's troops raping women in Hong Kong, they also murdered civilians. 4,000 killed during the battle and 50,000 during the occupation. As a British eyewitness noted, the attack on Hong Kong was accompanied with a strong taste of Nanking. The Allied troops described how horrifying it was the first night they spent on Hong Kong Island on the 12th of December, hearing the screams on the mainland as Japanese troops raped and murdered all night long. British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden informed the House of Commons the Japanese executed 50 defenseless British POWs. In fact, the Japanese executed most of the wounded they found, and POWs numbering in the hundreds, outright crimes against the principle of hors de combat. Others were mutilated. Soldiers cut out one man's tongue and chopped off another man's ears. While the screams of these victims rang out in the Red Cross hospital, Imperial Japanese Army soldiers slashed out others' eyes and sliced off limbs and noses. 70 defenseless Commonwealth soldiers were slaughtered at this hospital, many dying by blade thrusts while they lay sick in their beds. During the occupation, the Japanese raped, killed, and resettled tens of thousands of natives. Hong Kong's population dwindled from 1.6 million in 1941 to just 600,000 in 1945 due to forced evacuations, resettlement, and starvation. Right after the Imperial Japanese Army's takeover of Hong Kong, the 23rd Army chopped off a few hundred heads a day for some time. Guidelines adopted by the 23rd Army and approved by Kuribayashi provided for the immediate suppression of hostile influences, namely, all communist or nationalist elements were to be imprisoned or liquidated. By New Year's Day, a former playing field in Hong Kong was piled high with the corpses of Chinese who had been bayoneted or shot. The Kempeitai in Kowloon at King's Park were relentless, using several citizens for shooting and bayonet practice and even beheading some. By the end of January 1942, corpses littered Hong Kong's coastline. Unlike at Nanking, there was no international safety zone to protect helpless citizens because Japan would not have honored it since it was at war with the world by then. After taking Hong Kong, the 23rd Army proved to be a disastrous city administrator. The colony lay prostrate in the absence of any firm order. The streets were a mess of corpses and shell holes and severed lines, and the harbor was clogged with sunken hulks of 200 vessels. As mentioned, Kuribayashi never protested these crimes or questioned his superiors about them. As an obsessive man of detail and micromanager of troops, Kuribayashi had to not only have known of these crimes, but also had to have supported and or ordered them. At best, repeatedly turned a blind eye to them. He was not one to shy away from challenging commanders when he thought them wrong. Kuribayashi was stationed during part of the battle at Kowloon, where the murder of civilians, looting, plunder, serious abuse, and sexual violence became routine. The Imperial Japanese Army systematically looted the city because it stored useful resources such as food, motor vehicles, medical and scientific equipment, but it was in a rather orderly manner because it was organized by the 23rd Army. The pilfering of the city damaged the remaining population later when food and medical supplies were scarce. Kuribayashi's commanding officer, 23rd Army Commander General Takashi Sakai, was executed at the Chinese war crime trials in Nanking in 1946 for his behavior. The tribunal wrote, "All the evidence goes to show that Sakai knew of the atrocities committed by his subordinates and deliberately let loose savagery upon civilians and prisoners of war." The sentence further stated, "The defendant, Takashi Sakai, having been found guilty of participating in the war of aggression and having been found guilty of inciting or permitting his subordinates," and Kuribayashi was his highest-ranking subordinate, "to murder prisoners of war, wounded soldiers, and non-combatants, to rape, plunder, deport civilians, to indulge in cruel punishment and torture, and to cause destruction of property is hereby sentenced to death." One example out of hundreds to illustrate how grotesque Sakai was happened when he allowed two subordinates to rape two women, mutilate their bodies, and then feed their butchered body parts to dogs in a Jeffrey Dahmer-like manner. Such men were loyal to Sakai and Kuribayashi. After leading a march through Victoria Center on the 28th of December, Sakai and Kuribayashi gave their victorious troops a 3-day holiday during which Kuribayashi and under his command. Had Kuribayashi survived the war, he probably would have been right next to them during their trials, or next to Sakai at the Nanking trial, since Kuribayashi implemented Sakai's orders. Historian Dennis Showalter said, "Kuribayashi's poor leadership in support of the crimes in his region of operation in China would have definitely put him in the crosshairs of the war trials after the war." Historian Philip Snow writes of Kuribayashi's failed leadership, "Few officers at Hong Kong seem to have made any notable effort to hold the men back, and one or two were even prodding them to commit their excesses. Moreover, men under Kuribayashi, like commanding officers Ryosaburo Tanaka of the 299th Regiment and Takeo Ito of the 28th Infantry Unit of the 38th Division, slaughtered defenseless POWs and were convicted of war crimes. Tanaka issued orders to kill all prisoners of war. Even POW camps suffered the deaths of many who need not have died under Kuribayashi's subordinates, like the commandant of all camps, Colonel Isao Takunaga, acting under Kuribayashi's orders. Despite Kuribayashi visiting these camps, the conditions there did not improve and the senseless death continued. According to Hong Kong's war crimes judge and prosecutor, Major Murray Ormsby, the burden of proof to convict a person of war crimes was to prove their subordinates acted against the laws of war and committed atrocities, which Kuribayashi's subordinates did in huge numbers. United States Marine Corps Colonel Matt Hawkins, advisor to the commander of SITCOM from 2005 to 2007, and director of Global Combating Terrorism Network Special Operations Command from 2007 to 2008, said, "As Chief of Staff, Kuribayashi knew everything Sakai and their men did. That no action was taken to curtail the atrocities is a testament to Kuribayashi's fascist mindset and brutal uncaring." Presiding Judge and Major General Russell Reynolds, in rendering a judgment about General Tomiyuki Yamashita at his trial for the rape of Manila, could have been writing about Kuribayashi when he wrote, "When murder and rape and vicious, revengeful actions are widespread offenses, and there is no effective attempt by a commander to discover and control the criminal acts, such a commander may be held responsible, even criminally liable, for the lawless acts of his troops." Taken to the next level, just as General Yamashita's chief of staff, Lieutenant General Akira Muto, was sentenced to death for the rape of Manila, so too would Kuribayashi probably have met a similar fate as Sakai's chief of staff for the rape of Hong Kong for failing to protect POWs and civilians had he survived the war. As General of the Army MacArthur said, a soldier's duty included the protection of the weak and unarmed, a duty Kuribayashi shirked. Furthermore, MacArthur, although describing Yamashita's leadership failures during Manila, could have been describing Kuribayashi's actions, writing that men like him were a blot upon the military profession and a stain upon civilization. After Hong Kong's fall, Kuribayashi continued his activities as Chief of Staff for the 23rd Army, which controlled Guangdong Province, the southernmost of the mainland provinces, which channels most of South China's trade. It has one of the longest coastlines of any province and encompasses the cities of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, also known as Canton, where numerous crimes transpired of comfort women, rape, murder, human medical experiments, and pillage, all under Kuribayashi's command. Unit 8604, like Unit 731, conducted horrible medical experiments on civilians in Canton with the support of Kuribayashi's command. Since Kuribayashi's 23rd Army was in control of Guangdong Province for security, maintenance of facilities such as airfields and economic measures, finance, currency, distribution of goods, and total control, he had to know of these atrocities. Moreover, the 23rd Army was the main hub for the Imperial Japanese Army's military training and logistics base in Guangdong, which committed these crimes just mentioned above. Historian Robert Burrell writes, Kuribayashi provided prominent leadership in these horrific arenas where Japanese brutality was the norm. It does seem the 23rd Army under Kuribayashi and Sakai's leadership had meetings about the rape epidemic to control it. Months into the occupation, they did arrest some soldiers newly guilty of such crimes. there seems to have been little or no effort to punish those who had already committed such transgressions. To avert future rapes, the 23rd Army established brothels and looked for non-family women to staff them. Posters appeared on the streets advertising for comfort women, some hundreds of whom were recruited from Guangdong province. Kuribayashi helped establish these prostitution houses, not because of his concern for the Chinese victims of rape by his soldiers, but because of his fear of creating antagonism among the Chinese civilians. Also, localizing the women being quote-unquote used, the Imperial Japanese Army medical personnel could reduce venereal diseases, something authorities worried about because such diseases undermine the strength of their men and hence their fighting ability. Since they needed more than these hundreds of local women to service all the men, Kuribayashi and his staff imported an additional 1,700 Japanese prostitutes from Canton, treating women like military supplies. And while senior officers like Kuribayashi visited comfort women alongside their men, it is interesting that Kuribayashi brought in Japanese prostitutes. These women were in a different position from the comfort women in that they mainly served high-ranking officers and were given better food and accommodations. It appears Kuribayashi was not only taking care of his flag and field-grade officers, but he was also probably taking care of his own needs. Kuribayashi and his command helped organize and take part in what would become the largest and most elaborate system of trafficking in women in the history of mankind, and one of the most brutal. Kuribayashi and Sakai also made sure, from the moment the white troops surrendered, to inflict the maximum humiliation on the 10,000-odd British and Canadian soldiers who had fallen into Japanese hands. They were beaten, forced about as Chinese citizens, required to collect trash in the streets, and garrisoned in some of the worst parts of the city. Every opportunity was taken to drive home the message that the ethnic tables had been turned. They were put under Colonel Tokunaga, who was gross, cruel, and sadistic, and subjected his prisoners to starvation diets, and soon all were racked by wound sepsis, dysentery, and diphtheria, and deficiency diseases such as pellagra and beriberi. All this occurred while Kuribayashi continued to labor away at Sakai's staff duties, growing a nice, fat belly. Turning their attention away from the POWs, the Japanese leadership under Sakai and Kuribayashi made Japanese the colony's official language, renamed several areas using Japanese names, and enforced religious festivals honoring Hirohito and the imperial forces. The local citizens were expected to play a full part in them, or they would be punished. As the Hong Kong landscape was Nipponized, a massive monument was constructed called the Tower of Triumph on a spur of Mount Cameron overlooking the Wan Chai district, designed to honor the Japanese dead who fought to conquer Hong Kong and glorify Japanese power. Sakai and Kuribayashi's engineers embedded a samurai sword in the foundation, solemnized by a bevy of Shinto priests dressed in white. Chinese leaders were forced to attend the ceremony, donate money, and display their conversion to Japanese values. Like with most Japanese occupational duties, Sakai and Kuribayashi's men continued to kill Chinese citizens for the slightest of offenses. And as seen throughout the new empire, Japan was exterminating the cultures and traditions of the people it controlled in order to make them Japanese. During the battle and months afterwards, mass chaos and crimes ruled the day. But by the summer of 1942, order seemed to have been somewhat restored to Hong Kong, and an organized return to a functional city resumed. Nonetheless, the crimes of the 23rd Army will forever haunt Kuribayashi's legacy. Kuribayashi also forced conscripts from Korea in the 23rd Army to take care of horses in Guangdong, and 1,600 Korean enslaved laborers on Iwo to build defenses. So whether it was raping Chinese women, killing POWs, pillaging Chinese cities' resources, slaughtering civilians, dealing in human trafficking, or enslaving Korean men, The list of misdeeds Kuribayashi was directly responsible for was legion. Kuribayashi knew about his country's crimes because he helped commit them. When Kuribayashi's grandson, Liberal Democratic Party politician Yoshitaka Shindo, was asked about these matters, he said, "I must be honest. I don't know about what my grandfather did in Hong Kong. I only really learned about my grandfather and what he did at Iwo Jima when Clint Eastwood made his film. There were difficult things during the war. If you find things based on historical fact, then write them." Such integrity with Japanese politicians is rare, especially ones who, like him, are members of the LDP, or Liberal Democratic Party, and are members of the revisionist group Nippon Kagi, Japan's conference. Nonetheless, for a man who uses his grandfather to further his political career, placing images of his grandfather in uniform on political posters next to pictures of himself, one might find it strange Shindo has not done more research to be careful in using pictures of a man who led an army of rapists, murderers, and war criminals. In June 1944, Kuribayashi assumed command of the newly formed 109th Imperial Japanese Army Division, the Courage Division, and moved it to Iwo Jima from Chichijima nearby, thinking it was the island America would attack. This division had troops who had also committed crimes. Major General Sadasu Senda commanded 4,600 men in the 2nd Mixed Brigade in the middle of Iwo and had a distinguished career. From 1936 to 1939, he was assigned to border protection on Korea's northern frontier against the Russians. He fought at the Battle of Lake Khasan against the Soviets from the 29th of July to the 11th of August 1938, leading the 76th Infantry Border Garrison Regiment of 1,500 men. During this time, his troops committed crimes against Koreans, especially women. In May 1940, he took command of the 44th Infantry Regiment based in Manchuria and fought guerrilla warfare. Tens of thousands of Chinese died under his command. Marine correspondent and Iwo veteran Bill D. Ross found evidence Senda helped slaughter hundreds of thousands while stationed in China. On the 1st of March 1944, he was promoted to Major General and in November assigned to Kuribayashi's 109th Division. Then on the 16th of December 1944, he took command of the 2nd Mixed Brigade, which took him to the heart of Iwo. The 26th Tank Regiment at Iwo had also been seasoned in Manchuria, stationed in Korea, and commanded by the famous Olympic 1932 gold medalist Colonel Baron Takichi Nishi. Imperial headquarters had as early as August 1937 issued a directive that it was not bound in fighting Chinese to adhere to international law. Unlawful orders had become lawful, and Kuribayashi, Senda, and Nishi supported these crimes. Most Japanese soldiers were guilty of war crimes. It is fair to surmise that if every Japanese combatant stationed throughout Asia either indirectly or directly committed or supported the crimes against the Asians as seen from 1931 to 1945, then the majority of the approximately 2 million soldiers stationed in Asia during these years probably participated in or at least obliquely supported the killings. In January 1938, Imperial headquarters, in the name of Field Marshal Prince Kanin Kotohito, Hirohito's uncle, wrote General Matsui, "If we look at actual conditions in the Army, we must admit that much is less than blemish-free. Invidious incidents, especially as to troop discipline and morality, have occurred with increasing frequency of late." By August 1938, Lieutenant General Yosuji Okamura, who replaced Matsui, declared, "It is true that tens of thousands of acts of violence, such as looting and rape, took place against civilians during the assault on Nanking. Second, frontline troops indulged in the evil practice of executing POWs on the pretext of lacking rations." And head of the War Ministry, Lieutenant General Sashiro Itagaki, had a top-secret memorandum circulated throughout the Imperial Japanese Army in 1939 stating, if the army men who participated in the war throughout all of China were investigated individually, they would probably all be guilty of murder, robbery, or rape. Kotohito, Akamuro, and Itagaki's statements display that the vast majority, if not all, of the troops stationed in China committed atrocities. Unlike the Nazis, the Japanese did not utilize factories of industrialized death with gas chambers, poison chemicals, and crematoria to kill and dispose of their victims. They used knives, bayonets, swords, and bullets, which required more personnel than the Nazis used in their slaughters. The Japanese stationed on Iwo had knowledge of what their nation did from hearing accounts and/or because they had done the killing themselves. This did not make the Japanese Holocaust any less gruesome than the Nazi genocide. It did, however, leave no large-scale evidence. Everyone in the Imperial Japanese Army who served in China had blood on their hands. The Japanese military more broadly participated in individual acts of crimes against humanity than the Nazi military. Economic spoils for the Empire of Japan. The Japanese also pillaged and plundered, reaping a harvest of spoils and raw materials of rubber, steel, foodstuffs, and oil. By 1942, Japan seized all of the world's supply of quinine, most of its rubber, and the greatest sources of oil in the Far East. And slave labor was used throughout the empire to benefit the Japanese economy. For example, under Kuribashi's command in Hong Kong, the Kinkaseki Mining Company utilized POW labor in inhumane, slave-like conditions. In fact, 25% of all miners there were Korean slave laborers. Therefore, Japan's business community knew where their increased profits came from. Knowledge of Japanese crimes around the world. Did Marines and Americans like Woody know about Japan's crimes? Throughout the 1930s and 1940s, many people knew of Japan's crimes by watching newsreels at the theater and by reading newspapers. They especially learned about the rape of Nanking. Learning about the atrocities, Roosevelt gave a speech on the 5th of October 1937 calling Japan a war maker and a carrier of dreaded disease, and called on the world to quarantine it. So from the U.S. President to a lowly Marine like Woody, many knew about Japan's atrocities. Sergeant John Warner in Woody's unit, a China Marine assigned to the Peking, now Beijing, and Shanghai units, described how Japanese raped and murdered Chinese civilians. Supporting Warner's testimony, General Clifton B. Cates, 4th Mardiv commander on Iwo and later the 19th Commandant of the Marine Corps, said the Japanese were as cruel as could be. We saw that in Shanghai, saw them shoot civilians and run a bayonet through them. Cates witnessed beheadings, saying the Japanese mind is not the same as the American. U.S. Office of Strategic Services called the Japanese headquarters of the Gendarmerie in China a holy terror. Female nurses on Hawaii, fearing an imminent invasion in 1941 after Pearl Harbor, and knowing how the Japanese treated women in foreign lands, carried pocket knives, resolved to slash their wrists if the hospital was taken. FDR claimed the Pearl Harbor attack provided the climax of a decade of international immorality. When the Japanese committed evil, they did so with joyous zeal, and often with much fanfare, making the news of their exploits travel far and wide. Do the Japanese acknowledge their crimes? As already detailed, few Japanese admit they did anything wrong, whereas Germany has gone to great lengths to erect monuments to honor the victims of the Third Reich domestically. Japan has only erected monuments to its war dead in its country. Their lack of remorse continues in overt ways. Pilgrims today go to the graves of notorious criminals like Prime Minister and General Hideki Tojo and Emperor Hirohito to worship their spirits. It is analogous to Germans laying wreaths at Hitler's grave, if there was one, yet this is what they do. Even elected leaders like Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and his cabinet member, Minister of Internal Affairs and Communication, Yoshitaka Shindo. This is most notable at Tokyo's Yasukuni Shinto Shrine, where 1,068 war criminal souls are enshrined, including Tojo, Prime Minister Koichi Hirota, and General Matsui. Before Hirohito died, he often worshipped there, honoring those under his command who committed his atrocities. This controversial place is not holy, but a place of horror. This shrine would be akin to Germans erecting a cathedral to Hitler in the middle of Berlin or a monument to the death head SS. Japanese society openly parades its crimes and publicly honors its butchers. Short review of the Yasukuni Shrine. The Yasukuni Shrine is 150 years old. In addition to the 1,068 souls of criminals registered there are 2,465,138 soldiers' souls interned there as well, many of whom fought for the fascist regime of World War II. 8 million worshippers visit it annually. It not only honors those who have served the nation, but it also is viewed as a place of good luck where people go to ask the Shinto gods for help in passing college entrance exams, to get a good job, for healing from an illness, etc. So although war criminals are enshrined there, many others were decent citizens, thus causing confusion about the shrine's meaning. Kuribayashi often went there and even took his children. His grandson, LDP politician Shindo, goes there regularly. This is the final resting place of my other grandfather and my uncle's souls. When I go there to visit them. I've brought my children there. I like the cherry blossoms and the place is familiar to me. That other nations get upset that people go there is political. In short, we go there to console the souls of our ancestors. Since the entire nation of Japan mobilized for war during World War II, this shrine has a heavy emphasis on the years from 1931 to 1945, when Japan offered up millions of souls to this shrine. In other words, many in Japan, by the nature of their belief system, feel attached to this shrine, which causes confusion and controversy. For example, when Shindo visited it recently, China's government denounced him. But Shindo snubbed the Chinese, believing it is his religious right to honor the spirits of the war dead in general, and of his family in particular. He is following in the footsteps, literally, of his grandfather, General Kuribayashi, when he worships there. However, his actions and those of thousands of other Japanese sanction the continued christening of declaring men enshrined there as sacred because all souls in the shrine are apotheosized. Steeped in ancestor worship, Japan's citizenry refuses to question or interrogate one's past once his soul becomes sacred and takes up residence in the shrine. As a consequence, the shrine impedes mankind's struggle to honestly document the past because it prevents many Japanese, by the nature of its mandates, from critically questioning a person's past. Honorable Justice Liu Dakun, judge of the Appeals Chamber of the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda genocide trials, said, "Those visits to Yasukuni have prompted many to allege that the country's official stance is one of defiance, and many of Shindo's and Abe's acts, claims, and associations attest to this opinion." The Japanese soldier. The Japanese soldiers Americans fought in the Pacific were some of the most ruthless any modern nation has produced. Once on Guam or Iwo, Americans like Woody were up against experienced, well-trained, well-equipped, and skillful adversaries. Japanese were committed fighters, willing to endure tremendous hardships and die for their emperor. Woody said, "I don't know what motivated them, but they were the most committed and fanatical people I've ever experienced. They were so crazy and possessed, I sure hope in the next war they're on our flank instead of in front of our lines." These superhuman deeds came in part from Japanese belief in the emperor, who gave them fantasies of a strong father in a more abstract and irrational way than Hitler did for Germans. Hirohito's subjects showed they were able to die for the sake of their ideas and values for him. Interestingly, their code of no surrendering motivated them to commit what Westerners would consider atrocities against their own. Japan's military treated surrender like a crime, and those who were captured and returned to Japan were encouraged to kill themselves at home, and many complied. Before committing seppuku, ritualistic suicide by disembowelment, also known as harakiri, these POWs were already considered dead. They could not return to their families, and even if they did, their families would reject them. This would be like Americans telling POW survivors of the Bataan Death March to kill themselves after they returned to the U.S. Moreover, if Japanese were unable to fight, wounded, or threatened with capture, their own soldiers would often kill them instead of leaving them to be taken prisoner. For example, a tiny fraction of the 8,212 Japanese wounded during the Luzon battle survived the war. Before leaving them in the field hospitals, their fellow soldiers murdered them or encouraged them to commit suicide. When the Allies found them, many had killed themselves with grenades. Some had been beheaded by their officers, and others had been shot. One commander ordered, "Concerning those wounded, men who are slightly wounded will participate in this battle. When men wounded are not able to participate in the battle, their leaders will see to it they end their lives." At one Luzon hospital, Americans found 1,810 dead who either committed seppuku or jiketsu, literally self-determination, but in this context, suicide other than disembowelment, or they were killed by their comrades. An Imperial Japanese Army doctor volunteered to shoot patients in an act of sacred murder so they would not become prisoners, and often medics injected opium and corrosive sublimate, mercury chloride, into the veins of the injured. One soldier even killed his brother who could no longer fight. On average, the Japanese had a fatality rate of 98% when in combat zones, which has never been surpassed in modern warfare. While other armies merely talked of fighting to the last man, Japanese soldiers took the phrase literally and did so. The different ways the U.S. and Japan conducted war illustrated the clash of two irreconcilable cultures. Japanese filmmakers sponsored a newsreel before Iwo describing the conflict as a suitable place to slaughter the American devils and do their God's work, knowing they would all die doing so. The Japanese believed to extirpate evil required the mass death of the other, just as purifying the self required acceptance of mass self-slaughter. Long before America's fleet reached Iwo, Kuribayashi notified his troops they would never return home. He introduced the kamikaze suicide doctrine. Men took oaths to undertake suicide missions if necessary. Scarves with the kamikaze symbol were distributed to his troops. It was as if Kuribayashi had inscrolled above his garrison's gates, "Abandon every hope who enter here." In contrast to Japan's philosophy of kill all, burn all, destroy all, Roosevelt convinced the British, Russians, and Chinese to sign the Declaration of the United Nations in 1942, a statement that pledged the Allies to pursue total victory, no separate peace treaties, in order to defend life, liberty, and religious freedom, and to preserve human rights and justice. Many would die to redeem this pledge. In waging unprovoked attacks, Japan brought the Allies' wrath upon them, and by 1945 it was drowning in a flood of enemies. The U.S. and its allies saved Asia from untold suffering by not allowing Japan's rule to go unchallenged. The Allied Tribunal, the Asian Nuremberg trials, noted Japanese leaders engaged in a conspiracy to commit atrocities that led to wholesale destruction of human life, not alone on the field of battle, but in homes, hospitals, and orphanages, in factories and fields. And the victims would be the young and the old, the well and the infirm, men, women, and children alike. By insisting upon unconditional surrender, The Allies freed conquered peoples and safeguarded those who were threatened. In order to accomplish this mission, the Pacific War would turn into one of the most brutal ever fought on both sides. The Allies defeated an evil regime and stopped Japan's Holocaust. Although Japan did not set out to commit ethnic cleansing, it often treated the non-Japanese in conquered lands like the Nazis treated Jews, gypsies, communists, and homosexuals. The Japanese killed their victims up close and inefficiently, yet with gusto. It took them longer to accomplish their killing by gang-raping women, lopping off heads, bayoneting POWs, starving citizens, and burying people alive than by using Nazi-like extermination camps. Germans occluded their crimes, only allowing a select few to participate in the extermination, whereas the Japanese used military personnel and did not try to separate the people killed from those allowed to live. They also did not bury them in mass graves or cremate them. They just left the slaughtered to rot in the sun or threw them in a river or ocean. Japanese troops committed extermination from the front lines to the rear echelons. Japan's rape of Nanking killed 300,000 using 200,000 soldiers of the Shanghai Expeditionary Army, slaughtering on average around 50,000 monthly during its 5 to 6 month campaign from 1937 to 1938 in this one region alone, about 4,000 square miles or the size of Connecticut. Newspapers and newsreel makers throughout the world reported the atrocities, turning public opinion against Japan. Neither Hirohito nor his subordinates stopped this slaughter. War crimes may afflict all armies, but the scope of Japan's atrocities was so excessive and the punishment so disproportionate that no appeal to moral equivalency can excuse their barbarity. Woody and millions of Allied servicemen defeated one of the most horrible regimes known to man and saved untold millions from further bloodbaths. This Holocaust will forever haunt the old Japanese military. Paul Berman, author of Terror and Liberalism, wrote a primer on totalitarianism, stating that such pathological regimes like Imperial Japan contain a genocidal and even suicidal dimension that get drunk on slaughter. The 24th U.S. Army Corps, after investigating Japanese atrocities at Manila, summed up what the Empire of the Sun was. Japan is truly an enemy of the civilized world. Everywhere Japan soldiers went, they built a nest of wickedness. The world has long since called them blind, a people presumptuous, avaricious, envious. Be sure to cleanse yourself of their foul ways. By 1944 to 1945, America and her allies cleansed the world of Japan's filth and brought its mad ambition for world domination to an end. And Woody and thousands of his fellow Marines would be at the point of the spear to take out some of the main bodies of criminal soldiers Hirohito had unleashed on the world. Chapter 6. Deployment. New Caledonia. If a king is plagued by bandits, he must first find out where their camp is before he can attack them. Buddha. After boot camp, the Marines went to additional training for their assigned disciplines, such as infantry, artillery, engineering, communications, or other military specialties. On the 21st of August 1943, Woody trained as infantry working with tanks at Camp Jack Farms in Southern California. Tanks needed infantry protection from enemy soldiers who might sneak up and disable them by an explosive placed in a vulnerable spot or a grenade dropped down a hatch. Symbiotically, Marines moved with tanks on open terrain or roads, using the tanks for cover and utilizing them to machine gun or blast enemy strong points. Tanks were also employed to open paths in dense jungle that infantry would have otherwise had difficulty hacking through. On the 7th of September, Woody switched to an infantry training school. During these 2 months, trainees learned how to work together as units with hand signals and formations in the field. Marines learned to fight, sleep, and eat over terrain features they would attack. It was challenging, but the Marines were further molding these men into fighting machines. After that time, Woody said, I knew how to work with my comrades and talk to them without uttering a word, all with the purpose of attacking the enemy without him taking advantage of us or learning we were there. On the 5th of November 1943, Woody completed the 8-week school. A few weeks before leaving for the South Pacific, Woody got sick with fever. In one of their last maneuvers, the trainees conducted a 10-mile hump with full packs and gear. Marines often do 10 to 20-mile hikes in formation with battle gear to build stamina, condition bodies, and foster unit cohesion. However, on the day of the hike, Woody awoke with dizziness and chills. Although sick, he refused to report to sickbay. He hiked several miles, but when the group took a break at noon, he passed out. I wasn't about to quit, Woody says. He was taken to the hospital where he was diagnosed with 104 temperature, racked with chills, and suffering from strep throat. Doctors wanted to remove his tonsils. However, the day the operation was set would have prevented him from leaving for the Pacific with his friends. He did not want to be left behind, so he convinced the doctors to release him with the promise that once aboard ship, he would report to sickbay and deliver his medical folder in order to have his tonsils removed. On the 3rd of December 1943, Woody shipped out on the MS Weltereden. He learned their destination was New Caledonia, a South Pacific island 2,000 miles east of Australia, where they would prepare to go to Bougainville in the Solomon Islands, north of Guadalcanal, as part of the 32nd Replacement Battalion for those who have been fighting there since November. When on the ship, instead of reporting for surgery, Woody destroyed his doctor's orders. They just got lost, Woody says with a sly smile. He was not about to go under the knife and let them take any of his body parts. Once at New Caledonia, they were going to only be there for a few days before sailing to Guadalcanal to get further outfitted for Bougainville. During this time, Woody's military career almost came to an end. During free time, Woody and his comrades explored the island, swam, and sunbathed on the sandy beaches. One day, they crossed the lagoon to investigate the opposite beach when one of his buddies said, "Hey, Woody, how about you climb up one of those coconut trees and bring us down one?" That did not look too hard. Without thinking, Woody climbed the tree and tried to get a coconut. I thought if I could twist the coconut, it would come down. What happened next surprised me. When I twisted it, it snapped back, and the force of it on my hand made me lose my grip on the trunk. I was probably 30 feet in the air when I lost my grip. I slid down the whole trunk, removing large sections of my skin on my heels, my chest, my arms, and my face. Woody hit the ground bleeding and in pain. As a further introduction to his first real pain in the Corps, his buddies carried him back through the lagoon where salt water burned his lacerations. Returning to base, they took him to the first aid station. The nurses and doctor there called him an idiot and dressed his wounds. He could not move. Regardless of what he had done in his free time, he feared being court-martialed for the offense of not showing up for duty. Because Woody could not walk on his scraped feet, one of his buddies answered for him during roll call. The sergeant taking roll never noticed Woody's absence. After a week, he returned to duty. None of his superiors knew he spent the previous week convalescing in the medical hut. Luckily for Woody, the men did not have duties that required everyone to be present. The last week before leaving New Caledonia, Woody tried out for a specialty fighting group, the Raiders. Everyone considered the Raiders to be the toughest in the Corps, and Woody wanted to join them. They were created in 1942 to be the first U.S. Special Operations Forces to see combat in World War II. They had become famous for their heroics at Guadalcanal at Edson's Ridge, fighting waves of attacking Japanese who tried, but could not break their defense. Although Woody had scabs over his body, he signed up for the test, a 10-mile run. He did his best, but he failed to make the time. It was just as well, since as warfare in the Pacific required large-scale operations, the raiders disbanded in January 1944 and their personnel were reassigned to other units. After New Caledonia, Woody and his fellow Marines boarded ships for Guadalcanal on the 22nd of January to get outfitted for Bougainville, the largest of the Solomon Islands. Woody was aboard the USS Rixey. This was part of Operation Cartwheel, devised by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, American Supreme Command, to have General MacArthur and Admiral Halsey advance along the north coast of New Guinea and the Solomon and Bismarck Islands. Meanwhile, Admiral Nimitz would advance across the central Pacific, starting in the Gilbert Islands in November 1943. Halsey initiated a leapfrogging strategy in August 1943 of going around strongly held islands or defenses to strike at lightly held positions. This approach increased the effectiveness of the two-pronged advance through the theaters commanded by MacArthur and Nimitz. In preparation for Bougainville, MacArthur and Halsey were in the process of skirting the Japanese stronghold of Rabaul, where 100,000 troops were stationed. Instead of fighting a bloody battle for Rabaul, MacArthur attacked weaker island positions, moving north toward the Philippines and Japan. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General George Kenney's 5th Air Force pounded Rabaul, destroying enemy forces. This strategy saved countless American lives. Guadalcanal and Bougainville were the southern part of these operations, and these two battles started to push Japan back into its own borders. They provided the southern foundation the Marines, U.S. Army, and U.S. Navy needed to project their power northward toward Japan's homeland. Chapter 7. Guadalcanal. Kill Japs, kill Japs, keep on killing Japs. Admiral William F. Halsey. After capturing the beachhead and airfield sites and surviving an earthquake on Bougainville, the 3rd Mar-Div was moved back to Guadalcanal, where Woody was already stationed, having arrived there on the 26th of January 1944. His replacement unit would not be deployed on Bougainville and remained on Guadalcanal awaiting orders. At Guadalcanal, which bore scars of intensive fighting, Woody continued his training for the next battle, the liberation of Guam. Woody was assigned to the 21st Regiment, 21st Marines, of the 3rd Mar-Div. He was attached to headquarters of C Company, Charlie Company, in the 1st Battalion. An infantry regiment consists of 3 battalions, each with around 33 officers, 1,000 men, 2 Navy surgeons, and 40 medical corpsmen. Before an operation, a regiment could be augmented. For example, Woody's 21st Marines could number 4,937 men with tagged-on units like it did before Guam. As augmented, it was called a Regimental Combat Team, an RCT. However, right before EWO, it numbered 3,006 men, returning back to a traditional regiment. Woody's regiment was part of a newly formed division, the 3rd Mar-Div, the Fighting Third, which was activated on the 16th of September 1942 at Camp Elliott in San Diego as the Corps was rapidly expanding. The 3rd Mar-Div symbol was the caltrop, a 3-pronged figure anti-personnel, anti-horse weapon. In ancient days, it prevented full frontal attacks. It consisted of an iron ball and 4 metal spikes. It was designed so that when 3 spikes touched the ground, another pointed straight up. As a result, the division's motto was, "Don't step on me." While on Guadalcanal, besides training and learning about the next island to evade, Woody's platoon conducted patrols to hunt rogue Japanese remnants. It was hard for the new men to overcome their natural aversion to killing people, but overcome it they did, especially after experiencing Japanese fanaticism. They focused on completing their assignments and returning home alive back to their families. 3rd Mardiv correspondent Dick Dashiell wrote his wife, Vivian, "There is not much personal to write, really, except the old but very, very true words, 'I love you.' I often wonder how many times your walk, your talk, your smile, your sweet figure, and all have flashed through my mind or lingered there for long, long minutes. Millions, I know, since that August afternoon on the Charlotte station platform. My love for you is a constant, growing thing that not even the finest poet could begin to describe. My whole life and future are anchored in you and Freddie." Freddie was his 3-year-old son. "And with how much happiness I contemplate it. How much the memory of you two comforts me is something you'll never know." These men's homesickness was palpable, and many struggled with it. Another problem on the island was mosquitoes. Omnipresent and hungry, they swarmed the men, leaving behind itchy welts. While sitting down or conducting patrols, their skin continued to demand scratching, and often the bite areas turned bloody. The men used a thick, oily liquid repellent called scat, which helped, but many nonetheless contracted malaria from their bites. The natives on the island were also foreign to the Americans. Woody's company commander, Captain Donald Beck, described them. "The natives here look like all South Sea Island natives. They are small and not quite as dark as our American Negro. Many have reddish hair. I have never seen any of the women. Some who have seen them say they are sad sights. They wear only a cloth around their lower extremities, and therefore leaving their breasts exposed and hanging nearly to their knees. I have talked with several of the men. They speak Pidgin English and are of Christian faith. An example of Pidgin English is 'him go,' meaning you are giving him an order to leave. They have a great passion for trinkets and jewelry. When they saw my ring and watch, they were greatly attracted. They wear all sorts of gadgets in their ears. I saw one with a safety pin in each ear. This, I assure you, amused me a great deal. They have a great admiration for the Marines. They are lukewarm toward the Army soldiers and dislike the British." This description of Guadalcanal shows how primordial the people of the islands were the Marines were conquering. Although Beck had difficulty understanding their culture, he and his men had friendly interactions with the Gaoli. In Beck's opinion, the Marines were doing better than GIs and the previous rulers, the British, in fostering good relations. Missionaries from Spain and Britain had worked their magic with their proselytizing efforts, and the majority were Christian. However, although there were several natives on the island, the Marines carved out tracts of land where they could train and conduct amphibious landings. As for Beck, he had some interaction with the locals, but mostly spent his time fighting the insects and conducting training. At first, on Guadalcanal, Woody was a Browning automatic rifleman, aka barman. The bar was a light machine gun, which usually had a bipod, a V-shaped device that held up and steadied the barrel. It fired 30 caliber rounds from a 20-round magazine. It was a powerful, albeit heavy weapon to carry, weighing in at 20 pounds. Barmen often carried 13 to 14 magazines. Each magazine weighed 1.5 pounds. After a few weeks in this role, Woody was assigned a new duty, a special weapons expert. This attached him to company headquarters to ensure supplies for special weapons personnel were ready to be deployed quickly. Because of his short stature, Woody was chosen to be a flamethrower. A flamethrower operator had a support team whose job was to suppress enemy fire aimed at the flamethrower and follow up with explosives for the target. Flamethrower operator was an occupational specialty that did not allow many survivors. Japanese feared backpack and tank flamethrowers and directed fire at them. One man in Woody's Iwo unit observed, "Our flamethrower moved up towards a pillbox, but was shot through the neck and died almost immediately. Our lieutenant started to strap the flamethrower gun on himself, but was hit by a spray of bullets right through the stomach and bled out. Unlike tankers, flamethrowers had no armor for protection, only their cotton dungarees. Woody heard, quote-unquote, the average flamethrower's lifespan in combat was 5 minutes. On Iwo Jima, 1 battalion, 1,000 men again, and Woody's 21st Regiment, 3,000 men again, suffered over 90% casualties among its flamethrowers, and 3rd MAR Div Commander Major General Graves B. Erskine claimed the casualties, especially at the campaign's beginning, were very high. Veteran Eugene Sledge wrote, "Carrying tanks with about 70 pounds of flammable jellied gasoline through enemy fire over rugged terrain in hot weather to squirt flames into the mouth of a cave or pillbox was an assignment that few survived, but all carried out with magnificent courage." Considering the occupational hazards in the Pacific War, being a flamethrower was probably the most dangerous. This duty of being a flamethrower required Woody to also have TNT, satchel charges, and pole charges in addition to the flamethrowers to be ready to go at any time. This also earned him the name of Demolition Man. Satchel charges were bags of explosives that were to be thrown into a pillbox, cave, or other area to destroy it, and a pole charge was a C2 explosive attached at the end of an 8 to 10 foot long 2x2 wood pole used to place an explosive into a bunker's small opening or enclosure to blow up the structure. C2 is a moldable, Play-Doh-like substance detonated by electrical impulse or a fuse. They came in bundles of 8 small boxes, with each box about the size of a stick of butter. 4 of these could bring down a 2-story building. The flamethrower was the most unique of Woody's weapons. This was a new weapon, and his team worked extensively on how best to deploy it. Starting in 1915, the Germans had used the flamethrower with deadly effect in the trenches. The Japanese used it on Wake Island, Hong Kong, Bataan, the Philippines, and Guadalcanal during the battles against Allied forces from 1941 through 1942. Americans had first used them in Papua New Guinea in December 1942, but their experience with them was a failure while using the poorly designed M1 model. The flamethrower Marines used in 1944 and 1945, especially the improved M2-2, had 2 tanks about the size of scuba tanks, full of flammable fuel, 4.5 gallons, plus a slightly smaller center tank of compressed air or nitrogen. Nitrogen was preferred because it was not flammable. All 3 tanks were welded together onto a backpack with shoulder straps. The compressed air canister pushed air through the hose connected to the 3-foot wand or gun, which delivered burning fuel on a target. When fired with full force, the weapon blew fuel at a rate of 1/2 gallon per second. It was heavy and awkward machinery, but deadly. On Iwo, the flamethrowers suffered particularly heavy casualties. The Japs feared and hated their fire. When they saw one of our flamethrowers advancing, they concentrated their weapon on him. Our men swore the Japs hurled their mortar shells not at our units, but at our individual flamethrowers, a Marine veteran wrote. The oil in the diesel produced a black smoke as it burned, so a flamethrower had to constantly move or the enemy would zero in on him since his battlefield signature was large. Sometimes it was not flamethrower smoke, but its sound that elicited counterfire. When the pressure is released from compressed nitrogen, there is a sharp hiss that immediately discloses to the enemy your exact position. Then, a veteran explained, you start getting hell from him. The weapon itself was also a hazard. The mixture of air under pressure into gasoline produces a highly flammable mixture, and gun hoses and connections have a tendency to leak under severe combat conditions. A tank, being of metal construction, containing many moving metal parts and an elaborate electrical system, is a constant source of sparks. If compressed air is used, one spark near a leaking hose would cause a violent explosion. Often in battle, these instruments exploded due to malfunctions in enemy fire, likely hitting the tubing when the flame ignited. In other words, when in a foxhole, one tended not to share it with a flamethrower. Nonetheless, without the flamethrower, war in the Pacific would have been considerably slower and more challenging. When Woody received his flamethrower in 1943, the weapon was so new it did not come with a manual. Woody and his NCOs worked hard to discover the ideal mix of diesel and gasoline to produce the most effective flame. They also experimented using kerosene, motor oil, and a napalm-like jelly called phosgel, or phosphorus gel, none of which worked as well as the diesel and gas mixture. If one used only diesel, the fluid was too heavy and the flame traveled only a few feet. Such a weapon had no effect on the battlefield unless one was to pour his flame into an opening in the earth. If one just used gasoline, 130-octane aviation gas, then the flame lacked body and sprayed quickly into the air and was swiftly extinguished. If mixed in a 1-to-1 ratio, however, these two fuels gave enough body and heat, power density, to send fire 20 to 30 yards to the operator's front, unleashing hell on the battlefield. Woody's regimental report from the 2nd Battalion noted the men preferred a mixture of gasoline and oil rather than the napalm mixture because it would carry farther. Once engaged, an operator had 7 to 9 seconds of fuel with the trigger pulled before the tanks emptied. It was a terrifying firearm. Former Marine Commandant and 4th MARDIV Commander on Iwo, Major General Cates, said he could not think of a more inhumane weapon. Marine Eugene Sledge wrote, "I shouldered the heavy tanks, held the nozzle in both hands, pointed at the stump about 25 yards away, and pressed the trigger. With a whoosh, a stream of flame squirted out, and the nozzle bucked. The napalm hit the stump with a loud splattering noise. I felt the heat on my face. A cloud of black smoke rushed upward. The thought of turning loose hellfire from a hose nozzle as easily as I'd water a lawn back home sobered me. To shoot the enemy with bullets or kill him with shrapnel was one of the grim necessities of war, but to fry him to death was too gruesome to contemplate. I was to learn soon, however, that the Japanese couldn't be routed from their island defenses without it. The men practiced using this weapon for hours, learning the best methods. The firing apparatus had 2 triggers. There was one on the wand's front, where there was a cylinder with phosphorus matches to activate the flame, and another at the back to send out the fuel using compressed air. Each flamethrower had 5 matches to the cylinder, so they were used sparingly. A match stayed lit for 10 seconds. The supply of fuel lasted 7 to 9 seconds when engaged, so the operator pumped the trigger in bursts to conserve fuel and direct the fire. Whether taking out personnel in the open, in pillboxes, or in trenches, one just had to ignite the first thrust of fuel, and then the targeted area would already be on fire, thereby providing the flame the fuel needed to ignite subsequent bursts. So one just had to continue to hit the back trigger to release more fuel on the burning area. Releasing the fuel in bursts was the most effective method to send out more fuel to eliminate a target. Once the flame left the nozzle, it rolled out to approximately 20 feet in diameter as it created a huge fireball of force. Learning how to properly operate a flamethrower was tough, and Woody says controlling the flame was a skill only obtained with several weeks of training. He stated, "I can't tell you the number of times I singed off my eyebrows and the hair on my arms learning to use that rig." It was crucial for the flamethrower to fire his weapon from the correct stance. The propellant for the fuel had to be powerful enough to reach a target without getting too close. That gave the weapon a kick when compressed air was released from the center tanks, forcing the barrel up as it fired. Unless the operator was prepared to hold down the flamethrower as it fired, and leaned forward to absorb the kick, the barrel could wind up pointing to the sky. Not only would he miss the target, the fire would rain down, incinerating him. That happened in one instance when a trained flamethrower was brought down and an inexperienced Marine picked up the weapon and fired it. He did not lean forward, was saturated with flame, and was killed in an instant. Many expressed concern about being a flamethrower operator for a variety of reasons. Carrying so much gear made them an easy target. They looked like hunchbacks. And since they were carrying metal tanks with highly explosive fuel next to a tank with compressed air, they worried their hardware would not stand up to shrapnel or bullets. This would make them walking bombs. Hearing these concerns, one of Woody's NCOs tested the flamethrower's ruggedness. So they shot up some tanks with high-caliber weapons to see what would happen. Much to everybody's relief, even .30 caliber rounds from the Bar rifle would not penetrate the tanks. The rubber tubing connecting the wand with those tanks was another matter. In short, although the tanks were tough, they still knew they would become targets and have difficulty finding cover carrying the metal backpack when engaging the enemy. Despite this vulnerability, they recognized the flamethrower would be one of the most effective weapons to use against emplacements. Bullets cannot strike targets inside pillboxes or trenches like a fast-flowing stream of liquid flaming gas. The flamethrower became one of the best weapons against strongly fortified enemy positions, even more so than tanks, naval gunfire, cannons, claymore mines, and satchel charges. Nonetheless, many have asked why battle tanks or cannons weren't used to take out enemy positions. The problems with tanks was they were unable to operate on some hilly terrain or on the soil on some of the islands, or where the enemy had constructed tank traps, and there was not enough of them to handle the multitude of fortified positions the enemy had created. Naval gunfire was great, but battleships were so far away it was difficult for them to make a pinpoint hit on a target. Moreover, it sometimes took hours to get the requested naval gunfire or close air support, and in the meantime, Marines were vulnerable to enemy fire. Once the Marines landed, great skill and targeting was required. A similar caution applied to artillery, which fired smaller shells from closer distances. There were a lot of enemy fortifications that, as a practical matter, only a Marine with a flamethrower could effectively neutralize. It was remarkable how far the U.S. had come with flamethrower technology in the short amount of time. After the Nazis had effectively used flamethrowers, model 1935 Flamethrower, and demolitions in May 1940 against the Belgian fort of Eben Emael and secondary positions around the fortification, such as machine gun nest, the Chemical Warfare Service and the Army Engineer Test Board collaborated in the development of experimental flamethrowers, E1 and E1R1s. By March 1942, the Model M1 started to arrive in the Pacific. It was poorly designed and suffered from defective battery ignition systems, broken fuel lines, leaky valves, and frequent loss of pressure. Improvements were made, and the first significant use of flamethrowers by the U.S. Army and the United States Marine Corps was the M1-A1 in late 1942 and 1943. Yet these versions were inferior, and often the battery-operated ignition system failed to ignite the fuel, exposing them to counterfire. Often they used tracer bullets, white phosphorus shells, or hand grenades to set the target areas on fire. The M2 and M2-2, which Woody used, were vastly improved when they arrived in mid-1944. The M2-2 had a more rugged design and an improved ignition system that used a housed match lighting mechanism in the wand's nose. This ignition system was a waterproofed revolving cylinder which worked much like a revolver with the matches inside. By the time Woody hit Guam and Iwo, he wielded the most advanced flamethrower in the world. On the 9th of January 1944, Woody received his first promotion to temporary private first class, receiving the responsibilities of a PFC and being addressed with that rank, but not paid at that rank. Then by the 21st of January, he became officially a PFC with the pay of that grade. On the 16th of March 1944, Woody wrote his girlfriend about completing flame-throwing school. He told her that he had nicknamed his weapon Ruby after her. During training, barely a week went by that Woody did not receive letters from Ruby or write Ruby himself. Although their courtship had been brief, he felt she was unique and he was smitten. He wrote her on the 12th of April 1944, "I received the long, sweet, and wonderful 7-page letter from you this evening. Thank you a lot for that letter. It's the sweetest letter I ever read. It made me very lonesome and also very happy. I want you so bad, Ruby. It seemed as if you were talking to me in person instead of reading the letter. Ruby, I am so very proud of you and your love." In this letter, Woody declared his full-on commitment to Ruby and apologized he was unable to get her an engagement ring before leaving overseas. "I am very proud to be engaged to you. When I can call you my wife and put the ring on your finger, I'll be the happiest man alive in the world." Although Woody had not given her a ring, he had asked the question, quote-unquote, before he left for the Marines. Even so, he still called her his girlfriend and never used the term fiancé. Woody explains, "I was head over heels in love and adored this woman, and even though I was going to marry her, I only called her a girlfriend, never my fiancé. That was just not a term we used." Regardless of the idiom he used for Ruby, she was the most important person in his life. Often the emotions of leaving for battle got the best of young lovers and they accelerated their relationships. Woody's relationship strengthened because Ruby had proven a loyal girlfriend and he had grown more fond of her while away, although he was also writing his ex-girlfriend, Eleanor Piles, too. Maybe he hedged since he was going to be gone a long time and perhaps Ruby would find someone else, so he kept someone in the wings. Woody's old girlfriend wrote him that she had seen Ruby in town with another guy, actually. This upset Woody, and on the 12th of April 1944 he wrote, "Ruby, I never doubted your love for a single second, but as you say, when I was told that they saw you with someone, I couldn't help but wonder a little bit." He admitted he got this information from his ex-girlfriend and then had to explain why he was writing her in the first place. "The only reason I was writing my old girlfriend was because I was sorry for what I did." Apparently Woody had some crossover with the woman and broke up with Eleanor to be with Ruby. Once Ruby found out about this other woman, Woody justified the relationship in writing to Ruby as being for him now platonic and on friendly terms, but she won't accept that. "When I quit dating her, I told her we were through, that we just didn't click." However, Woody knew Ruby did not believe this, and she questioned his dedication. As a result, Woody declared his love for Ruby to prove she was the one. Ruby was his first choice, and she caught him with his hand in the cookie jar, and probably convinced him to drop the backup and focus on her since she truly cared for him. Woody told Ruby he would write his ex one last time. He wanted to tell her he didn't believe her claims about Ruby and not to write again. Then he pledged, "Always remember, Ruby, that I love you and trust you." Right as Eleanor was causing all this drama with Woody and his new girlfriend, she decided, like Woody, to also join the Marines and enlisted almost 1 year after him on the 2nd of February 1944, serving at Camp Lejeune and Cherry Point, North Carolina. So, soon after Woody wrote Ruby about Eleanor in April 1944, Woody would not even have had his spy in Eleanor even if he had wanted to keep her checking up on Ruby's extracurricular activities, since she had left to become a leatherneck as well. In contrast to the acceleration of relationships like Woody's, sometimes distance destroyed a couple. Because Marines rarely had options to date on islands they occupied, it was often the girlfriend stateside who found another lover and wrote a Dear John letter or a breakup letter. One of Woody's comrades received such a letter, and he was so depressed he stuck his rifle barrel in his mouth and blew his brains out. As a result, Woody's superiors called a meeting. "Now look, boys, there's millions of women in the world, If one decides not to sleep with you anymore or love you any longer, go find another. Blowing your brains out over a girl is moronic and a waste of a bullet. Don't get depressed over a Dear John letter, because many of you will receive one before this war is over. Woody admitted that had Ruby sent him such a letter, he would have been depressed. However, he picked a good woman, quote unquote, back home, and she remained loyal. Overseas duty put strains on many couples. Woody's commander from Iwo, Donald Beck, had an exchange with his wife, Ruth, that showed they both wondered what the other did in their off hours. Beck's letters discussed that the local Guam girls took up with men married or not. Some are quite attractive, and many men and officers date with them a lot, he wrote. He expressed that he had danced with them, but nothing else. His son Mark later on after the war notes, Don would have been better off leaving the comments about the local women out of his letters. It didn't help in one letter after he had received a new photograph of his wife that Beck observed, "It appears that you have gained some weight." Men sometimes just do not think things through when it comes to women. Ruth addressed many of his comments in a letter, and Beck in return explained, "I hope you have never worried about my behavior. I'm sure you haven't, but since you mentioned it, I must assure you that it has never been anything but excellent. You haven't been stepping out with any of those broken down boys, have you? Better not, because Barry, their 1-year-old son, is my chief spy, and he will tell me all about it. Your comments were fine in regard to my morals, and I hope they will always be up to your expectations." As one can see, separation stressed relationships. From Woody explaining why he wrote his ex-girlfriend obtaining info about his fiancée, to Beck explaining to his wife she had nothing to fear from the beautiful tropical girls he was with while questioning her loyalty, these men continually navigated the problems of jealousy and communication. The pressures of not being with a lover made things trying for even the healthiest of relationships. But like with Woody, when Beck was defending himself for his actions on Guam, he was effusive about his love, writing things like, "Darling, this is all for now. I have certainly missed you of late. I would just like to take you in my arms and hug and kiss you forever." So, men like Beck and Woody tried to balance out the range of their emotions with words of affirmation. While on Guadalcanal, little news reached the men for fear that any information received might be obtained by the enemy. Each letter written had to be submitted unsealed so a censor could ensure it would not reveal valuable information. Even if they were allowed to disclose their location, they and their loved ones had little comprehension of the geography or importance of the islands on which they fought. Woody wrote Ruby in 1944, "I'm on a ship and am in the Pacific somewhere, but that's all I can tell you." For a short time, Woody wrote his girlfriend with a secret understanding that he would start each paragraph with the first letter of the name of the island or place he was so she could track him on a map, explaining all this in a letter on the 17th of November 1943 while stateside, and thus not yet subjected to censors. Eventually the censors caught on, because in one letter they scissored out the beginning words of his paragraphs. One told Ruby in a note at the bottom of her letter, "Tell Herschel to stop using code and his letters won't be cut up. Censor." Even if Ruby knew Woody's whereabouts, both had no understanding of where he was or what his unit was doing or about to do. One veteran explained, "Our vision of the war was largely tunnel vision. To us, the most important place in the world was his foxhole. The impact of MacArthur's and Nimitz's twin offensive was lost on us. Most Marines were as ignorant of geography as their families at home." Marines knew nothing about the progress of worldwide campaigns. The war seemed like it would last forever, and they did not understand the complexity or the time required to complete their missions. Some optimistic souls chimed Golden Gate in 48, hopeful they could win the war and sail home, entering San Francisco by the Golden Gate Bridge by 1948. No one knew how long it would take to defeat Germany and Japan. 5th Mardiv chaplain Rabbi Roland Gittleson, who saw war from the troop ships and the battlefield, lamented the Marines' lack of geographical and political awareness. They were fighting for freedom and democracy, but the inability to realize this end vision was America's greatest failure and potentially its most disastrous defeat, Gittleson wrote. The chaplain believed the Marines were probably the least politically aware, since all servicemen in that branch, regardless of their ultimate specialty, were considered infantrymen. Since Marines were absorbed with the daily task of warriors in combat, the big picture goals for which they were fighting were sometimes totally overlooked. Woody supports this analysis. "I was there simply to defeat the enemy who attacked us," he said. The Marine Corps created excellent warriors to defeat Japan. Had the chaplain seen the war at the top levels, he would have found a strategic vision and determination to not only win the war, but also to create conditions and institutions which would democratize and liberalize the fascist enemies they were fighting to prevent World War III. Every day was one of preparing for the next campaign, so the big picture may have been lost on them. They kept their reasons for fighting simple, often just saying they were there to defeat Japan. The South Pacific's oppressive heat clung to them, and white salt crystals wringed their clothes from perspiration. Not only did they train physically, but they also conducted classroom instruction as well. They learned tactics, terrain navigation, and radio communication. They practiced assaulting beaches using the landing craft to which they would be attached when the assaults began. Moreover, their division's intelligence branch, under the direction of Major General Turnage, focused on the psychology of how to view the enemy. The inability of conditioning hatred towards the enemy before combat worried many commanders. Waiting to experience war's horrors to develop the right mindset cost several their lives before they could acclimate to combat. As a result, a training brief made the rounds throughout the 3rd Mardiv that encouraged hatred. This brief described how commanders observed when Americans arrived at the front, they did not hate their enemy. Without hatred, the brief argued, the men would fear the enemy, giving the enemy the upper hand. It was evident from combat that Imperial Japanese Army troops did not fear, but hated Americans. Creating similar hatred in American boys was difficult since Americans were different. They are fair-minded and think that the enemy will be fair-minded too. The report continued. Until John Doe, average American, learns to hate, he will be no good. As long as he regards his opponent as a good fellow, a man who, after all, does not really want to fight and kill him, John Doe will go into combat carelessly and not aggressively. He won't go and look for the enemy. He won't want to kill, to destroy, to win. When the enemy proves to be stronger, John Doe will not hold out and counterattack. Try to beat the enemy with the last ounce of energy. Beat him by his stronger will. Hate is like gin. It takes a while and then suddenly it hits you. After you have seen your buddies killed, after you see bodies or what's left of them piled up for burial, when you realize that they are after you too, when it finally connects in your mind that moral code does not exist in this war, then you will begin to hate and want to retaliate. A Marine has to develop the primitive instinct to kill anybody who threatens him or his own. Beyond that, he must learn to kill before the other can get at him. Until he hates the enemy with every instinct and every muscle, he will only be afraid. This is primitive psychology, a cruel and inhumane one. But war is all that. Hate must become first nature to a soldier and make him want to use every trick. Obviously, using hatred was one way to fight the Japanese. As elucidated earlier, the Empire of the Sun had conditioned its population to hate foreigners, and the corresponding lack of empathy made it easy for Japanese to slaughter other Asians and Americans. This deep sense of superiority fostered a widespread mentality among Japanese that committing atrocities was permissible without a prevailing feeling that these were morally reprehensible. American boys were at a disadvantage in war because they did not have such mindsets. These 3rd Mardiv officers who drafted this report believed Americans had to not only hate the Japanese, but also in order to win, they had to hate more than the Japanese hated them. This document showed that fascist regimes' escalation of fanaticism created a resolve in the American soul to fight and hate their enemies. The report admitted that the Marines would not understand and embrace hatred until they had confronted the enemy, experienced combat, and witnessed buddies getting ripped apart. Conditioning meant that it was acceptable in war to hate and kill. They re-engineered the Judeo-Christian education many arrived to the core with, namely, love your enemies, Matthew 5, verse 44, and thou shalt not kill, Exodus 20, verse 13. The report declared the will to kill the enemy must become a passion, and defeat it, hate, was a necessity. The new morality contradicted the Bible, and men were taught that the higher good was to kill their enemy, not love him. The draftees of this document noted how strange hatred training was. The Japanese and Nazis would not qualify hatred of the other, but American authorities who sanctioned this document needed to justify what they preached. Calling this training cruel and inhumane was not hyperbolic on the part of those who assembled the analysis. However, becoming hating warriors was a necessary evil if the Marines were to defeat the most brutal enemies Americans had faced since confronting certain Native American tribes on the frontier. As U.S. Ambassador to Japan, Joseph C. Grew, noted, to shape our foreign policy on the unsound theory that the other nations are guided and bound by our present standards of international ethics would be to court sure disaster. How did the Marines teach hatred? Woody does not remember, but it was nonetheless disseminated, and the commanders intentionally sanctioned the new language necessary for such training. When they conducted bayonet practice, the dummies were made to look like Tojo. At bases throughout the world, posters showed Japanese raping and destroying societies. Images of Japanese looking like rats, vampires, or ghouls hung everywhere. When conducting classroom work, pictures of Japanese slicing off heads of innocent Allied POWs were shown. One poster showed the brutal Bataan death march of American POWs with the declaration, "Stay on the job until every murdering Jap is wiped out." Dehumanizing the enemy was widespread, describing the Japanese as apes, yellow monsters, or buck-toothed, smiling, grotesque killers. This indoctrination gave permission to hate, something not part of the curriculum of American schools. The nickname of Jap, used for Japanese, had a negative connotation, and American servicemen also used terms like ringtails, tojos, rice bags, nippos, and nips, taken from Nippon, Japanese for Japan, to define their enemy. One training manual discussed how Marines could differentiate their Japanese enemies from other Asians. This racist document described the Japanese as having long torsos but short legs. Hardly any facial hair, and the eye of the Japanese is set at a slant to the nose. Japanese teeth tend to buck or protrude, and the nose lacks a distinct bridge. Practically all Japanese are pigeon-toed, and many are bow-legged, so that in walking they usually shuffle along. Two Army officers wrote in 1942 that the average Japanese soldier was 5'3" and 117 pounds and basically a runt. We know it was nothing physical that caused the Japanese to behave barbarically. It was the way they were indoctrinated in their society, brutalized in the service, and led by their superiors all the way to the highest echelons that resulted in the militarism, aggression, and atrocities. Every ethnicity has unique phenotypical and physiological traits, but there were many terms here to denote contempt. And besides American leaders uniting their war, were men of the 21st. We left our wives and sweethearts home. We fight for freedom not alone. We hope to sail across the foam. We care not where by chance we roam. We're men of the 21st. We work and play through day and night. We fight to live and live to fight. We never of our goal lose sight. We pledge ourselves with all our might. We're men of the 21st. We know the day is coming near. We look to it without a fear. We realize well why we are here. We feel that we have not a peer. We're men of the 21st. We know that when our battle's won, we'll see the end of Nippon's sun. We'll say, Godspeed, our task is done. We're one for all, and all for one. We're men of the 21st. The song was one of unity and vision, building a brotherhood focused on destroying Japan. It was a pledge to stick together through tribulations and work towards creating a lasting peace. The regiment's song never wavered from knowing the U.S. would win and held the optimism that victory was coming. This song discussed that despite being from all over the nation, they worked toward one common goal. Captain Beck often talked about his men, their diverse backgrounds, and the different states from which they came, writing that some of them came from the Lone Star State of Texas, the Live Free or Die State of New Hampshire, or his state, the Wonder State of South Dakota. It's a wonder, it's a state. Although from diverse backgrounds, the love of country and the shared determination that they wanted to defeat Japan united them into a strong fraternity. Captain Donald Macaulay Beck stood 5'10" and weighed 160 pounds. He was a quiet man with an athletic build and dark hair. His attractive face had clear eyes and an aquiline nose framed by a square jaw and prominent forehead. He was always calculating and thinking ahead. He was born on the 22nd of January 1917 in Gregory, South Dakota, on a ranch, and grew up taking care of horses. The family lost the ranch in the Great Depression, and he, like Woody, joined the Civilian Conservation Corps in 1934 and worked there for 3 years. He finished college at the University of South Dakota, where he majored in history and political science, ran track, and was a member of Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity. He entered the Corps soon after graduating college in May 1941. He was a well-educated, dignified, and intelligent man. When Beck's regiment was not training in the field, learning in the classroom, or creating songs or bonding as a sacred brotherhood, some conducted patrols in the jungle. Guadalcanal had been the Marines' first major military success. The 1st Mardiv established Henderson Field like an unsinkable aircraft carrier, protecting the American lifeline to Australia and projecting air power against the Japanese. Although the Japanese Navy evacuated 13,000 of an original 36,000 troops back in February 1943 after abandoning hope of winning control of the island, there were still many Japanese on the island. These desperate remnants of the defeated forces would not surrender, and they harassed the Americans. So Woody's fellow Marines had to search for and kill these die-hard elements. This was a mission for riflemen, not flamethrowers. Since Woody was attached to headquarters of C Company, he remained at base and continued to train and ensure the demolitions were always prepared. Woody's comrade, Lefty Lee, and others in his unit, who were strictly grunts, riflemen, conducted daily patrols and, according to Lefty, sometimes found Japanese. Lefty said one day they were ambushed as they hiked over a jungle hill. Bullets started flying everywhere, and they returned fire, closed with, and killed the Japanese. Sometimes, before they found the enemy, they came across other Marines who were not so lucky. One group had been waylaid, and as Woody's platoon discovered their dead comrades, his platoon observed their mutilated bodies. Although these Japanese knew they had lost, they still behaved in such a way that would ensure we gave them no quarter, Lefty said. The bodies of our buddies were sliced up like someone had taken a butcher's knife to them. Their clothes had been removed, their legs spread, and their genitals cut off. Their dead, gaping jaws had been opened, and their members had been shoved in their mouths. Sometimes the Japanese even took the time to drape placards around the dead reading, "It took them a long time to die." On Bougainville, where Lefty also served, Marines retrieved fallen comrades only to find the Americans staked to the ground through their arms, chest, and legs. One Marine sent to get these bodies was a brother of one of the dead. "It's tough seeing your brother like that," said veteran Bill Faulkner. If the Japanese thought atrocities would terrify the Marines into running away, they were wrong. Such sights turned some Marines vicious. Lefty said, One guy we had would tie the ears of the Japanese he had killed around his neck. He volunteered for every mission to take point, a hazardous position. If he'd been stateside, he would have been put in a mental ward. However, in combat, he was brutal and hated the Japanese with every fiber of his being. Abuse begets abuse. Still, this Marine's behavior in Western society was abnormal and prohibited, whereas Japanese behavior of mutilating enemies was institutionalized and approved by their leaders. Woody said, "You knew you didn't want to become a prisoner. We knew that the Japanese thought it the greatest disgrace to surrender. I'm sure I might have done so had I had no other choice, but in general, we weren't going to give up. The few Japs who surrendered usually did so because they were too weak and malnourished to offer resistance. They surrendered because their bodies had given out. Many Japs we found were skeletons. Yes, we knew they slaughtered our men, but in general, when we could, we showed compassion. We did have a few who had necklaces of gold teeth they had taken from dead Japanese, but this was only done once the Japanese were dead, and they did not mutilate the bodies. Everyone had ways of getting their souvenirs. Many Marines just enjoyed getting Japanese flags, swords, and gold teeth. One of the few souvenirs Woody's fellow flamethrower comrade, Corporal Joseph Anthony Rybakevitz, brought back home was indeed one gold tooth he had taken from an enemy soldier he personally had killed, plus his medical kit and a photo of his wife and 2 kids. The taking of gold teeth was so popular that one of Lefty's comrades, Al Thomasy, asked if he could take his gold tooth if he ever died in combat, to which Lefty laughed and said, "Sure, just make sure I'm dead when you do so." A small minority of servicemen even took Japanese skulls to hang on jeeps. The war so brutalized some, it made them do things they would never do in an ordered society. One man was so grateful for Navy nurse Catherine Van Wagner's kindness and care flying out of the hell of Iwo Jima that he gave her a green bag, looking at her with compassion and sad eyes and saying, "I want you to have this." Van Wagner opened the bag up and shockingly found gold teeth and bloody, dried-up Japanese ears. She gave them back and said she couldn't imagine using them. He was sorry this was all he could offer her, but this was all he had. As early as September 1942, Admiral Nimitz ordered that no part of the enemy's body may be used as a souvenir and warned that violators would face stern disciplinary action. The Joint Chiefs of Staff issued directives to stamp out the practice. Japanese propaganda relayed these stories to their servicemen, and several had these images of the Marines in their heads, creating more hatred, because the Japanese abhorred the desecration of the dead, although they desecrated bodies themselves. War often exposes man's hypocrisy. And although some Marines and GIs killed enemy combatants who had surrendered or who were defenseless, violating the Hague and Geneva Conventions, these were rare occurrences. Jim Skinner said while going through a tunnel in Iwo, he came around a corner where he met a Japanese with his hands up, and he was so surprised that a nip, quote-unquote, was trying to surrender because he had only experienced Japanese feigning surrender to kill Americans that he just blew the Jap away. "I shouldn't have done so, but I just didn't know what else to do." Gunnery Sergeant, known as Gunny, Keith A. Renstrom, had his men finish off several Japanese soldiers who had botched their suicide attempts or were severely wounded in battle on Tiananmen and Saipan by shooting them in the back of their heads. Army Lieutenant Sigmund L. Lieberman, a Jewish-American Army officer who had fought in the Battle of the Bulge and had received the Purple Heart and Bronze Star, admitted that after he and his unit had liberated the Mittelbau Dora concentration camp, he was so enraged that the next time they took Wehrmacht prisoners, he made sure the 12 men, on their way back to a drop-off station, simply did not make it. When asked why he killed unarmed prisoners, Lieberman said, after seeing so many of his Jewish brothers and sisters dead at the camp, he wanted revenge. Also enraged by the crimes they had witnessed, Lieutenant William P. Walsh and Private Albert C. Pruitt did the same thing Lieberman had done, killing 4 SS guards disguised as medics on the Dachau death train. Although these instances with Skinner, Renstrom, Lieberman, Walsh, and Pruitt were rare and illegal, They did happen. However, compared to the Japanese who killed POWs and Allied wounded as a matter of course, the killing of Imperial Japanese Army and Nazi prisoners and injured soldiers by Americans was sporadic and atypical. As for Guadalcanal, though jungle combat patrols were dangerous, they were an effective way to accustom Marines to combat. While on Guadalcanal, few had an inkling of what lay ahead. They were stationed there until their next engagement, Operation Forager, in the Marianas. Unbeknownst to them, their 3rd Mardiv was originally going to invade Kavig, New Ireland, but Nimitz' rapid advance through the Pacific changed his plans, and his sights turned to securing airfields for bomber bases in the Marianas. Some 3rd Mardiv units were already underway to Kavig when the campaign was canceled and returned to Guadalcanal. Most never knew they were spared from taking another damn island. Kavig was bypassed, and the Japanese there were left to starve. At least 148,000 Japanese soldiers died nearby on New Guinea during the Pacific War, not due to combat, but because they had run out of food and water. Historian Edward Dray wrote that the majority of Japanese fatalities occurred due to logistic failures, not combat. The Imperial Japanese Army's incompetence killed more Japanese soldiers than did the Allies. Chapter 8. The Marianas. Sail on, O Union, strong and great. Humanity, with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. A major operation directed toward ending the war was the quest to control the Mariana Islands, one of the main strongholds in the Japanese defensive chain. The major objectives in the Marianas were Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. American control of the Marianas would permit long-range, heavy bombers to make regular, round-the-clock raids on Japan and provide deep-water ports. Originally, the Marianas were not a prominent part of the U.S. pre-war plans, but Admiral Ernst King, who simultaneously held the 2 highest Navy offices, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Fleet, and Chief of Naval Operations, knew the invasion of these islands would probably draw out the remnants of the Japanese Imperial Fleet for a decisive naval battle the U.S. Navy would win. He felt the Marianas were a key to winning the war, viewing them as a stepping stone heading north to Japan from Guadalcanal and Australia. According to historian Phillips Payson O'Brien, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral William D. Leahy, King's boss, was the driving force behind this overall strategy, saying, "The Marianas had to be taken as they were on a direct line with Japan and could best be supplied by American air and sea power." General Hap Arnold, commanding general of the Army Air Forces, arrived at a similar conclusion. One of the most expensive weapon systems developed during the war was the B-29 Boeing Superfortress 4-engine heavy bomber, and it needed islands for its airfields like the ones in the Marianas. Billions of dollars were thrown into this bomber project, making it even more expensive than the Manhattan Project. The B-29 was called the Battleship of the Skies, weighed 65 tons, had a wingspan of 141 feet, and was almost 100 feet long. It could carry a 20,000-pound payload, and its flying range was 6,000 miles. 12 50 caliber machine guns and one 20mm cannon defended its crew. Additionally, its pressurized and heated cabin allowed crewmen to fly distances in relative comfort at high altitudes without the need for oxygen masks or heavy suits. Arnold placed his hopes behind this airplane to bring down Japan. In 1944, the B-29 could reach Tokyo and the Kanto Plains industrial region from the Marianas, an island chain that could support 1,000 of these bombers. As historian Alan Millett put it, supporting General Arnold's conclusion, having Saipan and other bases in the Marianas provided the advanced bases for the strategic bombardment of Japan. Thus, on the 12th of March 1944, the Joint Chiefs of Staff approved the invasion of Guam, Saipan, and Tinian, with a target date for D-Day, Invasion Day, of June 15th. Often D-Day is associated with the 6th of June 1944 Normandy invasion, but D-Day, A-Day, or W-Day were terms used for the landing day for many Allied invasions. In March 1944, U.S. commanders met in Hawaii and planned Operation Forager, Mariana's campaign, and Operation Stevedore, Guam's liberation. Lieutenant General Smith, in charge of the 5th Amphibious Corps, focused on Saipan and Tinian, and Major General Roy Geiger, in command of the 3rd Amphibious Corps, focused on Guam, shared quarters as they planned operations. Geiger looked like a tackle football nose guard or middle linebacker and was a gruff, plain-talking Marine with silver hair and ice-cold, cobalt eyes. He was known for his ability to hyper-focus and get his staff to overplan for the missions at hand. Smith described Geiger as a heavy-set, bear-like, and totally fearless man who could only have happened in the Corps. Rear Admiral Richard Close-In Conley worked with these Marine generals and commanded the Navy's Southern Attack Force, Task Force 53. Conley said of Geiger, "That's the best relationship I ever had, anywhere, anytime during the war." This was a team of top-notch leaders. They planned in detail, and after winning the Battle of Saipan, Geiger, Conley, and staff conferred and modified future plans for taking Guam based on the latest intelligence and hard-won lessons. Seizing the Marianas would not only give America an advanced base for the B-29s that hit Japan with devastating force, but it would also cut off strategic lines of communications and supply for the Imperial Japanese Navy, provide a forward base for submarines to operate in enemy waters, and set up a staging area for the fleet. Guam, 210 square miles in size, was the primary objective because of its excellent airfields and one of the best deep-water Mariana harbors. Accomplishing these goals required a lot of fighting. Marines had to conduct extensive training to ensure that when the Marianas were attacked, they could be taken. They trained daily, learning how to operate with one another and handle their weapons. Their instructors, often through surprise, gave them every situation known on the battlefield. What happens when your platoon sergeant dies? What happens when your heavy machine gun fails to fire? What if it was missing a part? What happens if one of your buddies gets his artery sliced open? How do you stop the bleeding? How do you destroy pillboxes? It was like drinking from a fire hose, Woody said, describing everything they learned. He continued to load and unload from ships to Higgins boats, LCVPs, or landing craft vehicle personnel, assault beaches, and learned to handle ocean-to-shore engagements. Woody was amazed by the beautiful beaches, blue waters, raw smells of seawater, tropical islands, and fish. After living in landlocked West Virginia, he felt he had landed in a foreign world as he traveled through the Pacific. Without the war, I would have never had experienced this type of travel. Such ventures before the war was only for rich people or government officials. I was getting a first-class world cruise on the taxpayer's dime. Most who trained with Woody had never seen combat, but many who taught them had. The eternal quest in education is to make the theoretical count practically. Stateside, Woody's girlfriend Ruby worried he was in harm's way, a reality all deployed Americans faced. Knowing he would soon see the elephant, he wrote Ruby, "I don't know whether I've been putting it in my letters or not. Ruby, don't worry about me when I go overseas, 'cause I will get along okay. You see, Ruby, we get about 3 more months of training over there before we go into combat. Actual combat. Ruby, I love you and I want you to be happy. I know you won't and can't be exactly happy, but do the best you can." Woody's commander at Iwo, Donald Beck, expressed the same sentiments with his wife, Ruth. "I hope you don't worry about me, for I would feel badly if I thought you did. There's nothing to worry about. If you don't hear from me for some time, that is still no need to worry. I may be out here for a long time, and if you worry, you won't be as pretty when I come back." While Woody and Beck did their best to learn about war, train with others, and calm fears of fighting the Japanese, they occasionally focused on consoling their women back home, telling them they had nothing to fret about. This reality of social dynamics is often overlooked during war. The human cost to loved ones as they send their men and women off to war is often underappreciated. Letter writing was not always as skillful as just shown. Months later, Beck wrote his wife that he had survived Bougainville, but lost a lot of his men, especially his heavy machine gunner officer who was killed right beside me. This letter about losing men, especially right next to him, contradicted his earlier letter of consolation. As Woody, Beck, and others were about to meet the enemy on some far-off Pacific island, they had mothers, sisters, brothers, girlfriends, and wives concerned for their welfare. If they died, their deaths would devastate those left behind. It happened worldwide: American, British, Japanese, German, Russian, etc. The communal plea of "please make it home" from family members in every corner of the globe was repeatedly spoken. Their gods and words may have varied, but the prayer for safety was universal. The cost of war is much more than body counts. Marine veteran T. Fred Harvey remembered his mother, a Comanche Indian and not one anyone messed with, telling him before he left, "Sonny, now you listen to me. There are 4 things you must mind me about. When the war is over, you better come home to us. You don't come back, though, as a drunk, and you better not come back a coward. Oh, and don't be coming back with any of those tattoos." Harvey's mom was an example of millions of mothers worldwide as they coped with sending their sons to Russia, to China, to Germany, or to the Pacific, to places they knew boys would die. Globally, the emotional strain was palpable, in print and in newsreels, but mostly in living rooms. Mothers ached for the safety of their children. Spouses hoped for the long shared lives promised when they spoke their vows. Lovers craved the touch of their beloved. Daughters missed their fathers and the physical and emotional security they provided their families. In this emotional crisis, the lines of the need for war and the need for each other became blurred as the heartache of war trudged on. But there was that spark of hope beyond reason which remained a light in the darkest nights. A letter, like the ones Woody wrote Ruby or Beck for Ruth, was a glimmer of hope to which they and millions of other women held fast. After the Marianas campaign, thousands of citizens would never receive another letter, kiss, or hug from their loved one because they had given their last full measure, taking the islands necessary to ensure victory. Woody's letter to Ruby was an example of thousands being written. "Don't worry about me. I'll be okay. I'll come back." Woody knew some would not come back. He knew Ruby lost an uncle in World War I. In the end, Woody and most of his comrades did come back to their loved ones, but there would be a minority in the hundreds of thousands who would die. So Woody prepared for combat and consoled his loved ones the best he could. Chapter 9. Japanese Attack and Occupation of Guam from 1941 to 1944. Every morning be sure to think of yourself as dead. 18th century samurai death code. The United States acquired Guam as a result of the Spanish-American War in 1898. Guam, the largest and most populous island in the Marianas, in the North Pacific, and in Micronesia, was located on the route from North America to the Asian continent and the Philippines and Japan. Coconut groves flourished under clear skies, and aqua ocean waters lapped white sandy beaches that surrounded the island. Jungle growth covered the interior. Guam and its sister island, Saipan, were big, rugged islands dominated by steep peaks, yawning gorges, undulating tablelands, fields of sugarcane, and thick vegetation. Guam was a coaling and supply station for ships crossing the Pacific and later served as a stop for planes like Pan American Airways Clippers. It was populated by 22,000 indigenous Chamorro farmers and fishermen and their relatives, for whom family, church, and village lifestyle were vital. The later first chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Fleet Admiral William D. Leahy, described the people before the war. They have little and want nothing, living in little grass huts 1 story above the pigs and chickens, wearing what clothes they can find or none at all, and subsisting on whatever fruit happens to grow near. They appear to be happy and contented beyond the usual lot of humans. Most were Catholic, with a Protestant minority, and almost all were simple, good-natured, and kind people. Although not U.S. citizens during World War II, they had many of the rights citizens enjoyed. They spoke English, were permitted to travel to the U.S. mainland, and were given U.S. identity documents. A number of Chamorros served in the military, with 12 dying on ships during the attack on Pearl Harbor. A small U.S. government presence existed on Guam, which before World War II included 153 Marines, 271 sailors, 5 nurses, 134 civilian construction workers, 247 Insular Guard members, Chamorros under Marine NCOs, and a few civilian administrators. The governor was a U.S. naval captain. The garrison had a decommissioned oil storage ship, a lightly armored minesweeper, and 2 patrol boats. In Asia, the attack on Hawaii happened on the 8th of December 1941, since Pearl Harbor lies over the international dateline. On this date, Chamorros were celebrating the Feast of the Immaculate Conception as Japanese planes attacked. Panicked parishioners exclaimed, "Asiana Yose Santa Maria," Lord God, Holy Mary, as the capital Agana erupted in flames as bombs rained down. Frightened people exited to the hills inland. By sunset, the city was empty. 2 days later, 6,000 Japanese sloshed ashore and overwhelmed Guam's garrison. The small, lightly armed American detachment put up a defense, but in the end it was manifestly hopeless. The most powerful weapon the U.S. had, the minesweeper USS Penguin, engaged planes with anti-aircraft fire, but when its loss was certain, it was scuttled to prevent capture. When it went down, the only guns on the island larger than .30 caliber went to the ocean's bottom. The garrison's commander, United States Navy Captain George C. McMillan, surrendered on the 10th of December. The Japanese commander, Major General Tomitaro Horii, a seasoned veteran of the Sino-Japanese War, then commenced with the occupation. To hide his true intentions, Horii issued a proclamation that welcomed the 22,000 Chamorros to the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere in its pursuit to do away with the white man in Asia and create a Pan-Asian realm. He stated, "It is for the purpose of restoring liberty and rescuing the whole Asiatic people in creating the permanent peace in Asia. Thus our intention is to establish the new order in the world. You all good citizens need not worry anything under the regulations of our authorities and my authority. Enjoy your daily life as we guarantee your lives and never distress nor plunder your property." These soon proved to be empty promises. Kwantung army troops who had occupied Manchuria garrisoned Guam. The Japanese seized farms, and their rule entailed arrest, beatings, interrogations, and torture. They forced civilians to grow crops, build fortifications, lay mines, dig caves, and provide women for their pleasure. Those who refused were executed. The Japanese occupiers changed Guam's name to Omiyajima, Great Shrine Island, and the capital, Agana, to Akashi, Red City, in honor of the rising sun, and they taught citizens Japanese culture. They also gave other towns and landmarks Japanese names, forced the population to learn them, and predicted their new civilization would last 10,000 ships, in which prisoners were packed together for weeks in holes without nourishment. Many went mad or starved to death. A doctor with a stash of morphine, crazed by thirst, some went berserk. They slashed at the throats and wrists of companions to suck blood. Others licked and slurped up sewage from the open drains. Many who survived the journey would not survive the camps. Approximately 14,000 Japanese troops seized government buildings and private homes on Guam at this time. Over 2,000 residents were evicted from their residences, and some were placed in concentration camps such as Manangang in 1942. There were numerous reports of rape. In studying the rape of Nanking, the rape of Hong Kong, and the rape of Manila, and after going through the numerous war crimes affidavits on Guam with Park Ranger Kina Doran Lewis, this study concludes that the vast majority of women and young girls on Guam were raped by Japanese soldiers, since they often, in occupied lands, went girl hunting all the time. Often the reports looked at just talked about violence and abuse, but did not use the term rape, although it was clear this was what in reality happened. Since the garrison outnumbered the female population by at least 2 to 1, and given the penchant for Imperial Japanese Army and Imperial Japanese Navy men to rape anybody they wanted, the women on Guam had no chance to go unscathed for the almost 3 years they suffered under Japanese rule. Rape is immeasurably traumatic experience for the females involved. It leaves lifelong emotional scars. Given the shame-inducing nature of this crime, victims naturally wish to keep it secret, especially for such a Catholic community like Guam. Comfort women were indeed brought in to join the already abused native girls. Authorities established a brothel with Japanese, Korean, and Chamorro women to be raped, sometimes numerous times a day. The Japanese even conducted medical experiments on civilians. Japan did all it could to demoralize, debase, and destroy the society of the Chamorro people. As one Imperial Japanese Army soldier claimed of his time in China, but it might as well have been for Guam, the only skills I picked up after half a year in combat were how to rape and loot. Although possession of radios was forbidden, a number of Chamorros secretly had them. They picked up news from a station broadcasting from San Francisco's Fairmont Hotel. Despite the occupiers' efforts, the people later would get word American forces were defeating the Japanese everywhere. At first, radio reports were horrible, but within 6 months, Guam citizens knew America was on the offensive. Meanwhile, the occupiers wanted to increase agriculture to support a garrison of 30,000 troops. So forced labor increased. Food was seized from the islanders, who received back paltry rations. By early 1944, women were used to tend crops. Men were forced to construct tank traps, fortifications, and dummy fortifications, and transport food and ammunition. If they did not perform well, their masters beat and sometimes executed them. By Operation Stevedore, Japanese had massacred hundreds. In forced marches starting on the 10th of July 1944, like to Manangang concentration camp, some were beaten to death. The Japanese moved 80% of the population to 7 camps, areas of utter deprivation. There was very little food or medicine, no potable water, no sanitary facilities, and only makeshift or temporary shelter from the torrential rains. Some Chamorros were ordered to dig graves before being beheaded. Edward L.G. Aguillon watched soldiers execute 4 people. The soldiers tied them to a cotton tree. Then the nips, quote-unquote, slapped and beat them, playing with them as a cat does a mouse. Thereafter, the executioners bayoneted them even after it was obvious they were dead. The most painful thing I remember was to see the looks on their faces when the final stab of the bayonet pierced their flesh, to hear their cries as their last breath left their bodies, Edward L.G. Aguillon said. Executions increased in mid-1944 and included teenagers discovered in the jungle just looking for food. They were tied to trees and decapitated. The Japanese executed one man when they found out his son was a U.S. sailor. Toward the end of Japanese rule on Guam, public executions became frighteningly common. The Japanese imported Korean forced laborers to work next to Chamorro's slaves. Many who failed to perform were whipped, beaten, or slaughtered. Several, especially native children, died from malnutrition. The population decreased by 10% during the occupation, claiming 2,000 lives. Japanese authorities on the island promulgated that if America returned to Guam, it would find an island of rotting corpses full of flies. Well, in the years they controlled Guam, they were indeed accomplishing this reality, proving Japan's civilization had come to Guam. As the war spiraled into defeat for the Japanese, their terrible behavior intensified. As the Mariana-based Japanese prepared to defend the islands to the death, Chamorro lives became expendable. Atrocities increased in both frequency and ferocity. This was especially the case for those Japanese who had been stationed in China who had slaughtered Chinese peasants. Once the population was placed in the concentration camps, hundreds died of disease and malnutrition, in conditions of indescribable squalor. The natives anxiously awaited the Americans' return and hoped they would kill every one of the Yellow Devils. Chapter 10. Battle for the Marianas. Background and Preparation. The factor most responsible for the miseries of mankind is man himself. Mikiso Han. The U.S. amassed 600 ships from the West Coast and locations in the Pacific, carrying over 300,000 men, including 127,571 assault troops from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mardivs, and the 1st Marine Brigade and the Army's 27th Infantry Division, for Operation Forager, the invasion to take the Marianas, about the size of the force invading North Africa. It would be a classic example of operational maneuver from the sea. This operation into the heart of the Japanese defenses threatened their north-south lines of communications. Allied possession of the Marianas isolated the Carolines to the south and endangered Japanese sea lines of communication to Rabaul in New Guinea and Truk. Control of the Carolines and Marianas also protected the right flank of MacArthur's upcoming Philippines invasion. Possession of the Marianas exposed many of the remaining Japanese positions and opened more Allied operational options than the Japanese could defend against. South to the Carolines and Truk, southwest to the Palace, west to the Philippines, northwest to Okinawa, or north to the volcanoes and Bonin Islands, including Iwo Jima. Taking the Marianas was like cutting out the train hub that all traffic had to go through. Hundreds of ships took the men on Guadalcanal, where Woody's 3rd Mardiv was stationed, and sailed toward the Marianas. As the Saipan battle started, another division, the Army's 77th Infantry Division in Hawaii, was transported to join the fight for Guam. Some ships in the invasion fleet would be at sea for months, during which time the Navy had to keep them supplied. In an average supply ship, there were enough rations to feed 90,000 men for a month. Reefer vessels, refrigerated cargo ships, had to be loaded to provide a balance of fresh food to one ship after another. The Navy provided fresh provisions for crews of combatant ships 5 days out of 6, and for sailors and Marines ashore 1 day in 3. 6 fleet oilers and 40 charter tankers carried 4,495,156 barrels of oil and 8 million gallons of aviation gas to forward areas in July 1944 alone. No ship or plane missed action for want of fuel. The Task Force 58 included 15 aircraft carriers divided into 4 task groups. This was an amazing feat, coming 2.5 years after Japan devastated the Pacific Fleet, and it was done simultaneously with the Allied invasion of Normandy, halfway around the world. The logistical challenges in the day of pen and paper were immense. The Americans could take vengeful pleasure knowing that as the U.S. fleet appeared off the Marianas, the fleet commander who attacked Pearl Harbor, Vice Admiral Chuchi Naguma, was trapped on Saipan and frantically wired Tokyo begging for help. Some battleships his forces had sunk at Pearl Harbor, much to his surprise, joined the fight at Saipan and bombarded numerous targets. The U.S. had indeed recovered, if not strengthened considerably beyond recovery, unimaginably quickly. Historian Lynn Olson wrote that when war started, the U.S. could not even repulse Mexican bandits crossing the Rio Grande. In 1939, America had the world's 17th largest army, sandwiched numerically between Bulgaria and Portugal, not a proud position nor among respected company. The Nazi military attaché in Washington, D.C., Lieutenant General von Boetiger, predicted on the 4th of October 1940 that the U.S. did not come close to having the military to stop a Japanese campaign in Asia, and at that time, history proved him right. The U.S. had around 500,000 men in its armed forces at the beginning of 1941, and there were not enough weapons for this force. In contrast, the Germans had 5.8 million men under arms by April 1940 in its Wehrmacht. Italy had 3 million in its armed forces, and Japan had 2.3 million by November 1941 in its military. America was heavily outnumbered. Things had to radically change if the U.S. was to avoid a disastrous defeat and rally to the aid of the remaining free countries. As Axis countries overran many nations, Hirohito believed in victory against the U.S. and exercised his authority to start war against the United States. He planned to attack what would become the most powerful country in the world. Admiral Yamamoto realistically noted that just taking some American possessions would not be enough to defeat the U.S., but the Japanese would have to march to Washington, D.C. to dictate the terms of peace in the White House, which he knew was beyond Japan's capabilities. He feared politicians in their armchairs failed to understand this reality. He believed Japan could not actually fully defeat the U.S. For expressing such convictions, although he was a highly respected and accomplished military leader, many ultra-nationalists wanted to kill him for even mentioning such defeatist beliefs. As a result, Prime Minister and Admiral Mitsumasa Yonei sent Yamamoto to sea in August 1939 as commander of the combined fleet to escape a madman's blade or a pistol shot in the back. Iwo Jima's commander, Kuribayashi, also spent years in the U.S. as Yamamoto did, and privately wrote that America is the last country in the world Japan should fight. Yet it would take years for Yamamoto's and Kuribayashi's fears to be realized. Although America was a giant in manpower and manufacturing, it took months to mobilize its military and industry. While the U.S. giant grew into its full size, Germany, Italy, and Japan, with the help from other Axis powers, pummeled America's beleaguered allies, destroying military and civilian shipping, slaughtering millions of soldiers and civilians, bombing cities, and capturing and fortifying vast amounts of territory that would take years and the lives of millions to retake. But America would rise to the occasion. After the first year at war, the U.S. increased its arms production equal to the total of all three enemy powers put together. It's a truism that governments seldom operate efficiently until they're squeezed by violence or the threat of it. Not only did the U.S. outproduce the Axis countries for its own military, but it also provided the supplies Britain and China needed to survive Hitler's and Hirohito's onslaughts, while supplying the Soviet Union with fully 2/3 of their motor vehicles and 1/2 of their planes, and supplying 13 million Soviet soldiers with their winter boots, uniforms, and blankets to fight Hitler. The U.S. sent food to the USSR that saved millions. Stalin toasted at the 1943 Tehran Conference to American production, without which this war would have been lost. Without the U.S., Germany might very well have conquered the Soviet Union. America also kept Britain in the fight with supplies provided between the defeat of France in 1940 until the end of 1941. Without the U.S., Japan would have generally tormented Asia in its pursuit of its Pan-Asian movement, and in particular dismembered China. By 1942, the U.S. provided some supplies to China and sent millions of men and their machines and weapons against the empire. By the war's end, Japan had deployed 16 carriers to fight the U.S., whereas the U.S. had deployed over 140 carriers of all classes. Japan outnumbered America with aircraft carriers at Pearl Harbor, and its pilots and torpedoes were superior. But by war's end, the U.S. had the capability to bring 15 to 20 times the fleet to Japan's shores compared to what Japan brought to Pearl Harbor in 1941. Even with these facts, as its battleships lay burning in Pearl Harbor, the task facing America in 1941 was daunting. By early 1942, Japan ruled its domain with little opposition. That Japan had conquered large portions of Asia and around half the Pacific seemed to prove they were, at this stage, invincible. In order to fight Japan, the U.S. had to develop its capabilities of projecting war from the sea. And one of the main services to help America with this Herculean task was the United States Marine Corps. Chapter 11. Amphibious Warfare. The Marine Corps' forte. We and all others who believe in freedom as deeply as we do would rather die on our feet than live on our knees. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. By summer 1942, Tokyo had overstretched itself and put most troops in the wrong places, but it did not recognize that. It had achieved enormous territorial gains, its homelands were intact, and the booty from its conquests were pouring back home. The loss of 4 carriers at Midway, MacArthur's progress on Papa, and battles around Guadalcanal seemed distant and unimportant to the Imperial Headquarters generals who were taught the Prussian strategy of controlling the mainland. Yet within the country, the number of families who had sacrificed a son in war continued to increase as a reminder Japan was not doing well. By that time, thousands of little wooden boxes wrapped in cotton cloth had arrived to bereaved families with what they were told were the cremated remains of their fallen men. Although people congratulated families who had sacrificed a son to the nation, many questioned their leaders' decisions. As comfort, many were told by their priests that loyal, brave, noble, and heroic spirits of those officers and men who have died shouting, "May the Emperor live for 10,000 years," will be reborn right there in their country. It is only natural that this should occur. Nevertheless, the promise of rebirth did not fully console many families as they started to question whether the war with the world was worth all the sacrifice. Control of the mainland started to waver as the fortunes of war turned. Japan's outer defense perimeter began to shrink throughout 1942 and 1943. By 1944, cracks in Japan's armor appeared, although no acknowledgement of it surfaced in the tightly controlled Japanese press. Instead, as in tyrannical regimes throughout history, the press wrote about fantastic victories and that the military was cleverly leading the Americans into a trap to destroy them. In 1942, America won battles at Midway and Guadalcanal. In 1943, America killed Admiral Yamamoto in an air interception raid, taking out one of Japan's most brilliant military minds. American forces then followed by conquering the rest of the Solomon Islands, and with Australian troops made advances in Papua New Guinea. In 1944, the U.S. was finally able to conduct large-scale operations against Japan itself. It was hoped that once Guam, Saipan, and Tinian fell, the U.S. could heavily target Japan's home islands from the air. Hirohito understood this fact and issued a proclamation to troops on Saipan that they must be victorious so the bombing of Tokyo would not increase. But in order to get the bases for these planes, one had to secure islands from the sea, a laborious procedure technologically and logistically. To accomplish this feat, the U.S. entrusted much of the preparation for the Pacific Campaign to one of the most hot-tempered, tough, perfectionist Marine generals in history, Lieutenant General Holland M. Howland Mad Smith. He was one of the fathers of Marine Corps amphibious warfare, one of the most perilous forms of operations. His ideas and foresight with the Higgins boats and ship-to-shore tactics were critical for victory. Born on the 20th of April, 1882, Smith grew up in the Deep South in Alabama, was the grandson of two Confederate veterans, and knew how to hunt and live off the land. He attended the University of Auburn, at the time called Alabama Polytechnic Institute, and after graduating with a Bachelor of Science in 1901, he entered law school at the University of Alabama, graduating in 1903. With such education, he defied, like most Marines, the stereotype that many feel jarheads embrace, namely knuckle-dragging, low-brow Neanderthals without any brains. During this time, he had become a first sergeant in the Alabama National Guard and liked soldiering. Instead of joining the Protestant clergy, like his mother hoped, or the family law firm, like his father desired, he dedicated his life to the military after practicing law for only 1 year. He began his service in the Corps in 1905 and served against rebels in the Dominican Republic in 1916 to 1917. During World War I, Captain Smith and other Marines were shipped to France to fight the Krauts, quote-unquote. Later, Smith fought at Chateau Thierry, Saint-Mihiel, and Belleau Wood in 1918. For his actions in combat, he received the Croix de Guerre, the French War Cross for valor, by Brigadier General James Harbord for services and actions against the enemy. His citation read in part, "During the operation of the 4th Brigade in the Belleau Wood and the vicinity, he displayed the finest courage and remarkable ability in performing duties to the utmost importance, maintaining liaison with all the units and collecting information concerning the enemy under extreme artillery and machine gun fire." In Captain Smith's first 13 years of service, he had experienced much of the world, ending with fierce combat against the Germans on the Western Front. Since his World War I combat experiences were some of the most dramatic in his life up to this point, he began to study tactical, operational, and strategic lessons from the Great War, especially since he was appointed as a General Staff Officer in December 1918, and then the assistant to the G3 Operations Officer of the U.S. Third Army. He drew many insights from his studies, thinking always about how he could use them to strengthen his Corps, quote-unquote. Before returning to the States in March 1919, he obtained the rank of Major. During America's involvement during World War I from 1917 to 1918, at the insistence of the Army, particularly General John J. Pershing, Marine units fought mainly in the 2nd Infantry Division and under Army command, and these Army commanders were not always fair to Marines in Smith's opinion. As a result, he felt in the next war, Marines should do all they could to fight under Marine command, and he and many other leathernecks made sure this would happen. Also, after World War I, Smith and other Marines took an acute interest in the major amphibious operations of the Great War, led by the First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill. These amphibious landings against the Ottomans at Gallipoli from 1915 to 1916 were disasters. The poorly equipped, supported, and trained Commonwealth attackers suffered 97,000 wounded and 44,000 dead in a losing effort. The Marines learned from studying Gallipoli how to not attack from the sea. Consequently, after 1918, Captain Smith and many other Marines took a keen, active, and progressive interest in amphibious operations to justify themselves as a separate entity. The result of their efforts was to be seen in a combination of convincing warfare doctrine, improved technological and logistical assets, and well-trained specialist units that would forever identify the Corps with massive and effective assaults from the sea. Although Marines had practiced this throughout the Corps' existence, conducting 160 assault landings before World War II, these operations needed new equipment and tactics. While the Corps focused on amphibious operations, it had a long way to go to perfect techniques to assault heavily fortified enemy beaches. Few nations had focused on this at the time, making Marines unique. And by the Marine Corps focusing on such an important and distinctive form of sea maneuvers, it could also ensure autonomy away from the U.S. Army. Before Pearl Harbor, under now Brigadier General Smith's leadership, the Marines conducted several landings on the East Coast from destroyers. Those early landings were initially fiascos, but the Marines learned valuable lessons, especially with problems with ship-to-shore troop deployment. Andrew Jackson Higgins, an inventor from New Orleans and a friend of Hallen Mad Smith, had the solution for conducting ship-to-shore operations that were fast, efficient, and simple. His solution was the Higgins boat, an amphibious craft designed to move men and supplies from large ships to the beach. It was 36 feet long with a crew of 4. It could carry 36 men and had a forward ramp allowing troops to run out of the boat instead of climbing over its sides, a development strongly influenced by Smith's subordinate, then First Lieutenant Victor H. Krulak. In fact, United States Marine Corps Commandant in General Charles C. Krulak, the godson of General Hallen Mad Smith, commenting on his father's work with Higgins, said, "It was my father who brought to light the importance of the bow-launch landing craft and the ability to back off the beach." Krulak's reports about similar boats he observed the Japanese use outside of Shanghai in 1937, submitted to Smith, actually were the deciding factor in educating the by then full-bird Colonel Smith about the importance of Higgins' boat design and how it could shape amphibious warfare. With Krulak's and Higgins' prodding and education, Colonel Smith realized that the Higgins boat was critical to the Marines' future success, so he, in turn, educated and then tried to convince Admiral Ernst King the Marines needed those boats in discussions throughout the late 1930s and early 1940s. Eventually, Smith won King over, and the Higgins boat was developed for amphibious warfare. America would build 23,358 of these crafts, and they carried the bulk of the burden for successful amphibious operations around the globe. Smith said without this boat, landings on Japanese-held beaches in large numbers would have been unthinkable. So without the Higgins crafts and Smith's push for them, island invasions would have been difficult, if not impossible. The Marines brought this craft to the U.S. Armed Forces, which was one of the most important pieces of technology used in World War II. So by the time of Guadalcanal, the Marines had advanced greatly in building out the force for their missions. This was an amazing fact, knowing the Corps size had shrunk to 15,000 during the interwar period due to the isolationist pressure to limit it to a basic defense role, since expeditionary forces were regarded as too interventionist. In 1940, seeing war on the horizon, the Corps was able to expand to 1,410 officers and 25,070 enlisted men, and continue to grow throughout the next year. By the time the U.S. entered the war, the Marines numbered 66,319 men and were in division strength for the first time in history, to Smith's great satisfaction. As war descended on Europe and Asia, the first Mardiv was activated on the 1st of February 1941 to operate with the Atlantic Fleet, and the second Mardiv was activated to operate with the Pacific Fleet. By war's end, 6 Marine divisions were fighting in the Pacific. The Corps Aviation Wing expanded from 13 squadrons in 1941 to 87 by 1943. A squadron had on average circa about 12 to 20 planes. The Corps grew to 669,100 men by 1945, making it the largest it would ever become. And Smith's vision for his Corps, quote unquote, was to make every one of his Marines an amphibious warrior. And history would prove that he was quite successful in doing so. Returning to General Smith's biography, by 1942 he had served throughout the world, from the Philippines to Haiti and Cuba, in the West Indies, not to mention at home in Washington, D.C., Norfolk, Virginia, and at the Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. He knew the world geographically, politically, and militarily. More importantly, during the crucial years from 1935 to Pearl Harbor, Smith led the Corps' development of amphibious warfare in all its forms, not just with the Higgins boats. Smith looked nothing like a typical Marine, standing 5'9" and wearing a rather round, unfit figure. His face resembled something halfway between a New York lawyer and a shaven Santa Claus, with pudgy cheeks, a fat nose, and squinting eyes peering through round spectacles. But behind this facade of unwarrior-like appearances raged a focused energy and desire to perfect the Marine's ability to attack from the sea with overwhelming power. Colonel Smith was director of the Division of Operations and Training from 1937 to 1939 for the Corps, after which he was assistant commandant. In 1939, he commanded the 1st Marine Brigade, which became the 1st Mardiv in 1941. After hostilities commenced, now Major General Smith trained the Army and Marine Corps in amphibious warfare, having taken command in August 1942 of the Pacific Fleet's Department of the Amphibious Corps. Because of the Marines' innovative tactics of sea assaults and their knowledge of both the machinery and how to implement such combat, Smith truly made amphibious warfare the Corps' main raison d'etre. Consequently, the Corps, under Smith's leadership, understood its role as the principal force for the entire United States military, responsible for the complex specialty of amphibious warfare, the very justification for its existence. Through Smith and other Marine Corps officers' efforts, they demonstrated to the Navy that amphibious landings were critical. This Marine doctrine greatly impacted America's way of conducting war. The Marine doctrine was adopted by the U.S. Army, which republished it in manuals, having never developed an amphibious warfare doctrine of its own. The Marines trained Army officers as well, and they spread out around the world, conducting landings in Alaska, North Africa, Italy, France, and the Philippines, to name a few. Commandant in General Alexander A. Vandergrift said after the war, "Despite its outstanding record as a combat force in the past war, the Marine Corps' far greater contribution to victory was doctrinal. That is, the fact that the basic amphibious doctrines which carried Allied troops over every beachhead of World War II have been largely shaped, often in the face of uninterested or doubting military orthodoxy, by United States Marines." For instance, the later Lieutenant General Victor H. Krulak, a member of Smith's staff in the late 1930s and early 1940s, not only helped in the development of the Higgins boats, but also with Amtracs as well. These landing crafts, called alligators, were floating tanks or heavily armored treaded vehicles that could land on beaches and drive inland after being dropped into the sea via ship offshore. These two boats carried the bulk of the burden of amphibious warfare. You could not have one without the other when conducting landings because Amtracs protected Higgins boats, and Higgins boats brought the riflemen necessary to provide Amtracs the support they needed once full ground support commenced, which, when hitting an enemy beach, happened almost immediately. After the war, Krulak quoted a study that was even more to the point than Vandergrift's assessment above about the Marines' main mission throughout the 1920s and 1930s, writing, "Had the Marine Corps not so devoted itself to amphibious warfare, there would have been no amphibious doctrine for the Army to follow when the threat of war appeared, and the Army, when it evidenced its first sustained interest in the amphibious problem in 1940, would have found itself 20 years late." In plain English, Krulak was making the point that the U.S. Army would have been in a disastrous position in projecting its power against Hitler and Hirohito had it not been for the Marine Corps. D-Day at Normandy, for example, would have been delayed by months, if not years, without the Corps. It was men like Smith and members on his staff, like First Lieutenant Victor H. Krulak, his Chief of Staff Colonel Graves B. Erskine, and many other Marines who perfected usable and strategically deadly procedures for large naval and land forces to attack from the sea. Although Smith was this type of warfare's visionary, it was his Chief of Staff, Colonel Erskine, who developed much of the guts of how one should conduct it. Erskine explored the details of how Marines should be berthed on a ship before an assault, how amphibious tractors, Amtracs, should be used ahead of Higgins boat landings, and how the men should deploy on the beach once leaving their crafts. He developed the procedures on how to ascertain when the beachhead was secured enough by the Amtracs and Higgins-borne troops ashore in order to bring to the beaches the LCIs, the Landing Craft Infantry, 158-foot vessels, that could deploy up to 200 troops and all their equipment, and LSTs, landing ship tanks, 382-foot vessels that could land tanks, jeeps, artillery batteries, and trucks from their bow butterfly doors to provide a second wave of overwhelming power against the enemy. Erskine was Smith's right-hand man. Later he gave interesting commentary about Smith, saying they often fought and sometimes Smith would not speak to him for days because Erskine did things without his knowledge. They would not get done if Erskine had not behaved in this manner. As Chief of Staff, Erskine ran the outfit behind the scenes, allowing Smith to keep amphibious operations in Marine hands by looking after the politics. If Smith was one of the fathers of amphibious warfare, then Erskine was the brainchild to develop that warfare. Graves Blanchard Erskine, the Big E, or Blood and Guts, was born on the 28th of June, 1897 in Columbia, Louisiana, and, like Smith, also descended from strong Southern roots. His maternal grandfather had fought for the Confederacy, for example. Before World War I, he served in the Louisiana State Guard as a sergeant while studying for his bachelor's, which he received from Louisiana State University in 1917. In that year, he entered the Marines, and in 1918 he deployed to France and fought at Belleau Wood, Chateau-Thierry, and Saint-Mihiel. In one battle, he took shrapnel to his hip and leg, but refused to leave his unit. However, his luck ran out on the 15th of September when a bullet shattered his lower right leg. One bone was sticking 6 inches out of his body. He received the Silver Star, third highest medal for valor, and a Purple Heart. After recovering, he rose through the ranks. He spent time overseas in Haiti, Nicaragua, Japan, and China, especially at the American legation in Beijing from 1935 to 1937. He was recommended for a Navy Distinguished Service Medal for his role planning the assaults at Saipan and Tinian. In the end, the award was downgraded to a Legion of Merit, which he received from Nimitz. Nonetheless, this was one piece of evidence out of many proving Erskine's vital roles in helping Smith and others develop and then utilize amphibious warfare. As one can see, as Smith's Chief of Staff, Erskine had one of the most important jobs in the Corps. When Brigadier General Mike Edson took over Erskine's role as Chief of Staff of Amphibious Warfare Operations, once Erskine took over the 3rd Mardiv in late 1944, Edson wrote of this billet that it was easily the 4th and maybe the 3rd most important post in the entire Marine Corps, and the success or failure of the Corps resided in this position. In short, Erskine was largely responsible for developing the operational warfare for the new and more powerful Marine Corps that destroyed Japanese-held islands throughout World War II. His fingerprints, if not his whole stamp of approval, were on most of all the major island campaigns. Unlike Smith, Eriksson's handsome and muscled face and body looked like a poster child for the Corps. Standing at a lean 6 foot tall, he loved physical fitness and prided himself on his Scottish and Southern martial heritage. He had a sharp tongue, and behind his clear green eyes lurked a mind full of curiosity, ripe with critical analysis. He was a perfect yin-yang partner for Smith in developing ship-to-shore operations. By the Mariana Campaign, no organization in the world could conduct amphibious warfare like the Marines, thanks to men like Smith, Eriksson, and Krulak. It is difficult to point to one particular historical event that made the difference in the war. However, amphibious warfare was one of the major reasons Japan fell. The war ended when it did, where it did, and as it did as a result of the seizure of successive advanced bases across the Central Pacific, bases that brought the U.S. closer to Japan's mainland. Amphibious warfare brought the death grip around Japan, accomplishing its basic mission on the most vital front. There was no other way to take those islands without hitting the beach fast and unloading quickly, which the Higgins boat and a host of other craft like the LCIs, the LCTs, and the Amtraks allowed Marines to do. In the end, as historian Philip A. Crowell and Jeter A. Isley concluded, the most important contribution of the United States Marines in the history of modern warfare rests in their having perfected the doctrine and techniques of amphibious warfare to such a degree as to be able to cross and secure a very energetically defended beach. In short, one could argue that the only way anyone in 1942 or 1943 was going to start to destroy the atrocious Hirohito regime was to assault his islands, and the Marine Corps had developed such operations that would shock Japanese leaders with how effective it was in bringing the full force and strength of American fighting men deep into the empire of the rising sun. Chapter 12. The Attack on Saipan. Justice is only superficial courtesy among nations, and the ultimate resort is military power alone. Japanese Minister Kentaro Kaneko, Privy Council, 1930. Guam's sister island of Saipan, about 100 miles north of Guam, had been purchased from Spain by Germany in 1899 and then granted to Japan by the League of Nations after World War I, when Japan was allied with the Allies. Thereafter, Japan colonized Saipan, and although there were Chamorros and Koreans there, 90% of the 30,000 civilians were Japanese by 1941. Marching toward Japan's capital, the U.S. decided Saipan must be taken first in the Marianas. The U.S. attacked Saipan before Guam because it had the best existing airfields and lay 100 miles closer to Japan's primary islands. D-Day for Saipan was the 15th of June 1944. W-Day, the attack on Guam, was to take place a few days thereafter. Woody and the 3rd Mardiv were slated to liberate Guam, but during the Battle of Saipan, the 3rd Mardiv was designated a floating reserve only to go ashore as reinforcements if the fighting forces needed them. Because the Japanese 1st Mobile Fleet moved to attack the American fleet supporting the landings, and the Saipan resistance was tougher than expected, W-Day was postponed until the 21st of July. Over 60,000 Marines and soldiers from the 5th Amphibious Corps under Vice Admiral Kelly Turner and Lieutenant General Smith, the 2nd and 4th Mardivs, and the Army 27th Infantry Division, fought 30,000 Japanese on Saipan. As mentioned earlier, Smith's trusted Chief of Staff for the landing force, now Brigadier General Eriksson, planned the invasion. The commanders felt they would defeat the enemy here quickly, especially since they thought only 12,000 to 15,000 Japanese defended the island. In setting the tone for the battle, one day before the Marines landed, on the 14th of June, the lone American prisoner on the island, a tall pilot who had been shot down, was taken from his cell, and the chief of police, Nita, drew his saber and began hacking at his neck, arms, and back. The Yank, quote-unquote, fell down, bleeding profusely. Although not yet dead, Nita left him there to bleed out. With this death, America suffered the first death of the Saipan battle, and Nita had freed a few men from prison duty so that they could fight the Marines on the beach. Right before the landings began on the 15th of June, ships moved within 2,500 yards off the shore and pounded enemy positions. Imperial Japanese Army Corporal Takayoshi Igata was so frightened during the bombardment that his testicles shrunk, he later confessed. However, the naval bombardment of Saipan in preparation for the landing had little effect. The terrain was hilly and rocky, and the Japanese were hidden in fortifications in coral limestone caves, protected from the shelling of the ships and aerial bombing. However, the U.S. would have one lucky strike. A stray shell did plummet into the commanding General Yoshitsuga Sato's staff during a meeting right outside their command post. After the dust cleared, Sato was still sitting unhurt and silent with his sword stuck in the ground between his spread legs. However, the explosion killed half of the gathering, thus weakening the Japanese chain of command. Outside of that single shell hit, most of his soldiers survived the U.S. Navy's bombardment. Once on the beach, Japanese artillery strafed attacking Marines, indicating that many of the enemy positions had not been neutralized. Lieutenant General Smith knew this battle was going to be tougher than earlier ones, claiming, "We learned how to pulverize atolls, but now we are up against mountains and caves where the Japs can dig in. A week from today, there will be a lot of dead Marines." Saipan was the first Pacific battlefield where the Americans also encountered a large enemy civilian population, possibly as high as 27,000. This was problematic because it was mixed in with both Imperial Japanese Army troops and a friendly population of 3,350 Chamorros and Carolinians, making the bombardment of targets somewhat restricted. A pamphlet given to the 2nd Mardiv cautioned, "We must be sure that a civilian is fighting us or harming our installations before we shoot him. International law demands that civilians who do not fight back must, whenever possible, be taken alive and must not be injured or have their possessions taken from them except after a due trial by competent authority." Unlike the Imperial Japanese Army's penchant for indiscriminately attacking civilians, even the most hardened American infantrymen had no wish to harm women and children. In short, the presence of more defenders than expected and the complications of dealing with civilians made the battle longer than originally thought. Before assaulting Saipan, some wondered why they should seize it, since it seemed unnecessary to occupy if Guam was taken. Woody explained, "We should have just left them there to rot." One medical officer briefed his men about Saipan, telling them that dense, hard-to-navigate jungle covered it among steep hills and mountains. Hidden batteries, coastal guns, and pillboxes covered the island. Sharks, barracudas, and poisonous sea snakes lurked in the water surrounding the island, and the population was hostile. Once ashore, leprosy, typhus, filariasis, typhoid, and dysentery, as well as snakes and giant lizards, awaited them. After the officer finished, there was a long silence. A private then asked, "Sir, why don't we just let the Japs keep the island?" Unfortunately, leaving Japan with air bases and naval stations near Guam was not a prudent option. They would have to take Saipan and nearby Tinian to provide bases for U.S. air power and sea power while denying the same for the Japanese. After conducting a feint invasion to the northwest above Saipan's capital of Garapan, the Marines hit the southwestern beach below the city on the morning of the 15th of June with a lead wave of 96 Amtraks loaded with Marines, accompanied by 68 armored Amtraks, each with a cannon, 37 millimeter, or a howitzer, 75 millimeter, and a machine gun. In the first 20 minutes of battle, 8,000 Marines and 700 Amtraks hit the beach, conducting Erskne's amphibious blitzkrieg, since they used their tracks to not only go through the water, but also over coral reefs, beaches, and land to create a strong perimeter for follow-on groups of troops. Several casualties happened along the way when Marines became curious and peeked over the sides of the landing crafts and hit by shrapnel and bullets. Some Amtraks were destroyed before reaching shore, taking direct shell hits. Nonetheless, the majority hit the beach, unloaded troops, and drove inland, creating a moving iron wall to cover the following waves of Marines and Higgins boats by laying down artillery and machine gun fire. All the while, planes dropped bombs in strafe positions. Naval gunfire located caves and gun emplacements around the island and fired on them. By nightfall, 20,000 Marines had landed. Opposition was fierce from the start, however. By the end of the first day, 2,000 men, 30% of both the 6th and the 8th regiments, had been killed or wounded. That evening, the Japanese hit the American left flank with almost 1,000 men and a few tanks from Garapan. The counterattack was more than U.S. commanders had anticipated, but their men were able to push the assault back into Garapan. The city was leveled. Many commanders wished they had bombed the capital before the invasion, since it housed the attackers, creating unnecessary urban warfare taking place that night. Lieutenant General Yoshisuga Sato commanded Saipan, with the core organization being the 43rd Division. He was a veteran of the Sino-Japanese War as the 5th Imperial Japanese Army Division's Chief of Staff in 1938 at Canton and Chief of Cavalry Operations for the Kwangtung Army in 1939 in Manchuria. Japanese atrocities occurred where he served, especially in the activities of Unit 731. Thousands were killed in grisly experiments involving tolerance for freezing temperatures, poison gas, starvation, X-rays, boiling water, and pressure so extreme that the victims' eyes came out of their sockets. During a goodwill tour of Japan in 1937, Brigadier General Erskne spent time with Sato during a party. This evening, Erskne listened to an arrogant Sato claiming they would take over America and govern her like a colony, but they would make sure Erskne received preferential treatment. The lack of respect shown Erskne made him pretty goddamn furious at this point. Sato then asked, "Now, if this all fails, their takeover, what are you going to do for us, Erskne?" Erskne could not think of anything decent to say, so he replied, "I'll give you a military funeral." That did not stop the Japanese from issuing further insults and declaring that they copied their navy from the British and their army from the Germans, but had copied nothing from the Americans, especially their navy, which was no damn good, quote unquote. Now, in 1944, Erskne took pleasure knowing that the amphibious assault against Saito used that no damn good navy, and knowing too that Japan's plans for world domination were failing. Erskne hoped to give Sato his funeral here very soon. Even in the face of the large enemy fleet sitting off his shore, Sato probably did not worry as much as he should have about his potential funeral at this stage. He undoubtedly should have, knowing that Japan had failed to stop the Marine invasion at Guadalcanal, Tarawa, and Kwajalein, just to name 3 Imperial Japanese Army defeats. Nonetheless, Operations Section Chief, Colonel Takushiro Hattori, of the Senior Officers Section on the Imperial Japanese Army's General Staff Office, had given commanders in the Marianas like Saito reason to feel confident, declaring on the 9th of March 1944 that the Imperial defenses in the Marianas were impregnable. Several Japanese senior officers called the chain of islands forming Saipan, Tinian, and Guam the Tojo Line, and truly believed it was invincible. They confidently judged that their weapons, tactics, and manpower there would check the tide of Americans' amphibious warfare capabilities. Their staff officers working in Ichigaya, near Tokyo, would have been wise to have studied more carefully the French experience with their Maginot Line in 1940 and how ineffective it was in stopping Hitler's Blitzkrieg. Time would only tell whether or not Tojo's line would maintain its integrity or snap in numerous places, like what happened to the Allied soldiers standing confidently behind their impregnable wall along hundreds of miles along the French border in May 1940. Indeed, the first couple of days of the Battle of Saipan convinced many American commanders that the Saipan wall they faced in breaching was more daunting than they expected, but they still felt they would eventually succeed in breaking the battlements there. The unexpected delays in taking Saipan as quickly as hoped postponed Guam's invasion, as air support for Guam was tied up at Saipan. Moreover, based on Saipan's unexpected defense, commanders decided the Marines attacking Guam needed more support. That support required the transportation of the 77th Infantry Division from Hawaii, which took weeks. A submarine that sighted an approaching Japanese fleet further delayed Guam's landing when the Navy diverted its efforts from Guam to participate in the coming Battle of the Philippine Sea. The Marines had simply underestimated the number and tenacity of Saipan's defenders. Moreover, here, the Japanese appeared to be changing their style of fighting. Instead of trying to throw the Marines back into the sea at the shoreline, they began to burrow into the ridges and caves to exact as many casualties as possible. Hirohito exhorted his men, "Although the frontline officers and troops are fighting splendidly, if Saipan is lost, air raids on Tokyo will take place often. Therefore, you will hold Saipan." For the common soldier, this was powerful. The emperor told his men Japan's safety depended on them, and they would do their best to rise to the occasion. For example, on the night of the 16th of June, the Japanese launched the largest tank battle in the Pacific War, hitting the American lines with 30 armored vehicles, hoping to destroy the Yanks on their beachhead. After hours of fighting, the Americans, however, destroyed almost all of them. The Japanese tankettes could inflict harm on infantry, but when going against the Sherman tanks, which had 75mm cannons, they were outgunned using their 37mm, 47mm, and 57mm guns, and weakly protected, sporting only thin armor plating. Japanese fought with resolve, inflicting more casualties than U.S. commanders imagined they would, but the Leathernecks still held their beachhead. Even though they took heavy casualties doing so, Woody's reserve division was still not required. While war raged on Saipan, Woody and his Marines conducted calisthenics, jumping jacks, windmills, and muscle-building exercises like push-ups, sit-ups, and leg squats on their ship's deck. Afterwards, they broke down weapons, cleaned and reassembled them, and waited. Saipan's invasion showed the U.S. fleet's location to the Japanese, so they sent a large naval force to attack the American Fifth Fleet. Many U.S. ships were idle, and Japan hoped that with the proper weather, element of surprise, and resolve, they could inflict massive losses on the U.S. Navy and send the Americans in retreat, reversing the tide of war. Saito believed his Navy would deliver a heavy blow against the Americans as his men battled Marines on the shore and held the support vessels hostage off the coast. Maybe the Tojo Line would hold together after all. Suddenly, the U.S. Navy found itself supporting one of the largest invasions of the war, while also fighting one of its biggest sea battles in history. It was unclear if they could pull off a victory. Chapter 13. Philippine Sea Battle, the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. War, once declared, must be waged offensively, aggressively. The enemy must not be fended off, but smitten down. You may then spare him every exaction, relinquish every gain, but until then he must be struck incessantly and remorselessly. Rear Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan. Since the Pacific War's beginning, Hirohito and the Imperial Japanese Navy had been intent on staging one decisive battle to destroy the Americans in order to force the U.S. to sue for peace. They believed they could recreate their stunning 1905 victory at Tsushima. By 1944, Japan had the two most powerful battleships in the world, Yamato and Musashi, and could assemble a large force with fleet carriers and supporting ships. As the war dragged on, it faced a constant shortage of fuel, limiting its ability to maneuver its fleet far from the occupied Dutch East Indies, where the bulk of its oil was. Thanks to American submarines, mines, and planes, the Japanese lacked tankers to run both their economy and fleet. Moreover, the U.S. Navy sank troop ships carrying around 100,000 soldiers headed for the islands the Americans assaulted. To put this in perspective, a little over 100,000 garrisoned the islands from Iwo Jima down to Tarawa. In other words, the U.S. Navy prevented the garrisons that the U.S. forces attacked throughout 1943 to 1945 from being twice as large as they ended up being. As a result, the U.S. troops fighting the Japanese on Saipan were lucky they only faced 30,000, as the U.S. Navy now steamed away to meet the Japanese naval threat. At that time, the Imperial Japanese Navy assembled the first mobile fleet under the command of Vice Admiral Jishiburo Ozawa. It sailed to the Central Pacific to seek the American fleet for a surprise attack that, according to the Japanese High Command, would change the war. It was an awesome naval force with 5 fleet aircraft carriers, 4 light carriers, and most of its major surface ships, including battleships and cruisers. It could launch carrier planes at a distance of 300 miles or more from their target and then land them on Guam, where the planes could refuel and reload ammunition. Due to fuel shortage, the first mobile fleet could strike the American fleet in the Marianas, but then had to withdraw to Japan's inland sea. The Japanese were also counting on large numbers of their land-based planes, First Air Fleet, to join the battle. The American Fifth Fleet, with its battleships, carriers, cruisers, destroyers, troop transports, and supporting ships numbering in the hundreds, was commanded by Admiral Raymond Spruance, who, with Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, had vanquished the Japanese fleet at Midway. Constant movement and concealment in heavy weather were the best protection for aircraft carriers and other warships. A fleet lay most vulnerable to attack by a Japanese carrier, submarine, and battleship force while tied down supporting landings. The first Japanese mobile fleet knew approximately where the American fleet was, and that most of it could not leave to hide or maneuver without endangering the 70,000 Marines, soldiers, and sailors fighting on Saipan. The Japanese could maneuver freely while the Americans could not. Hirohito's message relayed to the first mobile fleet was, "This operation has immense bearing on the fate of the empire. It is hoped that the forces will exert their utmost and achieve as magnificent results as in the Battle of Tsushima. With luck, they would surprise the Americans, inflicting major damage before the Americans could defend themselves." Such an attack concerned Admiral Ernst King and Admiral Nimitz. The advantage of aircraft carriers was to strike the first blow with their planes instead of reacting to planes attacking them. American subs had spotted and tracked the first mobile fleet as it made its way toward the Marianas, and as it approached, search planes from Spruance carriers reported contact with Japanese planes. Meanwhile, 2 U.S. submarines sighted Imperial Japanese Navy ships from 2 groups. Admiral Mark Andrew Pete Mitscher, his Chief of Staff Captain Arleigh Burke, and others favored launching an aerial attack on the first mobile fleet. But Spruant's orders were to cover the Saipan beachhead and transport fleet at all costs, so he chose to stay put in the Marianas for a little longer, much to the relief of Lieutenant General Smith. Spruant thus postponed Guam's invasion even more. But in the end, to meet the attack, some ships were diverted from Saipan to confront the force bearing down on them. Smith, who was in charge of Saipan, wrote, "It must have been amazing and cheering to the Japanese to see the American fleet disappear over the horizon. One day, hundreds of ships of all sizes and purposes filled miles and miles of anchorage, and the next day they were gone, leaving the invasion troops hanging on to a thin beach strip, unprotected from the sea." Saito must have smiled as he gazed out of his command post as the Imperial Japanese Navy worked its magic and gave his troops a needed break from the naval bombardment. Now he had his chance to knock the Marines back into the sea without proper shipping support. Spirits ran high among Saito's staff. Conversely, many Marines were shocked to wake up to see their entire Navy had vanished over the horizon overnight. The ground troops were stunned, Private First Class Albert J. Harris recalled, thinking to himself, "My God, are we doing that bad that they left us here? I knew we weren't doing very good, but they'd all pulled out. I didn't want anybody to leave me there." For the time being, the Marines were indeed on their own and had to make do, just like their comrades had done on Guadalcanal almost 2 years before. On the 19th of June, 1944, the day broke with fair weather, warm winds at 9 to 12 knots, mild seas, and good visibility around the Marianas, making it easy to spot and intercept planes. From the USS Lexington carrier's superstructure, one could see 40 miles in any direction. Ozawa's first mobile fleet carriers launched 4 air attacks south toward the Marianas against the Fifth Fleet. Would this Philippine Sea battle be the decisive battle that would change the war? Unlike in 1941, when the experienced Japanese airmen were flying Zero Zeke fighters superior to the aircraft of the less experienced American pilots, the opposite was now true. The Zeros had not been substantially upgraded, and their weaknesses, such as their lack of armored cockpits and self-sealing fuel tanks, were known to American pilots who had new tactics and vastly improved planes, like the Grumman F-6F Hellcat, using both against the enemy with devastating effect. In the Battle of Philippine Sea, American pilots from the Fifth Fleet, under the command of Admiral Spruance, destroyed 476 Japanese sea and land-launched planes at a cost of just 50 of their own. The enemy planes had come from the garrison on nearby islands in carriers. It was so one-sided that American pilots nicknamed the battle the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. It was the largest carrier-to-carrier battle in history, with 200 ships and 100,000 men engaged. In every category of plane and ships, except for cruisers, the Japanese were inferior. Because the Japanese had to deal with the thrust up from the Southwest Pacific by MacArthur's forces, as it dealt with Nimitz's Central Pacific offensive, there was uncertainty as to where the Americans would strike. Japanese air assets were thinly spread over a wide area, and many were unavailable for battle. American raids conducted in the area before the battle destroyed much of the First Air Fleet and ground support before the Mariana Campaign started. So of the 1,750 land-based planes Ozawa counted on, only 435 were airworthy, and many pilots were undertrained. During battle, the USS Essex Helldivers put the airfield on Guam out of commission, so when the Japanese carrier planes tried to land there, most crashed. The Japanese not only lost planes and carriers, but also 445 aviators. During the 3-day battle, U.S. submarines and planes sank 3 out of 9 Japanese carriers, killing 3,169 enemy sailors. The Americans stopped the Japanese naval force and sent them in retreat, ending once and for all any naval or air threat to the Marianas invasion. During battle, Woody and the 3rd Mardiv remained afloat. The danger that the first mobile fleet would sink Woody's ship had passed. The Japanese defeat in the Battle of the Philippine Sea ended their hope of holding Saipan. The defenders were doomed. They resembled fish caught in a casting net. As U.S. Navy ships returned and their planes once again darkened the sky over Saipan, Saito knew he and his men were going to die. The Tojo line started to slowly but surely now crumble. At the same time, the U.S. Navy and Marines were winning the Great Mariana Turkey Shoot and the Battle of Saipan. Half a world away, Allied soldiers under General Dwight D. Eisenhower made their amphibious landing on Nazi-held Normandy beaches and penetrated Hitler's fortress Europe. British General Bill Slim's 14th Army at Impal and Kohina had defeated the Japanese army in its attempted India invasion. The Red Army offensive in Belarus, Operation Bagration, was destroying Hitler's Army Group Center as it, in a second offensive in the Ukraine, pushed west toward Berlin. On about all fronts, the Allies repelled the fascist powers from their conquered lands, pushing them to their pre-war borders. Many enemy walls were falling down all over the world. Chapter 14. The attack on Saipan continues. If the commander knows his enemy, where he is disposed, and what he can do, the tremendous power at the commander's disposal enables him to use his troops and the ground so as to surprise and overwhelm the enemy. 3rd Mardiv Intelligence Report. After the Philippine Sea Battle, the Americans focused on finishing off the Japanese on Saipan and other Mariana Islands. Imperial Japanese Army soldiers received the undivided attention of the Marine Corps, the U.S. Army, and the fleets of ships supporting them. The defenders' lifespan was no longer measured in years, but days. Lieutenant General Saito reported to Tokyo on the 25th of June, "Please apologize deeply to the Emperor that we cannot do better than we are. There is no hope for victory in places where we do not have control of the air, and we are still hoping here for aerial reinforcements. Praying for the good health of the Emperor, we all cry Banzai!" The support for which he hoped would never come. On the 6th of July, over 2 weeks after the Japanese defeat in the Battle of the Philippine Sea, Saito ordered a Gyokusei, an honorable defeat or death. Whether we attack or stay where we are, there is only death. However, in death there is life. I will advance with you to deliver another blow to the American devils and leave my bones on Saipan as a fortress of the Pacific. He was correct in that they were all going to perish. However, even in defeat, he characterized it as a victory, claiming that by fighting on the gods' side, they would gain eternal life, especially since they fought evil Americans. Japanese troops tenaciously brawled with U.S. forces, hoping to win the spiritual battle, because in the physical world, they were losing everywhere. U.S. forces had corralled them to the isles far north. The enemy was now crowded around 100-foot cliffs that plummeted from a plateau surrounding Mount Marpai. This mountain was bolstered on almost all sides by imposing precipices dotted with caves and the shell blasts from U.S. warships. It was an onerous place for the Japanese to offer effective defense. Many Japanese hid in caves and fought from places of concealment. The Marines used flamethrowers and demolition charges, burning opposition forces alive and or sealing them forever in caves by blowing them shut with explosives. The Marines continued to adapt and improvise during the battle, reacting to problems in real time and bringing the battle relentlessly to the enemy. The main person behind changing tactics in order to defeat the enemy as quickly and effectively as possible on Saipan was Lieutenant General Smith's Chief of Staff, Brigadier General Erskine, who was the neck of the funnel of information about the battle, picking which information to act on and which not to. He shaped the whole campaign and its success. In a last-ditch effort to kill Marines, many Japanese died in banzais, the last of which happened on the 7th of July, when over 3,000, some reports claim 4,300 if one includes the second wave, charged screaming out of Paradise Valley at American lines, shattering 2 Army battalions along the west coast south of Marpai Point. Japanese medics killed soldiers too sick to participate. One soldier who joined this charge wrote a diary entry after bowing north to the Emperor, saying a silent goodbye to his family, writing, "I, with my sacrificed body, will become the Whitecaps of the Pacific and will stay on this island until the friendly forces come to reclaim the soil of the Emperor." He joined the ranks, shouted "Banzai!" and rushed toward the Americans. The men looked like spiritless sheep being led to the slaughter, with their officers taking on the roles of being guides to the gates of hell. The mass of men coming down the hills at the Americans resembled a stampede staged in the old Wild West movies. Eventually, after running over the initial lines of the Americans, Marine and Army gunfire mowed them down, killing almost all of them. They had done their best to obey the Emperor, fighting without regard for their lives. But their tactics proved ineffective against the well-armed, trained, and disciplined Marines and soldiers. The carnage was beyond belief. Burial parties needed days to deal with the great number of dead, a Marine wrote. Behind the banzai, civilians moved north with retreating troops, stopping at the shore with no place to escape. Fearing the Marines, Japanese citizens started to take their own lives. Many Marines did all they could to help civilians. Even after experiencing enemy cruelty and fanaticism, American servicemen displayed kindness and did all they could to prevent the people from harming themselves. As soon as the Marines ascertained what was occurring at Marpai Point, when civilians started killing themselves, they brought up interpreters on megaphones and loudspeakers, telling them they would not hurt them. Scout planes dropped flyers notifying civilians of U.S. servicemen's good intentions. Marine Jim Reed witnessed a father throw his children, wife, and then himself off a cliff. After observing such ghastly scenes, Reed wanted to help. When he encountered some children and women, he gathered them up before they jumped. Avoiding contact was difficult, and many Marines interacted with the non-combatants. In other island battles, the natives melted into the hills beforehand or sailed to nearby islands and returned after fighting stopped. But there were still over 20,000 in the Japanese-controlled area on Saipan. The civilians had a difficult time avoiding the conflict and behaved in bizarre ways when facing defeat. During the campaign's final days, Marines witnessed hundreds, if not thousands, of civilians kill themselves to avoid falling into American hands. Lieutenant General Saito had ordered civilians to commit suicide in the event of defeat. For years, Japan had fed its citizens the propaganda describing Americans wanting to cut the testicles off of Japanese and as sadistic, red-headed, hairy monsters who committed unspeakable atrocities before putting all Nipponese, including women and infants, to the sword. One document claimed Americans were barbarous and execute all prisoners and kill some by cutting them up and crushing them with steamrollers. Japanese were taught to despise Marines who purportedly had to murder their own parents to qualify for enlistment. Many Japanese believed these lies. A few civilians did take up arms against the Marines, but not many. Believing the propaganda, many civilians trapped at Marpai Point decided to kill themselves. Mothers threw their infants off cliffs and then jumped. A group of 100 passed grenades out to one another, from young child to elderly adult. Then they held the grenades next to their stomachs, pushed the pins, and blew themselves up. Women, men, boys, and girls slit each other's wrists and bled out. Others took cyanide. The 4th Mardiv reported, Enemy soldiers and civilians killed their families and themselves rather than surrender. Later, a patrol boat's commander said as he motored along the coast by Marpai Cliff by the ocean, his craft's progress was slow and tedious because of the hundreds of corpses floating in the water. One of the dead was that of a nude woman who had killed herself while giving birth. The baby's head had entered the world, but that was all of him. There were piles of bodies floating in the surf and along the rock jetties, most of them dead, but many not, and sickening, gut-wrenching moans echoed throughout the wind and canyon walls, as those still alive dealt with compound fractures, lacerations, and internal bleeding. As civilians stood at Marpai Point, debating whether or not to jump, a Japanese sniper shot those reluctant to commit suicide. While two parents agonized over whether they should throw themselves and their small children over the cliff, the sniper killed the parents. This revealed his position to Marines nearby, who zeroed in on him. Realizing his position had been given up, he defiantly walked out of his cave and crumpled under 100 American bullets. In another cave, Imperial Japanese Army soldiers hid with women and children. When some infants started crying and threatened to reveal their hideout, a sergeant said, "Kill them yourself, or I'll order my men to do it." With that order, several mothers killed their own children. A 4th Mardiv report observed that the Japanese reputation for butchery did stand up. This was illustrated in the days at Marpai Point, where great numbers of civilians were slaughtered by maddened soldiers. Marines became disgusted with such behavior. Marine Gunnery Sergeant Keith A. Renstrom witnessed a family of 7 near the lip of a cliff struggling with the compulsion whether to jump or not. The 7 members consisted of a father, a mother clutching her young infant, a young boy and girl of about 5 years or 6 years of age, as well as 2 elder siblings, both of whom appeared to be in their young teens, and both dressed in exquisite kimonos. The family stood together, their forms pronounced at the cliff's edge, with the seamless backdrop of the ocean behind them. With their hair whipping around their faces wildly, they stared up at the position of Renstrom and his Marines. Suddenly, with a flash of movement, the father reached out and snatched the tiny infant bundle from his wife's protective arms and hurled the baby up into the air and over the jagged rock face. Renstrom watched as the child rolled down the face of the cliff until it was stopped near the bottom, where it got hung on the sharp coral edges by its blanket and clothing. As the baby dangled, still appearing to be moving its tiny arms and legs, the men glared in horror as the waves then came relentlessly to pummel its little body against the jagged wall. Its life seemed to ebb away from it on each crest of a whitecap. The Marines returned their attention back to the remaining family members in time to see the 2 eldest children solemnly bow to each other and, without hesitation, turn and throw themselves off the ledge. The father then grabbed the young son and attempted to throw him over the ledge, but the little boy, having just bore witness to the horrifying death of his siblings, fought against his father with all the fierce determination his small body could wage against the size of a determined adult. The father was able to disengage with the boy, and then he heaved him over the cliff to his death. The Marines could hear the boy yelling and witness him fighting at the air, but gravity tore at him and brought him to a crunching thud when he hit the rocks below. Then the father swiftly and mechanically did the same with his little girl, throwing her mercilessly to her death. He then turned to his wife. High on the cliff with the shattered bodies of their children below, they began to argue. Running out of patience with his wife as he hesitated in the face of her own death, he leaped forward and shoved her over the jagged ledge to join her dead children. Taking in the scene of his family now below him, he turned to Renstrom and his Marines and yelled out, "Banzai! Banzai!" and then followed his declaration up with his own jump. As the men watched his descent, much to their chagrin, they saw that instead of falling directly onto the rocks below like the others, in a dark twist of comedic fate, he was instead caught and spared his intended show of Japanese stoicism and landed in an embarrassment of failure, cradled by the crest of an untimely wave. Thus he did not die instantly like his wife and at least 4 of his children. The Marine stood transfixed, watching as the man writhed in pain, bobbing along the surface of the turbulent, breaking waves of the rocky ocean landing, having only injured himself. Obviously in extreme agony, but clearly still alive, they watched as the current began carrying him further away out to sea. After a short internal debate, Renstrom raised his Tommy gun, Thompson's submachine gun, and fired 3 shots, all of them missing his intended bobbing target. Quietly, a Marine nearby, visibly impacted as they all were by the senseless and nauseating scene that had just played out in front of them, spoke, "Gunny, let me take care of this." Slowly he raised his M1 rifle and shot the father in the head. As the blood rushed out of the father's skull, the body slowly disappeared into the deep blue sea. This was all to become Renstrom's biggest regret that followed him throughout the rest of his life, and that he had not recognized what these people were about to do to themselves in order to stop the pointless slaughtering of themselves. The shock of what he was witnessing had paralyzed him. Government-controlled news reports in Japan glorified this suicidal fanaticism. One newspaper extolled mothers who killed their children and themselves as the flowers of womanhood. This was obviously crude propaganda, but to its underlying purpose was chilling to convince civilians that they too were expected to fight to the bitter end to protect the homeland. The Army had imposed its standard of no surrender onto the civilian population to legitimize the notion of death before dishonor and collective suicide for all Japanese. This carnival of death and frenzied extinction at Maurepas Point shocked battle-hardened Marines. Woody said, "The thought that my mother would kill me and my siblings to prevent us from falling into enemy hands was an absolutely foreign idea, and that she would kill us and herself together in an orgy of death was stupid. What culture creates mothers who think of their nation and children in such terms? That Japan had mothers who would send off her sons to commit mass slaughter and then slaughter their children, siblings, in defeat bespeaks of a failed culture. Thank God we brought them morals and democracy." 5th Amphibious Corps reported after the campaign that 27,000 Japanese and Korean citizens lived on the island when the Marines landed. After the conflict, only 9,091 Japanese and 1,158 Koreans were found. This leaves 16,751 who killed themselves, were murdered by other Japanese, or were caught in the battle's maelstrom. Historian Haruko and Theodore Cook write, "Japanese women, children, and other non-combatants were driven into the northern corner of the island where most committed suicide." The commandant of Hong Kong camps, Colonel Isao Tokunaga, under General Kuribayashi's command, explained after the war, "According to a Japanese, not only military personnel but women and children will think it better to die than to become a POW. This principle was strongly taught to women and children, and in this war, in the Pacific area, many women and children died rather than become prisoners of war." Unfortunately, Tokunaga knew his fellow citizens all too well, and often the citizens were to be exploited for military goals. The 4th Mardiv also reported numerous Japanese soldiers had used civilians as human shields, disregarding their citizens' welfare and killing innocent women and children. The report noticed a peculiar trait when the soldiers knew civilians were surrendering. They set up snipers to hit the roads coming and going to the evacuation points, putting their own citizens in harm's way and killing any Americans who were helping civilians. As just mentioned, due to suicide, enemy disregard for the safety of their own citizens, and combat, 16,000 Japanese and Korean citizens died on Saipan. Most of the 16,000, of course, were Japanese. As in many campaigns, almost all Japanese troops fought to the death. The 4th Mar Div concluded, "No quarter can be given to the Jap soldier. He will employ every trick or ruse possible that will profitably yield several American lives for the sacrifice of his own." Japanese behavior perplexed Americans. One Marine labeled it, "These nips are nuts." Another Marine wrote, "The Japs were plain crazy, sick in the head, that's all." Marines witnessing this fanaticism started calling one another Asiatic if one acted oddly, meaning they were behaving like the wacky nips. Japan had created a collective death cult. Suicide became ritualized and formally institutionalized in the Army's ethos as a laudable goal and a testament to the unique Japanese spirit. But there were cases where some of Saipan's citizens started to realize Americans would not hurt, but help them. Reed showed he had water and chocolate for them. He drank a little from his canteen and then shared it. He then took a little bite from his candy bar and handed some to kids. Before he knew it, he had a crowd around him. They gathered the kids and adults in a truck and drove them to an area away from Marpai Point where Marines took care of all of them. As they drove between the suicide cliffs and the beachhead, rogue Japanese units fired on them. Marines did their best to protect themselves, counterattack, and kill these Imperial Japanese soldiers. Reed remembered one girl of about 4 years old with a little teapot. At first she was terrified, but slowly, through acts of kindness, she started to trust him. Before you knew it, he was teaching her how to play patty cake and giving her water and candy. When it came time for him to save more civilians, she jumped into his arms. When he tried to disengage, she refused to let go. Finally, he freed himself from her embrace and with tears in his eyes, said goodbye. She stood waving as he drove away. He told his buddy, "I wish I could take her home with me." Gunny Renstrom also took care of a little girl. She too was most likely also an orphan, like the child Reed showed kindness to, but instead of helping his self-appointed charge for a few hours, Renstrom took care of her for 12 to 14 hours and overnight. She was just cute as she could be, quote unquote, and was wet and shivering since it had been raining. And on looking at all the Marines, she saw something in Renstrom and walked up to him and nestled next to his leg under his poncho. Soon thereafter, he sat down under a cranny of a large rock, with the sweet girl grabbing his leg and remaining under the drape of the poncho, sitting her body next to the entire length of his hip and leg and placing her head under his arm. Her eyes were wide with wonder and fear as she gazed at the numerous large men with rifles and machine guns staring at her. Renstrom slung his Tommy gun around his shoulders, took his canteen, unscrewed its lid, and gave it to her. She had to hold the bottle with both of her teeny hands, and she greedily tipped it as she drank deep from its neck. Water flowed over her little mouth, dribbling down both sides of her face as she gulped as much as she could. After she finished, she handed the canteen back to the gunny and smiled, her white teeth gleaming in the dull light of day that penetrated the heavy cloud cover. Renstrom also fed her some of his food. She ate 2 full rations, Renstrom said, and Renstrom was shocked such a little thing could eat so much. After her feast, she curled back up closely to the gunny, still under the poncho, and pulled her loose camouflage drape over her shoulders and slowly drifted off to sleep as evening approached. Marines nearby smiled, shook their heads, and laughed inside as they watched their fearless leader turn into putty as he doted on this child. Gunnies were to be feared, and they definitely never showed weakness in front of their men. But these Marine laws had disappeared when this innocent, frightened, and tender girl entered into Renstrom's life. As the day turned into dusk, the salty, filthy, heavily armed Renstrom stood watch over her little body, occasionally worried that she would give him lice, cooties, but then rejecting the desire to stay away from her, thinking she was like one of his younger siblings who needed help. Often throughout the night, he would bend down and tuck the poncho around her slender torso and skinny legs. A few times he patted her head and brushed her coal black hair away from her face. As he cared for her, suddenly a Japanese patrol hit his outfit. His men returned fire and they started to kill the enemy right and left. Renstrom grabbed his Tommy gun, but did not fire it for fear of hitting his own men. It was fierce hand-to-hand combat, and he sat there with the weapon at the ready, right by the girl, watching the shadows of fighting all around him. After the engagement ended, he noticed his small friend never even woke up. She slept through the whole engagement. The next morning, Renstrom estimated that there were around 15 to 20 dead Japanese around their position. A few of his men, finding some of the Japanese still alive, shot these enemy soldiers in the back of their heads and put them out of their misery. Single shots from rifles echoed across the landscape. When the beautiful girl awoke, she smiled, stood up, and then grabbed Renstrom's hand. He then walked some distance away from his platoon, heading toward other Marines who were gathering civilians to take them to the camps. The little girl looked up at Renstrom with adoring eyes as they meandered through the Marines and around dead enemy bodies, hand in hand. On reaching the gathering point, he pointed to the men who now would care for her. Perceiving that the gunny was saying goodbye, her tiny hand squeezed his in a death grip. "Sweetheart, these men are good men," he said, as he pointed to his chest and then pointed to them, trying to reassure her that they would care for her. Since Renstrom outranked most there, he made sure those collecting civilians would protect his little girl, because he did not want to chance her going back to some crazed Japanese adult who would launch her and himself off a cliff. Prying her wee fingers away from his palm with his free hand, he hugged her and sent her on her way. When the girl left him to join a group of other children under Marine sentries, she waved to him walking backwards with pint-sized tears dripping from her eyes, hitting her top lip and rolling down her chin in long, wet lines. This hardened gunny and grizzled warrior raised his hand and waved back at her, and then wiped the tears away from his eyes as his other hand held his Tommy gun pointing to the ground. As she walked away, her head continued to swivel back and forth looking for Renstrom to assure her she would be all right. His smiles confirmed to her that she would be safe. "That's one child of God a fanatical Jap won't kill," he thought to himself. For this devout Mormon, the carnage of war and destruction of Saipan's society were events his conservative, religious upbringing in Utah had not prepared him for, and he sat there and cried for several minutes as the girl disappeared in the distance, skipping along with the other children into her unknown future. After a few minutes, Renstrom checked his grenades hanging on his webbing, his ammunition, and his machine gun, and then returned to his men. He immediately started to bark orders and make sure his leathernecks were sharp and ready for the next patrol they were about to conduct. The men moved quickly under his instructions. The gunny had returned. The actions of Saipan civilians was a harbinger of things to come as the U.S. inched its way toward the empire's heart. According to journalist Robert Sherrod, the Japanese civilians' behavior in the Saipan garrison's fight to the death had been glorified in Japan and were intended to make the U.S. think it would be that way all across Japan. Events on Saipan did register in U.S. leaders' minds. As American forces neared Japan, the enemy had much larger armies to bring to the war zone willing to fight to the death. Typical was Saito at Saipan, who ordered his charges to swear allegiance to the ethical tenet Shinjinkum, battle ethics, saying, "We must utilize this opportunity to exalt true Japanese manhood. I will never suffer the disgrace of being taken alive." The actions at Marpai Point illustrates the results of such orders on civilians and Imperial Japanese Army personnel conditioned to follow his lead. As the fighting on Saipan dwindled by the 6th of July, Vice Admiral Shuki Naguma, who had led the Pearl Harbor raid, committed harakiri, shooting his brains out. The Japanese defeats at the Philippine Sea and Saipan showed the U.S. Navy had rebounded in 2.5 years and was able to project sustained power in the Pacific, to destroy Japanese naval capabilities, to capture well-defended islands, and to kill famed enemy commanders. After the Battle of the Marianas and that of Leyte Gulf, the Japanese Navy ceased to be a serious threat, and victory lay within the U.S. grasp. The delay of Guam's invasion by the Saipan and Philippine Sea battles allowed the U.S. Navy to pummel Guam with extra gunfire of a scale and length of time never before seen in World War II. Meanwhile, Woody was unaware of current events. His world was circumscribed by his ship's hull, where he sang songs and played the guitar, prepared his equipment in case of deployment, and wrote letters to Ruby. It took weeks for reports to filter into the newspapers, and for those reports to make it into letters from home to frontline troops. Woody and most Marines lived in a world of geographical, geopolitical, and strategic ignorance. By the 9th of July, 1944, the Marines under Lieutenant General Smith declared Saipan secure. Sporadic fighting continued, but the Americans had won the island. America suffered 17,537 casualties taking Saipan, with 3,426 killed. On the 10th of July, General Saito sat down, declared Tenno Hakkai Banzai, and then disemboweled himself with his sword. As he lay over his bleeding belly with his sword shoved into his guts, his orderly shot Saito in the head to finish him off. Later, with Smith's blessing, Brigadier General Erskine found his corpse and gave Saito a memorial with military honors. Erskine fulfilled his promise given this Imperial Japanese commander in 1937 and must have taken pleasure with the outcome. While he conducted this ceremony, draping Saito's body with a Japanese flag and burying him with firing 3 volleys, many thought Erskine completely nuts, quote unquote. Little did they know the background that while Erskine rendered the courtesies Saito's rank deserved, he also did this as a snub to Saito in consideration of the way that Erskine had been treated by this arrogant man in 1937. Many Japanese admirals, generals, and politicians, as well as the emperor, knew that once Saipan fell, the homeland lay open to attack. They understood precisely what American control of Saipan, Tinian, and Guam meant: unmitigated disaster. Not only would the U.S. have key naval bases and staging areas, but also hundreds of new B-29s would soon rain destruction onto the homeland itself. On the 19th of July, after Saipan fell, Tojo and his entire cabinet resigned. One of the biggest war hawks had failed miserably. While this was a step toward ending the war, Hirohito held out for a crushing blow on the enemy someplace, so he could negotiate an acceptable peace. He inquired about retaking Saipan. LeMay further stated, "Once we took Saipan, those bastards knew the shit was going to hit the fan. They knew that we were going to bomb the goddamn hell out of them and then invade." LeMay further stated, "Once we took Saipan, those bastards knew the shit was going to hit the fan. They knew that we were going to bomb the goddamn hell out of them and then invade." LeMay, as well as millions of Americans, took pleasure in the vengeance America was dishing out. The U.S. decided it must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. The U.S. was repaying the devastating blow at Pearl Harbor with punishment akin to a boxer's body blows left and right to the face, ribs, and stomach. Japan was starting to wobble, and there was no referee to blow the whistle. By July 1945, 1,200 bombing sorties from the Marianas would attack Japan weekly. After securing the island, the Marines cared for civilians. In contrast to how the Japanese treated conquered peoples, the U.S. collected non-combatants and provided them food, water, first aid, and transportation to internment camps where shelter was given. Women were respected and not raped. When the Americans discovered at the enemy camp that the Japanese did not care for orphan babies, allowing 21 to die, they intervened. Interestingly enough, Chamoras had been caring for these orphans for days before without incident, an amazing testament to how they treated enemies. But the children were neglected when turned over to their own countrymen. In fact, one woman was witnessed taking an orphan to the edge of the camp where she deposited the child over the fence and then wandered away. Shocked and disgusted, the Marines set up an orphanage and cared for the children themselves. The Americans set up 3 different groups. They established one camp with 9,091 Japanese, one with 1,158 Koreans, and another with 2,258 Chamoras and 782 Carolinians. The Chamoras and Carolinians stayed together for a total of 13,289 civilians that were cared for by the Marines. All were cared for equally, both enemy and friend. The Chamoras stated to U.S. authorities that they were glad the Americans were there and that they hoped the Japanese would never return to govern them. The Marines had made sure this wish would probably come true. After hostilities ceased, Gunny Renstrom wrote his father on the 17th of July, 1944, summing up the situation for the Marines who had just fought at Saipan. "There is no glory in war, Dad. The only thing that you want is your life. When you see some of your best men die at the hands of the enemy, it makes you wonder just why do we have war anyway. Then you stop and think of the things the enemy has done to you and the men around you. It makes you mad. And the only thing that is left to do is try and get even. Well, Fox Company made the enemy pay plenty for the ones they got of ours. It took us a little longer than we expected, but as always, the Marines came through again." Renstrom's company accounted for killing 600 Imperial Japanese Army soldiers, with possibly 5 of them being eliminated by his hand. Renstrom knew this battle was tougher than they had expected. However, he took satisfaction that his men made the Japanese pay more in KIAs than his unit suffered. Nonetheless, the whole ordeal of making war and killing the Japanese made him question why mankind engaged in such activity as warfare. However, as a Marine, his job was to fight and defeat the enemy, and he would have to do more here very soon as his unit, in a matter of a few days, would engage in another island assault right next to Saipan, Tinian. And instead of him being a part of a unit in this battle, he would find himself leading an entire platoon in battle, due to his officer becoming a casualty. Chapter 15. The Attack on Tinian. Tinian was the perfect amphibious operation in the Pacific War. Lieutenant General Holland M. Smith. After Saipan was secured, and what was left of the Japanese First Mobile Fleet retreated to Japan's inland sea, Guam and Tinian moved up on the list. Tinian was a smaller, flatter island that already had 2 4,700-foot-long runways and another 3 under construction. To use either island as an air base, the Americans had to control both. Major General Harry the Dutchman Schmidt commanded the Tinian landing force of 2 divisions from Saipan and used Smith's chief of staff, Brigadier General Erickson, to plan his campaign. Most who attacked Tinian were based on Saipan and could see Tinian's northern shores. On the 24th of July, 1944, the invasion began, code name Jig Day. After a diversionary landing on the southwest coast off of Tiananmen Town, an amphibious force of 39,000 Marines of the 2nd and 4th Mardivs invaded Tiananmen on the northwest coast, 3.5 miles from Saipan. Over 9,000 Japanese defended the island, many of whom were hardened veterans from Manchuria. In a brilliant landing, the Marines achieved complete tactical surprise from staging areas at Saipan's most southern end, arriving on 2 tiny beaches at the northern tip that the Japanese deemed impossible for major landings. Following Ericsson's instructions, the Marines placed their artillery south of Saipan's Aslito airfield and covered the landing forces with curtains of fire using 156 field pieces. Also, from the airfield, planes flew sorties to support attacking Marines. For the first time in combat, those planes used napalm bombs, firebombs consisting of jettisonable tanks to be carried under the belly of a fighter plane and containing a mixture of gasoline with about 6% napalm jelly. Tiananmen was smaller and not as rugged as Saipan or Guam, but it still was daunting to conquer. Thousands of Marines engaged in fierce fighting, sealing off caves, shooting Japanese soldiers, and fending off bonsais. Several hours after the landings on the 24th of July, Gunnery Sergeant Keith Renstrom had been placed in another unit from the one he had served in at Saipan. Late in the day, he found himself now in charge of the 2nd Platoon of F Company, 2nd Battalion, 25th Marines, 4th Mardiv, after its platoon leader and sergeant had been wounded in action. This platoon was at the point of the spear, leading the forward elements of the attack on Tiananmen down the center of the island along one of the island's main roads during the morning and afternoon. The Gunny's platoon had made excellent progress and was a few miles or so away from Tiananmen Town, heading south on the right side of the isle as the afternoon turned into evening. When he took over these Marines, he found they had made some poor decisions. He did not make a good first impression when he immediately ordered them to remove themselves from their hard-to-dig foxholes because they had placed them right at the edge of a thick sugarcane field with stalks taller than 6 feet. Barking orders, Renstrom told them to move to the defensive line hundreds of yards behind them. Cursing the Gunny, his jarheads grudgingly obeyed him and pulled back behind some trees near a road they had been using before they had come to the clearing and fields. From these trees they had some form of concealment, and they had now put considerable distance between them and any force that might suddenly appear out of the sugarcane field. Although Renstrom reasoned with them about this decision, these Marines still felt he had made them do unwanted and unnecessary work to reestablish their line since they had the Japanese on the run. Renstrom made sure his new charges stopped their griping and followed his orders. Besides the men being irritated by Renstrom making them move their foxholes, they also were somewhat leery of having a goody two-shoes, quote-unquote, Mormon leading them. Yes, they had heard he had fought bravely on Saipan, but was a deeply religious Mormon really able to fight? As one of his colleagues wrote of him, "When I first met my gunnery sergeant Renstrom, I couldn't believe someone like him existed, in the Marine Corps anyway. A gunny who didn't smoke, drink, swear, or chase women? It never happened." Time would only tell whether or not they were in good hands and if an almighty Creator had sent them a man worthy of their loyalty and trust. Renstrom's men hunkered down into their new positions, and as evening fell, the front seemed uncannily silent. Renstrom explicitly told them that if they had any visitors during the night or morning, to wait for the sound of his Tommy gun before they fired on anything. Later that night, around 2300, some of the men on watch noticed some movement and then ensured everyone woke up. From their hidden positions, they saw a small squad of 6 Japanese appear suddenly walking down the road. His men listened for the gunny's Tommy gun for guidance. The gunny did not fire upon the enemy yet. He knew these Imperial Japanese Army soldiers were forward elements only and were part of a larger unit. The 6th enemy walked right up to Renstrom's platoon's position, but they did not see any of his men, and they continued down the road toward another platoon in the rear. After several minutes, that rear echelon platoon opened up on the 6 enemy soldiers. Renstrom and his men heard the screams and witnessed the small arms fire tear into the squad. As they gazed north, listening to the battle unfold, they noticed a lone Imperial Japanese Army survivor from this attack running back to their position. The enemy soldier literally stopped a few yards right in front of the gunny's foxhole. "I could have almost have reached out and touched him," Renstrom said. All the gunny's men listened for him for direction. Should they kill the last one or not? Definitely not. Renstrom wanted this Japanese soldier to survive and go back to his larger group and tell them what he knew the Japanese man believed. The Marines' lines were behind where Renstrom was. The enemy soldier, out of breath, panted for a few seconds, found a pool of water on the road, kneeled down and drank from it, stood up, and then continued running away, disappearing down the road. "I was so proud of my men for maintaining fire discipline. No one shot at the lone survivor. Always let one Jap live to go back and sow confusion and fear was our motto," Renstrom said with a grin. And in this case, as the Imperial Japanese Army soldier disappeared over the horizon, he was doing exactly what Renstrom wanted him to do. The gunny smiled. After several hours of nothing happening, the dull roar of engines started to pierce the air. Renstrom knew exactly what was now coming at them. Tanks. There is nothing more disheartening for infantry than to hear the rumble of monsters coming at them when they do not have their own tanks in support. Disregarding such obvious danger, Renstrom quickly jumped into action and directed his men on how they could successfully destroy this enemy force. Renstrom instructed his leathernecks to let the tanks pass their position to be attacked by the other platoon in the rear, who he had informed on the radio that an armor attack was on its way. A Marine report noted, "Moving north along the coastal road, the enemy force consisted of 6 light tanks with infantrymen riding and following on foot. First warning of the enemy move came when Marine listening posts stationed along the road a short distance forward of the lines reported enemy tanks rumbling in from the south." Renstrom knew a lot of Japanese soldiers would be trailing the reconnaissance force of armored fighting vehicles, and he wanted to attack this group and not the tanks. When the advance guard of 6 Imperial Japanese armored tanks suddenly appeared driving north on the road, Renstrom's men stared at the tanks as they approached their positions. They rolled nearer and nearer to their lines. Suddenly, all 6 tanks near Renstrom's foxhole stopped. Mounting 37mm cannons and 7.7cm machine guns and parked a few yards away from his men, the gunny knew they were outgunned. "That terrified me to death," the gunny said. "Had they seen us?" Renstrom thought. He grabbed one of his grenades and held it firmly. Suddenly a hatch flipped open on the lead tank and an officer jumped out, oblivious that over 30 Marines had him triangulated in a perfect kill zone. The officer looked around, lit up a cigarette, talked to a few of his men, and then gazed down the long road. He finished his cigarette and threw it away and jumped back into his tank and slammed the hatch shut with a metallic clang. The tanks then lumbered by one, along the road, with none of them noticing the camouflaged Marines in hiding, covered by a nice blanket of darkness. As the tanks left them, the Marines peered back out toward the sugarcane field. They took in deep breaths of air tainted with the scent of gasoline exhaust. They could hear the reeds at the plant slowly rustle as the wind blew through the land. For now, things seemed quiet, but everyone knew that would not last long. After several minutes of uneasy quiet, from down the road, they gradually saw a column of Imperial Japanese Army soldiers coming toward them. The pounding of boots against the road and the jangling of metal weapons rubbing against combat gear ricocheted throughout the night air. Three-man machine gun teams carried their heavy weapons, surrounded by numerous men armed with rifles, bayonets, knee-fired grenade launchers, and grenades. Like clockwork, Renstrom knew these troops would be coming, having studied Japanese tactics when he had been on ship just a few weeks before, reading books in the vessel's library about the Imperial Japanese Army. Renstrom guessed there were around 35 men approaching them. Yard by yard, they came closer and closer. Men thought to themselves, "Why is the gunny waiting so long?" Renstrom behaved as if he really was waiting for the sign of seeing the whites of his enemy's eyes before he attacked. When the enemy was about 10 yards away from his men, Renstrom gave his Marines the signal to open up by firing his Tommy gun. As he squeezed his trigger, the field erupted with thousands of rounds being fired in a matter of seconds. Renstrom's men waylaid the attacking soldiers, killing all of them, largely using their general-purpose large machine guns to do most of the heavy lifting. Since they were on flat land, the enemy had no cover and did not have a chance to survive the onslaught. As the entire enemy force lay on the ground, Renstrom's machine guns still fired into the Imperial Japanese Army soldiers along the whole front. The dull, sickening thuds of slugs penetrating flesh and bone were interspersed with the sharp ding of other bullets bouncing off the coral rock surface or the dirt road to trail off either into the distance or hit an enemy body on the rebound. As the Marine Corps official history noted, at this juncture, the machine guns leveled a heavy volume of enfilading fire into the area. This fire, in the words of the battalion executive officer, literally tore the Japanese to pieces. As Gunny Renstrom's men annihilated this Japanese unit, over the horizon, the other platoon now engaged the enemy tanks with grenades, bazookas, and satchel charges, supported by 75mm half-tracks and 37mm guns. Ships near the shore began firing illuminating shells over the area, virtually turning night into day. Explosions echoed all throughout the land. Lieutenant Jim Lucas, a reporter, witnessed this attack and later wrote, "The three lead tanks broke through our wall of fire. One began to glow blood red, turned crazily on its tracks, and careened into a ditch. A second, mortally wounded, turned its machine guns on its tormentors, firing into the ditches in a last desperate effort to fight its way free. 100 yards more and it stopped dead in its tracks. The third tried frantically to run and then retreat, but our men closed in, literally blasting it apart. Bazookas knocked out a fourth tank with a direct hit, which killed the driver. The rest of the crew piled out of the turret, screaming. The fifth tank, completely surrounded, attempted to flee. Bazookas made short work of it. Another hit set it afire, and its crew was cremated. Out of the clouds of dust and chaos, a lone tank had disengaged and now was retreating south, full speed, now back toward Renstrom's platoon. Then, once again, the tank stopped right in front of the gunny. Without hesitation, Renstrom's bazooka man shot a round at the treads, knocking the tank out. Smoke started to spread throughout the tankette's cabin. As its officer exited the tank, Renstrom unleashed a spread of bullets, killing the commander immediately in the middle of the road. It was an easy kill since he literally stood a few feet from the officer and could actually identify his insignia from that short distance. He had just taken out an Imperial Japanese Army captain. Looking around, the gunny did not see any more threats coming at them, but he felt uneasy, and it was still dark. Unsure whether there were more Japanese or not coming for them, he had his men reconsolidate their lines, check their guns, and reload all their weapons. And then they waited. After at least 40 minutes, things started changing on the horizon to the south of Renstrom's platoon. Sluggishly, eerie forms started to emerge between the waving long stalks of sugarcane until dozens of follow-on Japanese infantry emerged in their skirmish line, walking into the open field past the line of abandoned foxholes. Instead of the enemy coming at them in a column, slowly and methodically, the figures emerging from the field suddenly started to run and scream "Banzai!" in a phalanx attack. The men could see some soldiers wielding swords, flashing in the weak morning light, and others holding their rifles low in a fixed bayonet charge. Before the gunny knew it, around another 35 Japanese, full of rage, rushed toward him and his men. When they closed within 30 yards, Renstrom gave his men the sign, once again, by firing his distinctive Tommy gun, and then his leathernecks unleashed hellfire against a wave of suicidal attackers. The morning climaxed with the sounds of men shouting, shrieking, and expiring. Thousands of rounds were expended until the field fell quiet and no more Japanese were standing. After Renstrom's men let up, they gazed down at their watches. It was now around 05:30. The groans of the injured and dying echoed across the field, and then suddenly, grenade explosions here and there lit up the combat zone. The wounded Japanese were killing themselves, committing jiketsu. The yells of "Banzai" continued to ring out from the enemy's battleground, punctuated by a grenade blast. Renstrom said, "That made our job later easier, and I was glad they were killing themselves." Sometimes the Marines would hear an explosion and see Jap bodies fly 10 to 15 feet in the air. Leathernecks nearby shook their heads at each other as they witnessed these Imperial Japanese Army soldiers flipping and flying into the air, often in pieces in the light of dawn. Later, after the Marines mopped up the area, they found that many of the Japanese had been carrying magnetic mines. The Japs who were wounded and unable to flee were placing the tank mines under their bodies and tapping the detonators and sending themselves into thunderous spouts of blood, guts, and body parts. Some of those around, as if they were whaling sailors, yelled, "There she blows!" As the sun rose around 05:50, Renstrom and his men observed the utter destruction they had dished out against the enemy. They had not lost one of their men, but they had killed at least 70 Imperial Japanese Army soldiers in their 2 attacks. As they left their positions, Renstrom's men, when they found Japanese who had botched their suicide attempts and were still alive, shot them in the back of their heads and helped those samurai get their battle deaths. They also did not want to chance that any Jap, quote-unquote, could kill any follow-on Marines. They had learned the hard way never to leave an alive enemy in your rear. After they made sure all the Imperial Japanese Army soldiers were dead, Renstrom's men then slowly but surely gathered the dead for burial, and the Japanese weapons for the logistic groups behind the lines to either destroy or use. This one gunny had just organized the total destruction of an armored reinforced infantry company comprising of 6 tanks and 267 enemy soldiers. Now, all of his men, after witnessing his leadership and intelligence in action and experiencing this incredible victory, would never question him again if he asked them to move their foxholes or make fun of him for his conservative religious Mormon behavior. They would follow him to hell and back, and as he walked amongst them, one could see they believed in him. In the Corps, most superiors got respect, but few would get reverence, and Renstrom had that too from his jarheads. Although put in for a Navy Cross, it was downgraded, and Renstrom would receive the Bronze Star with V for his actions this day, eventually, in 1949. After thwarting these Japanese attacks and cleaning up the rear, the gunny had his Marines continue forward to engage the enemy. All these Marines looked to Gunny now as a prophet and warrior without parallel. He had absolute control over them, and everyone knew he was in charge, both in rank and in spirit. Unfortunately, though, Renstrom would shortly thereafter be shot through the right leg between the knee and hip and removed from combat late in the day on the 25th of July. He only lasted 2 days during this battle, but had produced one of the best examples of superior small unit tactics on the island, and many others would display such actions for several more days until the island was conquered. A few days later, the Marines slaughtered a mass banzai on the 31st of July, taking out a large percentage of the Japanese garrison, prompting an officer to say, "You don't need tanks, you need undertakers," I never saw so many dead Japs. In 8 days, the Marines killed almost all the Japanese, but suffered few casualties. 290 killed, 1,515 wounded, and 24 missing in action. The kill ratio was 13-1 in favor of the Marines. Admiral Spruance described this operation as probably the most brilliantly conceived and executed amphibious operation in World War II. Similar to Saipan, many of the 13,000 Japanese civilians and 2,700 Korean laborers on Tinanin committed suicide or were murdered by their own soldiers. Once again, Imperial Japanese Army soldiers not only took their creed of never surrender to heart, but made their civilians do so by convincing them to kill themselves as well. Like at Marapai Point on Saipan, 2,500 adults threw small children and themselves off a Marpo Point at the southeastern coast of Tinanin. The 23rd Marines issued the following report on the 3rd of August. Several freak incidents occurred during the day. 1. Jap children thrown by their parents over cliffs into oceans. 2. Japanese military grouped civilians in numbers of 15 and 20 and attached explosive charges to them, blowing them to bits. 3. Both military and civilians lined up on the cliff and hurled themselves into the ocean. 4. Many civilians pushed over cliff by Japanese soldiers. Between the mass suicides, murders by their own military personnel, and deaths due to getting caught in the crossfire, it was estimated that a total of 4,000 citizens out of the original 13,000 died in this battle. And like at Saipan, the Tinanin commanders, Imperial Japanese Navy Captain Gochi Oya and Imperial Japanese Army Colonel Kiyoshi Ogata, committed suicide. Furthermore, Imperial servicemen, often having helped citizens take their own lives, killed themselves by either jumping off cliffs or shooting themselves in the head. Trying to make sense of it, Woody said, "Think about it. If the most horrible thing you can do in your culture is surrender, and the most honorable thing you can do for your country and family is commit suicide, most often, if this is how you were brought up, you're naturally going to kill yourself. It all comes down to how you were raised." The battle officially came to an end on the 1st of August 1944. The Seabees completed some of their most impressive work on Tinanin, moving more than 11 million cubic yards of mud, rock, and coral to build the world's largest bomber base, which boasted 6 runways, each 1.5 miles long. It would prove an ideal place to launch sorties of B-29s carrying atomic bombs. The Seabees, many being from New York City, gridded out the island as if it were Manhattan, with the same street names and popular landmarks like Broadway and Central Park. The island is the same form and slightly bigger than Manhattan, actually. An island that has only around 2,500 citizens today ballooned out to supporting 75,000 servicemen after the U.S. seized it. From Tinanin's flat terrain, a B-29 named Enola Gay would take off 1 year later from the northern airfield, bearing in its belly the atomic bomb Little Boy, destined for Hiroshima, that hopefully would mark the beginning of the war's end. Chapter 16. The Liberation of Guam. Life is seldom gentle, and war never. In mid-July 1944, the U.S. prepared to recover Guam, American territory Japan had captured in 1941. The seizure of Guam was the first time since the War of 1812 that American territory was occupied by a foreign power, unless one includes what the Confederates took in the Civil War. For the American High Command, reclaiming Guam was strategically necessary, and freeing its people an added benefit for humanitarian and political purposes. The Marine success in other combat missions before Guam gave most Leathernecks confidence they would win, but it would be a challenge. The Japanese organized Guam's defense around the 29th Infantry Division, an outfit seasoned in Manchuria, commanded by Lieutenant General Takeshi Takashina. The Naval Guard was increased to 3,000, and there were 5,100 men in the Imperial Japanese Army 6th Expeditionary Force. Including naval, ground, and air force personnel, there were around 18,500 Japanese planning defenses, constructing fortifications, and lying in wait for the Americans. Early in 1944, the Japanese knew the Americans were coming, so they closed the schools and had every man, woman, and child construct defenses around the clock. In addition to these laborers, probably over 1,000 Korean forced laborers were among Takashina's ranks, and they fought alongside his men. Most did not want to be there, but were forced by the empire to serve. Korea had been a Japanese colony for decades, since 1910, though Koreans were defined as Japanese citizens. In general, Koreans were treated as second-class citizens under Japanese rule. Many Koreans were in the Imperial Japanese Army. Some were high-ranking officers, such as Lieutenant General Sa-ik-hung, the commandant of Manila's notorious POW camp. Future Korean President Chung-hee Park graduated from the Japanese Military Academy and fought for Japan in Manchuria. Some kamikaze pilots were brainwashed Korean youth. Since Japan controlled Korea for so long, there were many problems with viewing all Koreans in the Imperial Japanese Army as second-class citizens, although in general they were viewed as inferior. Using Chamorro and Korean laborers, Japan had almost 3 years subsequent to capturing Guam to build defenses. Thinking they would never be attacked, the Japanese only strengthened Guam's defenses after losing Guadalcanal in February 1943. Many coastal defense guns with anti-aircraft units and fixed emplacements awaited the Marines. Postponement of W-Day, Guam's invasion, by the 5 weeks necessary for the Americans to defeat the Japanese on Saipan and at the Battle of the Philippine Sea accorded the defenders more time to construct underwater beach defenses. However, the delay allowed for the most extensive U.S. naval bombardment and air bombing in the Pacific War, right before an enemy island was invaded. Returning to Guam 50 years later, a Japanese officer said the vast American invasion fleet offshore had paved the sea. Major General Roy Geiger demanded that naval gunfire bombard Guam weeks before the invasion. Admiral Spruance, intent on sparing Chamorro lives, required that someone devise a plan to systematically bombard enemy positions, beaches, and fortifications. Rear Admiral Conley accepted the responsibility, directed the bombardment, and commanded the amphibious assault. The Navy's big guns bombarded the island for 13 days with high explosive shells, many of which weighed over 1,500 pounds, 14-inch shells, or 2,700 pounds, 16-inch shells. These shells created blast craters 30 to 40 feet deep and a shrapnel range of a few hundred yards. Before the landing, 6,258 rounds of 16-inch and 14-inch shells were fired by the battleships, and 3,862 rounds of 8-inch shells, 335 pounds each, and 2,430 rounds of 6-inch shells, 100 pounds each, were fired by the cruisers. Various ships fired 16,214 rounds of 5-inch shells, 50 pounds each. While the U.S. Navy subjected the Japanese garrison on Guam to the heaviest preparatory bombardment yet delivered in the Pacific, a few lucky strikes destroyed the water mains to Orte and the ones to Agana and Agate on the 11th of July. From that day until the landings on the 21st of July, the vast majority of the Japanese soldiers were without water, except for the little rainwater they could collect, which barely sufficed for drinking purposes. Consequently, many Imperial Japanese troops had to drink from mud puddles. Tortured by parching thirst, these men threw away logic and drank water that would ensure sickness. Skin diseases flourished, and diarrhea and dysentery increased greatly amongst the enemy, which also softened up the landing zone to some degree. It is easier to fight an enemy who has to defecate on a regular basis and is sick to his stomach than one who is well fed and healthy. While the extended preparatory naval gunfire and air attacks degraded the defenses, the bombardment signaled to the Japanese where the Marines would land, which was different than the Japanese expected. With the bombardment placement, the Japanese now knew the landing zones were 1. On the northern part of Guam at Asan, and 2. South of Guam's Orete Peninsula at Agate. This allowed the Japanese to change their defensive strategy. The Navy took 15 days to find enough ships to move the 77th Infantry Division 2,300 miles from Honolulu to Guam to reinforce the Marines. Woody and his buddies boarded the USS Wayne on the 3rd of June 1944 and headed toward the front. They sailed to many islands to get to the staging areas, arriving at Kwajalein Atoll in the Marshall Islands on the 8th of June and departing on the 13th of June. Their ships kept cutting holes in the sea within sailing distance of Saipan in case Lieutenant General Smith needed them in Saipan's battle. Every night, men waited to see which way the convoy sailed to ascertain if they were going to Saipan or hitting Guam. After several days, they were released from their sitting reserve duty and headed for Eniwetok Atoll, also in the Marshalls, which is 1,200 miles east of Guam, arriving there on the 29th of June. When on Eniwetok, they were given a respite and a chance to go ashore to lose their sea legs. They enjoyed a few days on land, drinking warm beer and sleeping outside instead of in crowded quarters below deck. However, it was not a tropical vacation. Correspondent Dick Dashiell wrote that the men were there for 3 days and sweltered and simmered in the sun. After this short respite, such as it was, Woody, Lefty Lee, and their division left Eniwetok for Guam on the 6th of July. Along the way, the fleet looked for enemy planes and ships. Before they arrived at Guam, 6 Japanese torpedo bombers attacked several LCI ships, landing craft infantry, 158-foot vessels with a crew of 24 and approximately 200 Marines each. A torpedo hit one LCI just forward of its bridge and blew off the bow. After removing the survivors, the ship was sunk. Nearby ships shot down 3 planes. Clearly, the journey to Guam had its perils. Among the hundreds of ships in the Marianas were 15 aircraft carriers, 5 escort carriers, 6 battleships, 9 cruisers, and 57 destroyers. American sea basing had no equal, and the Navy pounded Guam shores with a ring of naval guns that dwarfed anything the Japanese could project. When the U.S. Navy fired at targets, the entire landing area erupted into a cloud of dust and debris, fire and smoke, screaming wounded and silent dead. It was an amazing act of coordination, since hundreds of ships had to be drawn from numerous bases. Days before the invasion, Navy underwater demolition teams, UDTs or frogmen, cleared the waterways for the Amtraks and tanks. Starting on the 14th of July, they destroyed 900 log cribs and wire cages filled with coral. They left a large sign on the Asan Reef reading, "Welcome, Marines, USO this way." Conley wrote positively, landings could not have been made on either Agate or Asan beaches, nor any other suitable beaches without these clearance operations. Guam is 30 miles long and 4 to 8 miles wide. Ringed by coral reefs and rocky cliffs, Guam was a tough prospect for any amphibious attacker. It was larger and more rugged than Saipan, giving the enemy extensive cover and more room to maneuver. Commandant Vandergrift later commented that it was some of the most rugged country I have ever seen. On invasion day, the wind was minimal and the sea calm. Woody's ship had kept a safe distance away during the preliminary